Boots on the floor. Boots on the floor, team in the zone. Map after map, we came for the throne. Name on the screen, fire in our chest. One clean push, then we take the rest. Hold that breath, count it down. 3, 2, 1, hear that sound. Eyes locked in, hands stay steady. We came this far, we're ready. Free fire, we don't fall. Free fire, watch us roll. From the first drop to the last call, we rise together, we own it all. Free fire, we don't fall. Free fire, watch us roll. When the lobby shakes, I make my own fate. Hands up, breathe in, feel that pressure rise. Heart like thunder, right behind my eyes. Say my name now, watch me lock and clean. We don't play small, we play to win. Burn it up, we came to take the crown. Burn it up, we never back down. Rise up, hear the whole place roar. Burn it up, One dream in the air, when the lights go high, we meet you there. No sleep, no fear, only heat, only drive. We chase that finish alive, alive. Burn it up, burn it up. We came to take the crown. Burn it up, burn it up. We never back down. Rise up, rise up. Hear the whole place roar. Burn it up, burn it up. We want what's love. We want what's love.
If your workflow looks like 12 open tabs and 3 subscriptions, whew, stop. This is
high school. But c'est la vie! To avoid being an ignorant American tourist, I found myself a French tutor to really help me learn the language. And there she is now! Everyone, this is Kitty, aka La Petite Sean. I had a little bit of Duolingo on the flight over. I'm excited to learn from you today. Where's your beret?
I don't have one.
Phone!
Look, I was told I'd be talking about Rainbow Six and Valorant teams today, but instead they put me with this Emily in Paris knockoff. I think I can make it work, but she called me her little dog? Okay, so we are at a flower shop. We call that in French des fleurs.
Des fleurs.
Okay, you know what? It's okay. We will try with another word, huh?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Fougère.
Forgery. I can't wait to visit all of these cute restaurants all around Paris, or brasiers, as the French call them, right?
Yeah, that's the words.
Okay, so if I wanted to order a baguette, what would I say?
You would say, voulez-vous
Voulez-vous
coucher avec moi?
avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Perfect.
I'm gonna go try it out. Ooh, this is really cute. How would I ask to try this on?
Oh, actually, you can say, je mange des gens.
Je mange des gens. Okay. Ah, je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens.
Des gens mange. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens, c'est une robe.
C'est. Where am I messing
Vous
up?
voulez essayer la robe?
No. Je mange des gens, s'il vous plaît.
Non, on mange pas les gens chez moi.
Kitty has been the best teacher so far. I feel like I'm picking up the language really quickly. I mean, whenever I speak with real French people, they seem so surprised by how good my accent is. I'm doing très bon.
Oh là là, et puis ça y est, je suis américaine. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
Kitty, I did it! He even gave it to me for free.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Come with me. Yeah.
What did I get? Do we get jam? Okay, so as I get it, the French don't really like the American tourists, right?
Not really.
So what can I say to have them truly embrace me as a local?
Just tell them.
Mbappé et Plumer! Kitty, it worked! They've accepted me as one of their own! I'm off to see Paris and it's all thanks to you!
Bon débat.
Welcome to Garena City, an activation right in the heart of the Esports World Cup. And let's be honest, you can't miss it. It is so bright, it looks incredible. This activation, we have VR, we have consoles, and we have simulators that you can take part in. It's so much fun. If you're going to the Esports World Cup in Paris, make sure you come down here. And my friend Luti is over here, my stunning co-host. How are you feeling?
I'm into golf now because football is over for me.
Oh dear, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's see how accurate you can be in this golf simulator. If there's one thing that I know, it is being a dad, gaming and golf. And so this is my third one. Let's see your accuracy on this one. 82.3%. Luti, let's see if I can beat you.
I hope for you. Okay, Barney, basically now it's your turn. And in life you are doing two things. Hosting and playing golf. So hopefully you're gonna do better than me.
I mean, you're not wrong. If I don't beat you, I'll be really upset. I'll probably have to quit golf forever. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Here we go.
It is your time.
It is my time.
Okay, that looks a little bit better than me, I have to say.
Yeah, the sword goes back in the sheath at 90%. Barney Banks absolutely bringing this one home. It's okay. You can focus more on golf. I'll focus more on football for now. But for now, Lauren and Lace, it's your time.
I hate football.
Et on dansait au bout de la nuit, tu prendrais ma main, on serait si bien. Si on dansait même sous la pluie, on serait demain bien mieux qu'aujourd'hui.
Evo's so exposed, Falcons can ruin it.
Unbelievable.
Falcons!
What we are seeing in front of us here right now. And the team who ended Russia with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done.
Just thinking about we're gonna lift the trophy together. I don't know, I don't think that much when that moment. That was my first international game, so that was quite easy for me to get the MVP. And yeah, very lovely.
What made them strong in 2025 was the wonder kid called Russia. You know, he's been in the circuit for many years, and for many years he could not play on a stage like this because he was underage, their best sniper. And I think that was their secret sauce to success. If you look at him, he is the most humble kid you'll ever come across. You know, bright eyes. He never ever underestimates anyone. I think the most important thing is he wants to prove himself out there as well. And the moment he got the opportunity to do that, he did exactly that.
Esports!
No, I think I feel so confident. We're training so hard in Indonesia, so we're very confident to lift the trophy again.
21 elimination from the champions of Clash Quad and still on the roll, and Evo's being taken down.
Ya, setelah di EWC kemarin kita sudah tidak mendapatkan piala-piala lagi, kita tidak bisa ngejuarain turnamen-turnamen berikutnya mungkin karena kita udah lupa siapa kita sebenarnya. Tetapi di hari ini kita sudah ingat siapa diri kita sebenarnya.
If you look at the data, it says they will not be the back-to-back champions. If you look at the kids and if you look at how determined they are to be back-to-back champions, there's a slight possibility. But it's going to be difficult because for the first time ever on the global stage, we've got 24 teams. Everybody's got that exact same dream. Because that dream is alive for the rest, the chances of EVOS Divine doing it back-to-back may be a little lower.
Kalau untuk tim-tim lain sih, kalau buat saya sendiri saya tidak perlu memikirkan banyak hal tentang tim-tim lain karena itu saya sudah percaya kepada coach saya. Jadi saya tinggal fokus aja main. Nah itu yang terbaik pokoknya. Pesan-pesan untuk tim-tim lain ya hati-hatilah karena ini EWC bukan turnamen yang lain. Kalian bisa lihat sejarah-sejarah kita di turnamen EWC kemarin. Nah itu dia kalian hati-hati aja yang ngegangguin drop zone kita.
Can you believe that Buriram United managed to get 3 booyahs yesterday? It's actually insane. I still can't believe it.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I tell you what though, 2 champs, back-to-back champs, global finals and now EWC 26, potential for an absolutely glorious run.
Yeah.
Yeah. EVOS Esports, defending EWC champs, managing to get 1 booyah as well. I mean, Lace, this is just, it's turning out to be an insane competition. I tell you what, the way that I see it, right? Team Apex Gaming have to come out of the gate swinging on day 2 of groups because they just need to do something, otherwise they're going to go out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I think AGAL are the most consistent team here, and to be honest with you as well, Gun Dynasty impressed everyone on day 1, didn't they? Is that a croissant? Nice. Welcome to day 2 of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
What is up, survivors? This is the STC Rewind for Free Fire at EWC 26. As the teams get geared up for day 2 of the group stage, here's a bit of a recap of what happened on day 1.
Now here's the thing, when we started off with Group A, the most difficult group out there, they went all in and EVOS Divine. There were little doubts, but they were able to acquire their top position on the chart. But the main problem stands about the difference that is there in Group A. There's a lot of points that teams need to acquire in case they want to make it at the final.
But for Group B, it's a lot more tactical. The teams came in and they were trying to read each other's moves, and the point differential and the margins is actually a lot more tighter than Group A, but the front runners are still the teams that we expected to be at the top.
While the front runners are taking these points away, it's about the teams who might get eliminated at the end of group stage. On Group A, we have 2 teams who need to start picking up pace. On Group B, there's Mia Corp as well as Straw Hats, Titan Esports Club and Demon's Pride on the other end. So it's going to be a tough battle in case they want to rake up points, especially for Group A.
There are some teams that started off slow but came in swinging in the later stages of the game with Aurora Gaming and also Team Falcons from Group A. But even for Group B, Team Secret, the recent spring winners of SCA 2025, also came out hot. But they are clear favorites for both groups. Buriram United Esports with 3 booyahs in Group A and MIBR Laws for Group B.
So the whole competition so far, to kind of rewind it back, it's between SCA versus Brazil. Who gets the champions title, who makes it to the final first is what we are in the question for.
And if you have missed out on some of the storylines, when we look at Group A, it's a group of champions, multi-world champions like BRU, with teams like Team Falcons who have won EWC 24, EVOS Divine, EWC 25. But for Group B, it's a group of second places, second chances, redemption arcs, teams that have gotten close to the podium but never finished first, teams who have experienced multiple heartbreaks, RRQ, Fluxo, and even to a certain degree, the the Vietnamese teams this time with their weights on Team Secret.
I think the main highlight that we ended up seeing were Gun Dynasty, and on the other end it was Al Ahly, right? One in Gun Dynasty picked up really big time, but Al Ahly, can they do something different? That is what we have to stay tuned for here at day 2.
Free Fire continues to heat up in terms of competitiveness, so today is only going to get more and more interesting.
It's week 2 of the Club Championship race here at EWC 2026, and yesterday saw icons taking the stage in League of Legends. To kick things off, Faker's T1 started off strong with a win against GAM Esports, while teams like G2, AGAL, Genji, and Sentinels saw themselves all advance to their group's upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, though, for fans of Furia and Team Secret, your teams went out at the hands of D+ and Carmine Corp. Over in MLBB Women's Invitational, today the group stage begins. But the big news coming out of there is the fact that Falcons were able to survive the wild card stage when they were able to take out Huns in the deciding match. They'll now be joining the likes of Vitality, Liquid, Aurora, Spirit, and Onyx, looking to make a splash in the competition. Finally, Dota 2 playoffs begin today. And of course, with both Team Spirit and Falcons in there, they'll be looking to get 8 points on the board for their clubs in the Club Championship. When it comes to things over here, though, for us, we're in day 2 of our group stage. What does that mean? That means 4 teams will be going home today, while 8 will secure their place in the finals. And that's going to be big for our teams looking to make storylines in the Club Championship. Still lots of gameplay left to go, though, so we'll have to see how all of it plays out.
Day 1 of Free Fire was full of dominance. We had 2 teams in Group A and Group B being able to get 3 booyahs. Today, though, on day 2, is any team going to be able to do that? We'll get some answers to that. Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by some amazing people. Lace, Neptune, and Conchita.
One thing's for sure, if I'm going to cheer on the team, I just won't mention their name.
Continuing the tradition, okay?
How though?
We kind of have to jinx some team at some point.
I like the way you think. We'll have to definitely continue on that tradition, because right now you can join the EWC content program. If you haven't already, make sure you do so. It is the Esports Foundation Creator Program. A QR code at one point that's going to show up. Make sure you scan that and join it. You can earn rewards. And if you end up being in first place, well, depending on where you are on that leaderboard, you might end up getting interviewed by Free Fire. So go join the Esports Foundation. Also check out the website. Putting your predictions yesterday, today will happen again. We'll have to figure it out. But if you end up doing that, use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 of any of the fun stuff that you enjoy here, because we're definitely going to be having even more fun. And as Conchita just said, we'll be cursing some teams at some point. Neptune won, because Neptune's gonna be we're gonna be pretty much be Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, it starts with an A, I think.
Maybe not.
Remember.
Maybe not.
Let's take a look at the overall for Group A, though, because this group, I mean, Buryram started off consistent, and just to remind everybody the way that this is going to end up working out at the end of the day, especially after this 6 matches for Group A, the top 4 will end up going to the finals, where we will have champion rush. From 5th to 10th, they'll end up going to survival, and the bottom 2, they're going to be going home, which Conchita, I know you want to be here with us, but I feel like you really want to be down there crushing keys.
You know, as an EWC newbie, it is so exciting for me to finally see the key crushing live, but also I'm devastated for anyone who has to be in that position. Okay, don't get me wrong, I'm not happy for that, but yeah, I'm excited.
I mean, it's dangerous down there. I don't know if you know, in last week we actually broke the handle, and then all the keys an absolute chaotic sequence of events.
That's what I'm all about, I think.
Well, let's take a look at the overall ranking that I was hinting at earlier. There you Versailles United Esports with those 3 booyahs, 132 points. And from the top 4 teams that you're currently looking at, Neptune, I mean, Gun Dynasty, they're able to be consistent and be in second place after 6 matches, even though they didn't get any booyahs.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of consistency and placement points as well as getting those eliminations. And look at how close they are on Versailles United Esports. It's just the position they're taking as well. And it's one thing that to know for Gun Dynasty, they are like the first time that we'll be in here and we didn't expect anything from them. So I guess low expectation is an element surprise for the team right now, and they're just capitalizing on that.
And some of the other squads that are very close to getting that threshold right. We have Loud in there. Team Falcons as well. Lace, I know you want to talk about them. We're going to be talking about them even more later on, but they do have a gap to make within the top 4.
Yeah, you know, they got a lot of pressure and a lot of weight on their shoulders winning that club championship. You know what, 2 years in a row. So it's going to be, you know, just something that, I mean, you've got to get that more mentality in and try and obviously overtake some of these heavy-hitting teams. But making that lead, you just want to try and get into that top 4.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? Since we're talking about Falcons, let's continue talking about Falcons. Make sure they fully improve, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday. Finished yesterday, obviously, with the 89 points, placement and 67 eliminations. We want to be seeing those today, Falcons. We will be seeing a lot of pressure on Fire as he's like the only player remaining from the EWC Club Championship winning roster. So we're talking about a pressure cooker on Fire needs to bring it for the rest of the team. And placement and elims, they want to be a part of that top 4 conversation. Because I think they ended, what, about 26 points behind the top 4 cutoff. They're about 31 points ahead of Aurora. So they do have a significant gap to be able to get to that top 4. So they do go to the survival stage.
To be fair though, I mean, first day was more about reading the game, adapting to each other's strategy. For some team, yes, they set the tone, they came out with the ban, but for some others, it's more like testing the waters, you know, seeing how everybody else is doing. And yeah, maybe today everything might get slightly better.
They dipped the toe in, they need to jump in the water.
They're just dipping the toes, getting
This question about reading the game. Some of it are right. Consistent enough. Like elimination wise, it's really difficult for the teams to get that, especially with how rotation that they're working on to be able to make sure they can get in the final circle. And not a lot of teams will be able to pull it off. They just need to be tactical, silent, and deadly at the same time.
Oh, I like that. One team, I mean, that was able to do that yesterday, especially. It was one that you were actually hyping up, and you kind of going on the trend here, and I like what you're doing, and it was none other than our because that's what you were saying. We're going to start slow, picking it up, so it's going to tie in with what you're saying. We need to focus right now on the second page. Aurora Gaming, we're just going to bypass you real quick, because I'm going to look at those bottom teams. Honestly, those bottom teams need to do something, because as I mentioned, the last 2 teams of this group will get their keys crushed.
Yeah, Titan Esports Club and Demons Pride, 38 points and 30 points. That's Bangladesh. I mean, Titan Esports just managed to secure 25 elimination points, whereas Demons Pride 14 elimination points. I stand on what I believe there is a total gap, an obvious gap that is happening between some of the teams that are included in the Group A, and I still think that it is the harder group compared to the other one. But I don't know, what do you think, Neptune?
There's a lot of things that can be done right here by these teams. It's not just consistency, it's playing it safe right now. Though from what we're seeing, elimination, they're trying to catch up, but it's placement, that they're position-wise, that they need to do right now. Going back to the basics, just finding the final circle. That's one thing that everyone is underestimating, and they need to go back that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with just Paradox Gaming there. Like, I was watching sort of their playstyle throughout it, and they're getting placement, but
the elims.
මේ කවුද මේ බා මේ දැකලවත් නැති කෙල්ලෝ ඉන්නවනේ ඈ
But as we saw in like the 15
වල කවුරු හරි
so is everybody else because it is just them trying to solidify a spot within zone to then pick up more.
මම දැකලත් නෑ event වල නෑනේ official event වල free fire
More take the elims at the start, then go and focus on their rotations. They were just going straight to zone, which isn't sort of working out for them being bottom 3.
Yeah,
They're on the cusp.
And you don't want to stay down there because as it gets later into the matches, I mean, the pressure is going to start to build up too. We might end up seeing teams parking the bus in a way kind of like England was able to do yesterday. And we saw what happened. They didn't end up qualifying. So you don't want to do that, and you don't want to wait until the end because the pressure will be there. And you're going to have teams just doing crazy things. One team that might end up doing just that is none other than Gun Dynasty. Let's see what they had to say.
And welcome to day 2. Right here I'm next to Vega from Gun Dynasty. Here's our So I heard this is the first time in Free Fire, right? And I wonder how do you guys feel and have you guys prepared everything to get into the top 4 today?
¿Han escuchado que esta es la primera vez que un equipo de habla hispana está en una final de Free Fire en EWC? ¿Cómo piensas al respecto y cómo te has estado preparando para
pues nos sentimos con confianza, siento que nos va a ir muy bien hoy. Mejor que incluso ayer, y que todo esto se trata de preparación y de cómo están saliendo las cosas.
We are really confident, we are really prepared to get here, and I think this is all prepared.
Wow, awesome. Sending a lot of lucks for you guys today. Also, one more questions I wanted to ask. Do you guys feel pressure when you step into this battlefield? Because there are so many strong teams in our group. How will you guys manage all of it?
Entras en la arena porque hay un montón de equipos muy fuertes. En el caso es el ¿cómo haces para lidiar con esa presión?
No, como equipo y como jugador individualmente no sentimos ninguna presión. Sentimos que estamos jugando como si estuviésemos en casa, como si estuviésemos en un día cualquiera y que esto se trata solamente de confianza en uno mismo.
As a player and as a team, we don't feel any pressure at all. We feel like we're playing like at home, like it is any other day. So I think this is all about how much you believe in yourself.
Oh my god, this is so great because you know when you play on a stage, it's really different from playing at home, right? But hearing his answer, it makes me feel so good about him. So thank you so much for your interview, and also thank you to our Zippo as well. And good luck to you today, Gun Dynasty. Thank you for your listening. And now let's explore more in EWC 26.
Bye-bye. Well, Gun Dynasty, we're expecting that same attitude today. Not being nervous, not feeling any pressure, because one team that didn't feel the pressure yesterday was none other than our champions, Evos. And they started off on the second match. But I know today, for the PS5 story of the day, Evos, they want to see what they're going to be able to do.
If we go back to what happened on day 1, the highest score EVOS had was in game 2. I think 12 person points and 17 elimination points, and that was the best of EVOS, the best game that they showcased the whole day. And I think the teamwork between Russia and the other supports are working so much better towards the end. And this actually the thing that separates EVOS from RRQ, if I can say that. They do have the mentality to stay calm, to bounce back from the mistakes that they have, whereas RRQ usually takes a bit more time. It takes them a bit more time to get comfortable, to be okay with the mistakes that they did. And EVOS, that is definitely the reigning champion mentality that they have right now. It was a slow start, but then again, after a few bad calls, they finally started to climb up the ladder and continuously, consistently
Did you see them possibly crumbling? Since they're right there in the fourth place, going directly to the finals or going to survival?
Actually, it's quite the opposite.
Adat Bangladesh team mein gahagash nete iverai. Survival stage
to go through the survival stage. I mean, 111 points, 70 elimination points. That's quite big for EVOS. And I'm not saying that just
survival
I do think they have what it takes. Again, start, but I think that's where it's different because when we see the way of other teams are playing, the other Southeast Asian teams are playing, they came out very strong. I mean, let's say Bangladesh Esports, they bring out the big guns from the very get-go. But EVOS, they try to at least read the situations first. They try to be comfortable with it, and that's exactly what they did. They got better and better and better each game.
One team, Neptune, that's going to be hunting them down, making sure that they get within those top 4 is going to be none other than Lao, the Brazilian squads. It's not just Southeast Asia here. Brazilian squads have been able to show up, and I know you're keeping a close eye on what Lao's going to be doing in regards to their games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially now, you did point out EVOS with the numbers. Lao is now 4 points behind them. So there's a lot of things that they can do right now in this fight. But just to look up on what they did in Val, they're one of the teams who managed to bring in the A124 combination together with Oscar as well as Steffi. So with that alone, you can see the intention. They're not going aggressive. They're just playing it safe. And I guess with that, they're just, as you mentioned, testing water. So this is where they might switch it up to a more aggressive play when it comes to active skills as well as position-wise. But hopefully that will not be read by other teams.
You know what? Curse the team yesterday. Today we're gonna blast the team. Which team are we gonna blast? I need a quick answer. Don't lace.
That's
a quick. Neptune.
I need to go back to me.
I kind of don't want to say anything. Oh my god.
Buriram.
No, I'm just gonna
she's gonna go with it. Starts now.
70, 60, 50. Mundi ni kan jati gigi nang ini.
අනේ වන්දා මේ පාරත් ඩිවෝස් ගත්තොත් හොඳයි.
ගහන්න මේක විතරයි. අනිත් ඒවා ගහන්න.
මේ ගැන ගන්න ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ග්ලෝබල් එකනේ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second day of Free Fire at EWC here in Paris.
The stage is set and our teams have their sights on the grand finals, but the only obstacle in their way, just 11 of the best teams in the world.
After only 6 games today, we will have the name of our top 4 teams who will qualify directly to Saturday.
But remember, Luti, this is the Esports World Cup, so our eliminated teams, their keys must be crushed. And so the battle at the bottom today, it's going to get spicy. So without any further delay, let's introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage to kick us off, starting with Aurora Gaming.
Team Apex Gaming.
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
Sukra, aduh, Ronaldo fan.
Buriram United Esports.
Defending champions of EWC Esports.
Demons Pride.
Pakistan team එකනේ.
ඒ පාකිස්තාන් ටීම් ඔක්කොටම වගේ ස්පොන්සර් කරලා තියෙනවා ටැප් ෂොප් කියන එක. වැඩි හරියට. අවුර
Paradox Gaming.
South African team එකවා.
Titan Esports Club.
Loud Snickers.
And finally, Gun Dynasty. Don't forget, if you want to survive, your only goal is to avoid these bottom 2 spots.
Words couldn't be truer. 12 teams enter the Gadia city grid, but only 10 will make it out alive. The stakes just got higher, so it is time to make your move. It is time to get to the Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
ඒ සිටි එකද බං ඒ තියෙන ඩුබායි වලද සෞදි අරාබිය වල නේ සිටි එක තියෙන්නේ.
මේ සිටි එක පැරිස් යකෝ.
කුයි මොකද්ද සිටි එක?
Dominant teams in the world will step up
Ah,
to the
nah.
grid for the first time today. Teams who
Oh,
excel
yeah.
in their regions and let their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your
ඔව්
teammates.
ඊට සර්වයිවල් සර්වයිවල් එකේ ඉන්නේ ගන්න හොඳම 12.
නෑ $4 සර්වයිවල් එක ගන්න.
4. දැන් මෙතනින් ඉඳ කියන්නේ 4ක් යනවානේ.
එතකොට මේ සර්වයිවල් එකේ යනවා කියන්නේ නෑ මාරුයි කියන්නේ.
Last one standing is going to be very difficult, but also Bob struggling unholy along with the help of
අපිට තිබ්බනේ මේ ෆෝමැට් එක කරන්න ලෑනේ. මැච් ගන්නත් අද. මේ බ්ලැක් බුල් වල දැකලා අද තේ බ්ලැක් බුල්. ඌ තමයි එනවා දෙල්ල එක. එද දිනනද? හයෙන් පස්සේ ඊයේ හිටියනේ. මුලින්ම.
BTR එකක් tie ගහන්න බෑ. නෑ විත් වයිටැලිටි එක. ඒක තුනකෝදී හිටියා මන්ද. අන්තිමට ෆෝම් එකක් යා.
මොනවද නේ? අර මීනස්සා වගේ එක බා.
වයිටැලිටි
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Free Fire at Esports World Cup 26 here in Paris. You know what day it is? Day 2 of the group stage, which means that hopes will be crushed and dreams will continue to be built for the survivors. We have 12 teams from Group A, but only 10 will move on forward to either the survival stage or the grand finals, depending on their standings. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by Lucifer here with some 6-7 performances from some of these teams. But that's not the spot you want to be in. You want to be in the top 4 because you skip the survival stage, which means you skip 10 games.
Exactly. It's going to be very crucial that you get yourself out of this grind of a survival stage. When we say there are 10 games,
ඒ පුටුවත් පස්ස පුටුව නේවා.
අලබංගෝ යාර කමර්ෂල් යද්දි කමර්ෂල් යද්දි බලපන් කෝකේ දියසෙබ.
ඒක කරතක්ද දියදී පුටුව.
which has teams being
කැමර පස්සේ කරන් නිදා ගන්න එක බා.
to be in the champions if they walk away
වයිප් නරවස ගන්න නිදා ගන්න එක.
very big trouble moving into the survival stage.
Yeah, and that's ironically something that a lot of these squads
Dan
are
Malia
hoping to
Ibni
have,
Bam.
right? They are hoping that the heavy hitters, the front runners, make it directly to the grand finals, so it makes the odds for tomorrow better. And usually you don't want to hope for your opponents to win, but in this case, for some of our hopefuls up here, some of our first timers, they want that to be a possibility. They want to increase their chances. And speaking about
ඒ ෆින්ගර් ග්ලව්ස් දාන්න බෑ නේද මේ?
they're looking good, they're feeling confident,
ෆින්ගර් සිව් දාන්න
the
බෑ.
hard
ෆින්ගර්
work
ග්ලව්ස්
will pay off, and I personally believe in that as well. Yesterday performance
දාගමයි දාන්න ඉන්නවා.
pushed it through the finishing line.
ඒව දාන්න තු ගහන්න දෙයි.
Right? Southeast Asia versus Brazil. I think that's where the entire competition right
ඊක දාන්න තු කොහමද මං ගහන්නේ? උන්ගේ එහෙමයි උන්ගේ අතට පේන්නේ නැහැ දාලා
dynasty for Latin America. They
මේ
got
ගැන
out of the blue and nobody's able to read
ඔය
them.
එකක් දාන්න
මොන සුදුයි නේද?
This is the usual stuff for us day in, day out. That is unbelievable in such a high intense, high octane stage.
Yeah, I can't believe. I think it's like the mental fortitude, just the prep that they had, right? First time stepping onto such a big stage and having such confidence. And why wouldn't you be confident sitting in second place, just behind Buriram United Esports, who are at the top of course, with 3 booyahs and 80 elimination points. But if we take away Gun Dynasty, isn't that far behind, right? They are only 3 eliminations behind Buriram United Esports, followed by HJL, and then our defending champions on 25, which is Evos, Lao Snickers as well, with 2 booyahs under the bag. Team Falcons catching up in the later stages of Group A. the top 6 look incredibly strong, but then we see the separation between 6 and 7.
Yeah, big difference around the 6 and 7. 58 points is where Aurora right now start off, and that's almost around a 30-pointer difference. This is not going to be an easy jump up, and that is the reason we've been talking about. Like, yes, at the end of the day, we're going to be going to the Crusher to
take away dreams.
It could happen for some of them. They have to jump up, and in terms of those dreams, it has to be the South Asian teams. That is Titan, Esports Club, and Team Sprite. They've not at all had a great start. It's the placement point. Manage a chance.
Get into the flow state for the next 6 rounds. Actually, even during some of the team intros we saw, the South Asian teams, right? You can feel the nervousness, right? There is some tension in the air, and hopefully it breaks when they're calm. Yesterday was all about getting hopefully when you sit back down, you are in the zone. You are feeling, you know,
Indian
it's the toughest part. People always say that you play the best when you have nothing to lose, when you play freely and have fun, but it's pretty tough when you have so much on the line.
But Ganda NST, it doesn't seem like they're thinking in that direction at all. They've been completely keeping themselves away from that thought process. Achieve lot at stake. This is our time on the stage. They are not thinking about that. They're making sure they put the best performance of Free Fire ever seen on the biggest stages, and they're able to deliver. Sitting at the second spot, 3 eliminations away from the team at the very top, tells you the caliber that they're walking here in Paris, and looking forward to their global title, taking it away from EWC. EWC, yes, got their booyah, but is it going to be enough for them?
And I'm going to take it a step further, Lucifer. There are 3 points difference in terms of elimination compared to BRU, right?
Yeah.
So the main difference is the placement. Because if BRU have 1 less booyah, Garena Dynasty would already be at the top, and actually it is closer than it is. And if you put that into perspective, it's a very scary thought. You said that, you know, for a team that is on this stage, they play freely with as if there's no pressure at all. For a first-timer, it's even more. That is even more insane. So right now, I think hopping into today's games, the map rotation are going to be slightly different. Yesterday we did have the more Indonesian heavy favorite rotation in the second half, but today we get double purgatory. And you know what that means? Brazil and Thailand are going to be elated. But we'll start it off again with the classic opener of Bermuda. Let's hop into game 1 of Group A. Especially the ones in the middle order, as well as the teams at the bottom. If they don't start making points now, they will not be able to catch up to the race, especially because now the Crusher is in front of everybody. And the map starts off evening the entire playland into a half. And even if when you look at your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the amount of booyah some of these teams have acquired for themselves. I say some, but 6 booyah split amongst 3 teams. BRU, of course, holding the record, so if we ever get into a tiebreaker situation, they will have the innate advantage. But most Free Fire tournaments, Free Fire matches, we didn't have to go down that path because it is separated by eliminations. So those gun power are going to be very, very important. We see some early skirmishes already. The players get hyped out. DRS, a team that wants to get out from the bottom, starting off right.
The real soldiers. They've looked decent. I really like how they played. We were talking about them yesterday when we were sitting backstage and looking at their games. They start off well. They have their one-off games, and they did that yesterday. EVO's right now on a team that needs to get to the top spot. That is going to be Falcons. They're firing on them. Eliminations already. 3 totaled up. This tells you why they're the champs. Why they're the defending ones right here on EWC. But now challenge coming in from Pina. He's already taken 1 down. Damage big time. And I think Bax is in big trouble. Glue wall out and then running around the glue wall. He puts Pina down.
Bailed out by the mini Uzi in the CQC. It's a full spray down onto Pina. 4 points for EVOS at the start of this game. But Falcon's not out just yet. In fact, the whole team has been brought back. So we're back to square one. DRS though continues to rack up points by picking up stragglers. This time from Paradox Gaming. And even Windy himself catching Alu out in the open, but again the mini Uzi is the superior weapon.
What an individual battle being laid down by DRS. Looking very confident today, and this is how they played their game number 1 yesterday as well. And I think this is very consistent performance coming in, especially for the team from Nepal. This is something that I expected when I was seeing these South Asian teams play out, and DRS are delivering. Can they deliver to the top 4 is a question, but right now another 1v1, and this time Pratik, he will not be able to take a hit because this time it's going to be Team Apex Gaming, who we spoke about, slowly make a comeback, and it's already started off finding the very first, and that's going to be Shoto, but his trouble is still not done. Around the pipes, it's going to be Strox, who is trying to trouble it, but Shoto out in the open, not the best. But there are reinforcements. That is KD God, the IGL. He has to stand with the team today, and he finds the opening.
And you had your opinions about these two teams that both started off good. For DRS, they are like the early round wonders. You need to see more consistency, but for TAG, they need some time to warm up. And I think it's falling into place for now as AGAL finds himself a basically isolated Axo. So that's their 4th point. Rest for Aurora Gaming out of there. Jun will have to drive along the coastline. But AGAL, we know when they smell blood, they are going to keep on hunting. So we'll check back in just a little bit. TEC taking over the compound, and Jazzy able to launch pad to safety.
Demon Sprites still haven't found their openings. No eliminations. They have lost 2 players. A Swab will be finally revived, but KD God on the other end still troubling DRS. Titan Esports Club versus Demon Sprite. Both these teams are at the bottom. Both of them need points. But in the mix of this, the last player gets found and Aurora are out again.
That was scary. For half a second there, TEC going for the chase and almost gave away a 1v2. But thankfully, not a reality. Now, Apex Gaming continues to hunt for Pratik. Actually getting the Bison on the KD God. Instantly a recovery there. KD God going down again. Woven! Getting some magic done here. There is some recovery towards the very end, and thankfully, TAG continues to thrive.
4 eliminations in total. KD God with 2 of his own, and this is what we need being delivered by him. He is the pillar of the team, like we were talking about Mafia from Total Gaming yesterday. KD God does that for this team, and as I said, slowly but steadily they pick up pace, and it seems like they are moving in the direction. Yesterday we did see one of the game where they did find eliminations around the double digits, but it's not going to be enough. Today they have to rake up a lot of points because the difference at the top already sits at triple digits.
Gotta keep up to that, live up to that name, right? Yeah. If you call yourself KD God, you better rack up some numbers here. Even for Titan Esports Club, they are now currently in 11th place. Last we checked in on them and the overall standing. They're 4 points already. That is, you know, in all honesty, in a lobby that already started slower than what we saw yesterday is a good thing, right? My personal prediction is that teams like BRU, they are going to slow down a little bit. They are already in such a comfortable spot. They're not going to be hunting for much. And this is actually a very good opening for teams at the bottom or the middle of the pack to start racking up some points.
Hands down, that's right. This should be an opportunity that the teams in the middle order should pick up points, and that's what Paradox is trying to do. Already found an opening on Team Apex Gaming. Will confirm the elimination, KD God, but quickly being hit upon. That's Shoto putting down Sneaky for his sneaky approach on his captain.
And Paradox still having members around. It's going to be windy now. Enrique out in the open. Shoto wins out on that exchange. And Enrique now fully alone, sniped, not in sight at all. As Paradox Gaming pretty much separated on the map. And this is great for Apex Gaming. That's 7 points under the belt.
Looks really good. They're playing together and it's working out. 7 eliminations, as you said. On the other end, Paradox, depending on their 4 eliminations that they got, they were also confident. But this is how the exchange goes when the middle order teams finally find their fights. They're not completely sure about the top teams versus their own teams that they're fighting around the points for.
So on the food chain, it is going to eventually come down to close like the longer it takes for teams to get removed from the lobby, the harder it is to back those placement points. And finally, we see the heavy hitters bring into action. Russia completely ran over by Jonah there. The most of the work, Evo's Divine, or Evo's Esports in this case. Not really looking for a fight, right? They lost Russia, and that's what EVOS has been doing, I think, yesterday as well, when they were sending Russia out on a one-man mission, and he's been holding the fort really well alone as a sniper.
But Team Apex Gaming right now holding their own Sailjar and Shoto putting down Gun Dynasty. We were thinking about this trouble that might strike Gun Dynasty. Trying to run away. Will that be possible? He's already spotted out. Finds an opening, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be 10 total eliminations for them. And Benel is the last man standing.
Benel, coincidentally, is also the star of the team as he gallops away. Try and find some safety net. Dinoculus used the scout out the journey in front, and for now it is clear. Might run into Takuri if he goes slightly further, but don't have to do so. Vending machine available. GD not out just yet. And this was a concern that Jill brought up before the show started, right? That Gun Dynasty, they had a great start. They were really confident, but there is a chance that they drop out of top 4 today. And this might just slowly manifest itself. We check back with them in just a little bit when Mandara getting absolutely fried in that hunt. With Limit watching from the side as well. The rest of Falcons not surround their prey. Mandara with the 2 one no confirmation there as Falcons take him
නෑ
out.
බං ඉතින් හරිද ඊයේ බං හොඳ මරාගත්තනේ අද බං අනේ අර ඔක්කොම පොඩි පොඩි ඇච්චොන් ටික ගහයි
at least picked up, but Falcons on the other end,
ඔය
they
එක
know what they
තමයි
want. They want to get to the top
පොඩි
4.
පොඩි
They
උන්ට
are
ගහලා
right now missing on the top of the charts, and that's the reason they're running right now. And they've already spotted top 16 because he's been laying down glue walls. Geroro troubled a little in the meantime, but I don't think top 16 will have an opportunity. On the other end, Team Apex Gaming.
Wow.
They again re-challenge Paradox and put the entire team out.
දැන් උන්ට නිදාගන්න
Talk
දීලා උන්
about
කල්ලු නිදාගෙන
strong
නීටි
stars. We check in the STC replay here. Demon's Pride. Unfortunately, it's caught in the cross, caught in rotation by Team Falcon. And of course, with the Skyler in the hands of Limit, it was easy pickings. Falcons raking up 10 eliminations, entering the double-digit club. 10 teams remain. We did lose Aurora very early on, like what we seen yesterday. Paradox being the recent casualty. DRS still in the lobby, but with only one survivor left. Rimnam Village completely taken over by the Falcons as they make their nest here. We can expect a bit of a rotation afterwards, but the circle did move to the eastern side of the map.
Eastern and completely southern, and that is the reason we end up seeing teams here. But Falcon now have another trouble in front of them. The ones who they are sharing the overall rankings with, that's going to be loud in front of them. Takuri, the last one who is in the deep waters, will also be found and fished out. And with that, DRS are out. But right now, with the boat maker being called, the fight breaks out between Falcons as well as Loud. Loud Snickers, they want this fight. They want to get back and make sure they stabilize their position. As we said, SCA versus Brazil. They want to make it Brazil, but it's not happening. It's a quick exchange. But BZP, he manages to confirm on P1. That's a very crucial opening to taking out the CQC player.
He also spotted the rotation of Guaksha, so Limit is not going to let it out of sight. Nix actually fights Limit, the backstab. Perfectly done, and BZP back up on his feet. Loud Snickers outdoing Falcons. Giboro on the run with the launch pad. BZP not able to find the track. Falcons escape with the tails between their legs. But not fully clipped yet. Pina was brought back, but Loud Snickers now take control.
What a fight that was to hold it off and BZP to put Limit over there. If he did not find, because Limit was already helping his teammates out with the sniper, and that is the reason, taking out bits and pieces of Falcons. First take down the CQC player and then go for the one in the long range. Made wonders.
නෑ ඉතින් තාම වයිප් නේ
eliminations for themselves, 7 eliminations, and I think in the top 4 so far that we've seen teams, AGAL are the ones who are very consistent, safe and sound, and not troubled by any team so far.
Same as BRU, right? Both of these teams have been chilling a bit. We say that they have been taking it slow, but then when you look at the eliminations, AGL actually has 7 eliminations off screens, and most of it is just picking off stragglers and catching teams in rotation. But most of these teams, they were able to get those revives in, and this is why we still have 9 full squads. Almost 9 full squads. Less for Demon's Pride. BRU now making their rotation just past Pochino. A good chance that they run in the GG again. Has been giving them some problems yesterday.
Gun Dynasty yesterday has been a problem for their own. Hopefully they soon recover. But right now, Demon's Pride, they spot a problem in front of them. That's going to be Loud. A quick run with the boost in the vehicle they took, and they take the compound right next to Demon's Pride. 3 players, Jazzy, Aswab and Madara, they have to figure an approach because Loud have been looking louder than ever here on day 2 for the top 4 spots.
Absolutely. And it seems like Demon's Pride are thinking about standing their ground, but there could be intervention from Evos who are right behind them, just silently watching this go down. We see the UAVs being sent out. And I think Loud Snickers are doing the good move. This is a very classic pincer, right? You surround the compound and suddenly whoever is in those buildings becomes the one that is trapped. DP are starting to feel that pressure.
Yeah, today, I think Gun Dynasty, while they did not feel any of it yesterday, it is about qualifications. It's about keys at stake. It's about making it to the final. And right now, even Titan Esports on top of the silo, start putting players down, doing the damage, and Evo's helping out over there. Unfortunate, one of the
Go
eliminations was
in
stolen away, but they still have the eyes on the Falcons. The verticality has changed. Falcons are on the ground, whereas Titan Esports Club are on the roof right now.
Yesterday we got very generous circles, but I think today things are going to only get worse.
Look at the final circle.
I mean, the circle's right out in the open, right? So if you are not good, if you are not comfortable with these CQCs out in the open, if you are slow in the decision making, that is going to be the difference maker. And I think it's a very good time to put our team to the test. Who can survive a circle as brutal as this?
Yeah, an open circle, and if you're able to stand your own, especially in game 1 of day 2, that gives you a lot of confidence moving further, and that's what Team Apex Gaming have done. They've started off great, but right now they have a challenge. All gamers global want to find an opening clip to two rivals being all tuned towards Team Apex Gaming. Flash freeze, nades, but now counter activity coming in from Team Apex Gaming, trying to push down AGAL. Shoto in the forefront using the dash, wants to find an opening, but AGAL are not giving space.
And they took care of the UAV as well. Medic gun to heal Shoto back up. The tip of the spear for TAG lies in his hands. Barro's getting flanked out. Sahujan almost getting the takedown. That could have made a world of difference. But it does put AGL in a dangerous spot right forward. This Cypher that manages to break this fight wide open. Second one on the ground. KD gone now. We have to dig deep and find something. But AGL will be the one that prevails.
Brilliant caliber and position played out by AGL. They held that ground even though they were at a disadvantage at the edge of their peak. They were still holding it off against Team Apex Gaming. Would have had an opportunity, but I think that being a little spread out became a disadvantage for them. But right now, spreading themselves around, we saw already this rotation coming in from Lau, the smartest one there. Demon Sprite and Evo are also being troubled by Loud, and now even Demon Sprite trap already getting closer. He's only found an opening on a swap. Jazzy is also down.
Team Falcons also dispatched by BRU, and now they turn their attention over to AGAL.
Game එක කාලේ ඉන්නේ බ්‍රසීල් එකේ
but it should be a recovery. Titan Esports still has Blade around. Is he showing enough to cut through the ranks of the Goliaths in front of him out in the open? This is going to be tough. No utilities, 2 blue walls and only 5 medkits. As BRU will also have to make a break for it. Once more doorway out of this. They exit straight into the line aside of Loud Snickers and potentially Evos.
Yeah, you go, man. You didn't belong in that done.
Where you're looking forward to qualification. All the top 4 teams are still surviving. Buriram, AGAL, Evos and Loud. It's only Titan Esports Club all the way at the bottom who has the last player standing, and he doesn't have any position in the zone. So a lot of points which could have been acquired for teams for qualification are being missed out. Blade will be spotted, quickly taken down by Cypher, and we come down to the last 4 teams, and all of them are in the top 4.
Wasana taking a mate to the face, but getting top back up by the therapy. The support system always solid there. Focus on Loud Snickers and a little mistake. As Loud Snickers and AGL work hand in hand for the elimination.
AGL,
they are inside the circle. Cypher wants to put BCP down in the truck. He's not being able to, but finally that strike coming in from Dew, and Evo's Divine helping out as well. Nix becomes the last man standing as Evos go out. Cypher has already fought him. Nix is trying to isolate. Players are falling down, and eventually they hack the number, and they get their very first booyah.
Very first booyah in the group stage. And even without it, they were in the top 4 spots. So imagine when you give AGL such a big boon. Fantastic performance. We saw the hold earlier on where they came back from a disadvantage, and it was all because of one minor detail. Barrow surviving in the backline. If you don't break the backbone of AGAL, they will break you instead, and that is exactly what was achieved. Them and Lau unintentionally working together to get rid of BRU, but then AGAL found a perfect engage onto Loud.
Yeah, I think there was an opportunity where Loud, if they had a chance to recover themselves after the fight, being at the edge of the zone, it could have been their booyah as well. They've already pulled so many yesterday. It could have been an added or third today.
Yep.
But AGL's position, we spoke about it, even in a position where they had to climb up the hill against Team Apex Gaming, If that did not work out, we would have seen AGL go out very early on. But they held their own, they held their front there, and it worked out. And now they've gotten their very first booyah here on day 2. Especially being in the top 4 hurts the middle order.
Yeah, but there are definitely flowers that need to be given to some of the teams that are in desperate need of points, right? I mean, TEC, TAG, well, they came out strong. DRS as well, right? There's some great stuff happening, but let's listen in to what AGL were talking about leading up to that booyah. Again, another performance from AJL that I think shook the opener of day 2. But I would say, right, this goes back to the potential of our secondary scenario. If this trend continues, then might as well let them go through. Let them go through. And we have some of the teams who are chasing for their qualification to grand finals play tomorrow. An extra 10 games. But I guess without these heavy hitters being a big threat, it makes the chances slightly better.
It makes the chances slightly better if you think about the survival stage, but as you looked at the performance right now, the bottom dwellers, the last 2 who were there, even Titan Esports Club and Demon Sprite, they try to make it towards the top 6 teams, meaning they're acquiring placement points, getting eliminations, out of that elimination threat. In the middle order, now it's completely dicey, so you don't know who's going to get eliminated, so better be wary. Either you strike towards the top 4, or you don't know if you're going to get eliminated or not.
There's always that safety net, I believe, for any Free Fire competition, right? If I can't take that top spot and qualify, the bare minimum, I make it out alive to the next stage. And so if you can't aim for top 4, aim for top 10.
But I'm not sure if it's going to be as easy as it sounds, or as easy as we make it sound. Because look at Gun Dynasty, they were barely able to get 2 points in this game. That tells you day 1 and day 2 can be really drastically different. It cannot replicate the same performance, and that's what AGL, to get their very first booyah, allowed to go out like that, tells you that they are strategically planning their championship. They want their trophy, their key on the
ship. How this group was a group of teams that basically they enter the boxing ring and they just start swinging, right? Failing their arms, trying to get some in. Maybe at the 6th round, okay, that kind of we gotta slow down. And the teams that actually very patient. BRU, very patient. Laos Snickers, very patient. And patience paid off.
Yep, completely. The top 4 teams surviving till the very last, and also being the last 4 surviving teams, that patience, that holding game off, actually playing as survivors, and knowing that they don't have a lot at stake to go out, whereas Gun Dynasty, something that we were talking about, if they miss their performance today, and if Falcons rise up the ranks, they might get pushed down. We already spoke, yes, they have a high number of eliminations, but that's not going to cascade and help them out to directly qualify.
I would say that they do have a safety net with the points they have, and let's see how much they can lay in that bed of roses. We're going to let them lie out and rest for a little bit, as we will be right back with more Free Fire action.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being Kadir City, powered by play.
What an intense opener. AGAL secured the first booyah of the day. We are now back on stage with Mikon Chita Caroline, and of course, we have Yunsul here. That was exciting, right? Yes. What a game, what a match. I mean, what even is that last circle, Yunsul?
That was crazy. That was really intense. Imagine we have 5 teams, very strong teams competing with each other. And lastly, only one survivor, which is AGAL. And so incredible. I have been watching them since yesterday. And finally, they got their booyah. I was waiting for that the whole day.
Yes, and And what's amazing is that AG actually scored the highest elimination points the other day in one game, and that was the 5th game. They got 19 points. I'm pretty sure they were able to win today, hopefully. But seeing what we just saw in the first game, I think things are looking quite promising, right?
Yes.
ආයෙ ප්ලග් කරලා නැහැ.
As you said, the elimination
කරලා නේ නේ ඉන්න ගමන් ගලවලා.
they were doing so best, and today, but still, the first ranking here is Freefireme United Esports, which is 149.
ඇත්තම ටීම් තුනක එකපාර බං අරුන් ළඟට යද්දි වින්න කියන්නේ නෑ.
Thank you,
ඒක තමයි ප්ලග් කරලා නෑ ටීම් වල ඒක.
කරලා නෑ නෙමෙයි ගලවලා කියපා.
Thank you very much to all of the angels, Yusu and
ඒක නිකන් මං අර ඊවෙන් chat එකට ඇවිල්ලා හිත පිටින් ඔය වගේ තමයි.
EWC 2026 again. Paris can only
How
get
are
more and more lovely with these actions. As we quickly jump into map number 2, and this time we're going to change it up a little bit. We're taking early on to the map rotation. We'll be slightly different today. And AJL has started off strong with the Booyah. So let's see if we keep that trend going.
It is so loud.
And another කවුද හිනායරා මැනේජර් කොහෙද?
And you can already see
එතම අවුල.
because of how Titan Esports Club played, and we mentioned this. They need placement.
නායනා කියන්නේ අර ටියු කියන එක උඩ පැනගෙන හිටියේ උස්සල ඉතික් කරන්න ඉදින ඌව
And
දැක්කා.
now they are in.
ඒ උඩ තමයි ගොඩක්
But I will say that whatever we saw like slowly coming true, right? We talked about Demon Sprite needing to come up, and again taking a fight with Paradox early on. It's Aswap. They get wiped out further than Rike. Survival instinct from game 1, but top 16 hunt him down. Aswap instantly brought back. TEC we've been watching out for at the start of day 2. Najat in the fray of things. Rahat also coming in and Blaze slicing through the ranks of Demon Sprite.
Aswap in the mid-air has been spotted. He will be taken down. Demon Sprite are losing players once again. Paradox and Paradox, who just got pushed to the bottom 2, will also suffer another loss right at the start of game 8, match 8.
Talk about kicking
the Bangladesh.
A very unfortunate early exit, completely multiple teams in the earlier stage. Whether it's desperation or a change of pace for some of the bottom dwellers, it has been working out in favor of teams like Apex Gaming, Demon Sprite, Titan, DRS. I mean, even for GD able to pick off a couple of stragglers on their own. But it does come at a cost of teams who are just half a second slower to respond.
DRS want to be the quickest one to respond right now. They did spot GL, but they take the fight to Titan Esports Club, and Najad is taken down. And it is the wisest calls I feel right now. Coming in from DRS and they're making a run for it. Rather than play, they just have the stairs that they are being protected by DRS. They are on a charge. They want to go for a hit. Adu was backing off, uses the chrono and is now safe and sound. But at least this gives away the position of where the players from Titan Esports Club are. But it's only these two. The other players are in the other direction.
Mobile එක වෙනස් නේ. දැන් Samsung නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. Phone එක ගත්තා. 200
Getting tagged in the meantime was brought down. But this was sort of like the demise of Paradox Gaming. Very quick and painless one.
Apple එකකින් කරයි බලන්න. Apple දෙන එකක් නෑ 120 නෑ.
Just absolutely pop Rasha. Great shot from afar. Rahat call in for reinforcement. Aurora this time
මේ උපහිත බං Apple එකක් කරන් කොහොමද මේ පැය ගානක් ගහන්නේ කිව්වා මේක බං මේ පැය 3-4ක් ගහනවා. ආදරේට ගහන්න තමයි ගහන්න වෙන්නේ.
He'll be confirmed. It's up to Baros and News. His flight mode right now happening in air. If he gets spotted out, trouble will strike. And Aurora, they need a game like this. They need a recovery game, and might happen on Solara. At least the revive happened. Therefore, there is still chance for AGL, and they don't have to be worried about. However, Aurora, they needed these 4 crucial 4 eliminations.
The good news for Aurora is that they are not close to the bottom 2. But the bad news is that they technically only have 5 games to play, because game 1 they didn't really get anything done. So the catch-up game, there's a lot more urgency for them compared to the rest of the teams. And one of the teams that is in no rush at all is EVOS. And so far playing on Solara It's one of the maps that they are slightly more comfortable in. Loud Snickers playing a bit of Stroax. Completely found out in the open. Loud Snickers with the first point.
Loud are playing, I think, a brilliant game so far. Ending up in the top 4, making sure they stay the top 4 way that they are in. And it continues that they make it to the final as well. We've already been seeing their counterparts from Brazil. MIB are lost in flux, so they're keeping their toes matched up, and I think that's what Loud want to do. And if that's a majority of all the Brazilian teams who made it here to EWC, all going to the finals, there is a big chance for them to walk away with being called the champions.
A lot of pressure also, because when we look at, I want to say from the earlier days until now, you would expect teams from Thailand and Brazil, if they qualify to a tournament, they're expected to all make it to the grand finals. It is quite the way to show that, and especially for Loud, who has been on the big stage. They've missed out if they're not, you know, they don't have 100% attendance, but when they're there, a lot of eyes are on them. Right? Aside from Fluxo, like Loud is the second team that you sort of want to make it to the finals and give a good match. But it has always been so close.
But Aurora also want to make that happen, and that's the reason this challenge happens. However, Jun's lost. That is Rasha coming in.
No way!
Sue is also down. Transformations. Aurora are losing players one after another. That's Rasha for you. He wants again. He was back in action as Zeal spotted. Aim God puts him down, and it's the Axel. Can he put the chopping block out of Evos, or will he be found out? Damage done, HP lost. His position completely compromised. It's just a boulder, and the direction that he's running away. I don't see a vending machine to help, nor a team to help out. And Axel will just try and bite time for the time being because Evos have a distraction.
Yeah, Demon's Pride bailed Aurora out of that. It was a missed opportunity. Aurora had that. Bit of a mechanical error caused them to be in this spot, but again, Demon's Pride, who are also hungry for some points, they ended up being the intervention that Aurora desperately needed in times.
This is what I was talking about. And you see how the bottom teams are now fighting for eliminations. They will go for the top 4 teams. Are
and that is the best part right now of this lobby. Desperation is a double-edged sword. And he has been empowering some of these teams so far. The risk.
Definitely not great as a reward.
TG finds himself on the feet. Just a quick reminder at the end of this, 2 teams are going to have their keys fed into the crusher.
Yeah.
Always a sad cycle, man. Such great accessories. But that's the nature, the brutality of a competition. Let's see what this circle brings us, because game 1 was brutal. Game 2, a little bit more tame, but plenty of open areas.
However, it's only one of the players getting stuck between the lot of Buriram at Eco Drain. And I think he'll be found very soon, but team finding players are tagged. That's Team Apex Gaming. More eliminations coming their way. They're climbing up the ranks, making sure if they have an opportunity, but they need a lot more. They need points closer to 30 in total. Maybe a Booyah also needed if they want to run going towards the top 4.
And the bailout earlier on, the unintentional one, gave Aurora time to bring the whole squad back, right? We look at the separation between Falcons and Aurora. It is 49 points. Made worse by the fact that Aurora didn't really get to play the first game, so it is a tall task to expect Aurora to catch up and find a tie, but it's good enough to remain in the top 10 and make it to survival stage tomorrow. As DRS looking for a rotation, Loud doing the exact same thing, but they might be beelining straight into Demon's Pride.
Demon's Pride, they just got eliminations from Evos. They have a compound that they're holding. Looks to be a better game. Loud have just found their one here. AGL, in the meantime, they're finding the players of Evos, and Evos seem troubled after they were about to convert on Demon's Pride. Wherever they try to head out, they've been spotted, taken down and eliminated. A batch being chased by AGL, and he will be put to rest as well. And that is Evos losing their players. One last survivor is Aim God. Only gets coins now, but where is the vending machine? On one end there's Buriram, on the other end AGL, and right in front now Demon's Pride as well as Loud going in for a fight, and it's going to be Loud putting a drop down, and the entire squad within of them gets eliminated.
A full blitz from Loud again. Their execution and these quick hits are so efficient. They make sure that the fight ends within 15 to 20 seconds so that there's time for them to recuperate if a second team does arrive. And it's something that has defined Loud's playstyle in competitive Free Fire. The Wonder Kid gets brought back.
easy කරන ගොඩේ වන්නේ
That Aim God could do for the team, and right after that, Aksha finds a pickup.
ගොම ගැහුවොත් නම්
And it's
ගොඩේ
a
ඒවත්
situation that
ඇත්තම
Evos frequently find
Nice
themselves
survival එකට යා ගන්න තමයි දැන් දකලා
As of now, I think that's the mantra for them.
Paradox
They're
එකා
unable
නානේ
to find a footing to just go for fights, and they've been just
paradox
chased by
paradox
teams, put them down one after another. And DRS wanted to start out strong. The real soldiers.
ඕ සවිස්ටාන් ටීම් එකට නම් හෙල්ලෙන්නවත් වෙන්නේ
Grasp of information.
දෙකම එළියට
around
දාලා
one another, and they do destroy.
අරුන් ගැව්වම පාකිස්තාන ටික
He is the sniper. He's the one who finds a lot of value so far for DRS. At least today's start in game number 1 was decent, and out of that, Solara right now hasn't found much.
And it's a team that is also a first time on the EWC stage as well. Finally getting what people say they deserve over their counterpart back in the region. BRU, the same face-off as round 1, but we might find an early ending as Jonah with a good hit on the deal. Saifa still pushing forward with support from his teammate Wasana though will win that fight, and this time BRU, they will show AGA. Taking it out of there, but has to go into the blue.
You could say they use the Steffi, no throwables that could have been dropped by the side of AGL, waiting for a forward fight, guns all out, and Buriram had the better of it, and AGL could do nothing of it. It's just very strategic play coming through, and this is what makes champions. And you mentioned Buriram, they want their cabinet with an EWC trophy, and this could be one of their opportunities.
Yep, it's the final piece of the puzzle. And
උන්න මේ පාරට සේෆ් මෝඩ් ගිහිල්ලා අන්තිමට ගහන්න වගේ සීන් එක නැතුව කෙලින්ම කෙලලා දාන්න බලන්න.
A lot of stories being completed. I think again for BRU, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for that to happen. Now ends up stepping on a landmine that should be the end of DRS. Point number 7 and 8 for the Brazilians.
WAG තමයි දැන් team secret.
Put up a fight, but unfortunately not enough firepower in this case.
Trap mentioned it's time for Brazil. It's time for Love to get this trophy, and he is doing it for the team. Playing together, the last man makes a run, but how far can he run? Another challenge. That's going to be Aurora this time. Back and forth. The compound was cleared by Loud. They took Demon's Pride out. DRS came for the challenge. They were pushed out, and now Aurora. Is the story going to be any different? Loud are going to just get eliminations after eliminations, and highest so far here in Solara. They're sitting at 9 in total.
Property value of that compound is only going to keep on increasing with so much hesitation. KD got with the help of Shoto was able to take out Barrows, and that spells in game 2. 8 teams remain. Falcons Shuru getting chased down. It's Gun Dynasty not really having the best of time, and Pina
high school එකයි අර වගේ ඔක්කොම 10 million නේ හම්බෙන්නේ.
One last survivor from Gun Dynasty. That's the only one right now. This state, as you already mentioned, it is
club එකට 10 million dollar හම්බෙනවා. ඕම සීන් එකක් ඔක්කොම බලන්න.
cemented it. And it's going to go down ages, at least here on Solara. And they're at the dead center of the circle, so no one is going to push them out. Maybe the circle itself decides to make a very hard shift, and then Loud would have to change the position.
And even then, wow, they don't have to. But the circle, consistent with what we've requested, at least for today, give Loud a bit of a compound, but most of the safe zone is out in the open. Dinox is scanned now, so someone knows that Loud is in that compound with 12 eliminations to boot. BRU should show up on the radar any time now. It's a good chance it came from EVOS or even TAG, who are now making their appearance. Can Loud hold back the third wave of challenges?
Team Apex Gaming, they need these points. Loud. The challenge has to be very critical on the hit. DRS were in the same active in terms of against Loud while there were landmines all across, and even gun being placed the minute it could be
උන්ගේ තියෙන වෙනුම් විදියක් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. රුක්ෂයක ඒකේ ඒ යන්නේ වන්ද. උන්ගේ අන්තිමේදී කොහොමද තේමනේ? ආරකිව වේනවා. Champion rush නේ ෆයිනල් එකක් අනිවාර්යෙන්
something that I think is going to be the main difference maker between
decide කරන්න බෑ අර league stage ගන්න විදිය.
In your face, wanted to make more moves. Falcons also starting to feel a bit of that planting themselves on the low ground as Ray out in the open would pick up by Guaksha.
යෝසේ ඇන්ඩිය කමාරු කාලයක්.
for Loud Snickers. But the rest of EVOS, even if they get too loud, they still have to do
Mobile
DRS.
racing god Aryan.
Nobody expected him to be
Paling
behind.
Russia lah.
And Russia being the distraction. And he's still fighting. Abax gets another player from DRS, but they instantly put two walls and stall that at least for the time being. Abax, can he find more
racing god में मिली गया ना वहाँ.
players on two different directions trying to corner the team, and Russia spots Falcons. Damage being done, finds the
Ari.
Iwa මේකට තියෙනවද?
No, again, blue walls
Hey, वो से Russia करे Russia करे.
අය ඉවෙන්
And Russia
එන්නේ
himself,
සාමාන්‍ය
6 out of the 7 eliminations this game for his team. Him and Apex completely
Event
separated
in
and trapped would take
Event
care
game
of his
in
teammate. The Wonder Kid left to his own devices, and now even La will have to start evicting the compound.
Machine gun එක drop එකෙන් හම්බෙද්දී unlimited.
So Falcons not really
ඒක කොහොම කරත් ඒක තිබ්බයි event game එකේ.
It looked like it was going to be loud earlier.
කොහොම
But
වෙනස්
unlimited
it is Falcons. They're in the best position to hold every team off. The circle's about to close in the next 10 seconds. And also it's shifting. Teams better
මේ
be ready for
BRU
this.
ගේ
Wolven
ඉඳලා
is
ගහන්න
taken down by
නිකන්
Moshi. A
ගන්න.
very small slight angle.
මේකනේ.
But he found Wolven down, but I think it should be an instant recovery. Not much to be worried about. But
කොහොමද
Team Apex
එකනේ?
Gaming, they have to put them down right here at the heart.
කොහොම
But
අතුම් final
trying
තමයි.
to go challenge and get closer. Falcons trying to hit shots, but none of
ඒක
them
තමයි
connect.
යුන්
And
අනිත්
Buriram
උන්ට මරා ගන්න
taken
දීලා
safely.
පූය ගහනවා.
And the result between BRU and TAG comes down to how much can Falcons change the course of this battle. The glue wall from BRU was trying to work with Wasana, being given one more glue wall as he did ran out of resources, but BRU decides they can't bomb rush this. In fact, it's TAG that responds on the Falcons.
පාට competitive බා.
Now he
බෝ.
pokes it for the building where Loud
අර
and
ඊයේ
DRS
කිව්වනේ
fight first
ඊයේ කිව්වා හරිද
back.
group
One
A
being used
එක නම්
as well.
වැඩක් නැහැ
BRU
B
now
එක තමයි
right on top of the
competitive
roof. The reposition is able by the chaos. BRU now in prime
දැන්
spot.
හරිනේ
However, Lauda taking
You
away
meet
those
you,
eliminations, stealing it away, damage being done
යකෝ
by
group
Buriram,
A එකේ වා ඉන්නේ ඔක්කොම මේ බලන්න.
It looks unstoppable.
Group
Russia is in a very
A
comfortable
එකේ
position. So
ඒක
drastically, this fight changed from Falcons winning it to almost now losing it. And
ඔව්
now
ඉතින්
Team
B
Apex
එකේ
Gaming,
මොකෙක්
they're
කත්
taking a rush out in the
නැහැ.
open.
ඒක ඉන්දියන් ටීම් එකේ ඉන්නවා. එක්ක ඉන්නවා.
ඒකේ ස්වාරාර් කිව්වරු මුන්නේ බෑ
Falcons are out of the race, and Team Apex Gaming now move to that prime position.
දැන් මේ group එක
Circle decides that that will be the case. EVOS eliminated down to top 4. And TAG ever so close. And so far they will be unbothered just for an instant. As DRS is going to be the one that faces
කොහොම මිනිත් ඒ දන්නේ නැහැ උන්. ජොයින මොකද බං කණින්ද?
onto Captain Jonah. BRU under pressure. Wasana
Yeah,
responds from
yeah.
long range. They need to keep Jonah alive. And Jonah is the anchor that cannot break. But Lau is putting on immense pressure by just
මේ මුන් පල්ලෙහාට යන්න try
Lau is
කරේ.
taken now off screen by Trap. And BRU able to retreat to a safe space. TAG now needs to catch up.
Just like how out in the open Buriram made their
Yeah,
rotation,
yeah,
even
yeah,
Loud
yeah,
managed to,
team
with a
again,
plethora of
team,
blue walls, laid down the land, and they
ඒක
walked
අසාධාරණයි.
closer than ever. Team Apex Gaming in the meantime.
ඒ group හදපු එක නෑ.
කොල්ලොන්ට chance එක දෙන්න බං ඒ
ඒක තමයි කිව්වේ group A එක අසාධාරණයි බලහන් පණිවිඩ අසාධාරණයි.
මේ ටීම් හොඳ වුණාට ඉතින් මොනුත් අලුත් දෙන්න ගහන්න බෑ සමහර අය
සමහර අය නෑ මේකේ තරගයක් තියෙන ඔක්කොම ටීම් මේකින්
For Apex Gaming and hold my hand Lucifer because we might be witnessing history here.
legends ටික මේකේ
ඊයක බලපං ඊයක බලපං
With the full squad left alive. But Team Apex Gaming have the high ground. They have a couple of moments, couple of instances where the blue zone will make the difference, and TAG, they are in such a prime position to get this pick off.
Loud. They decided to make a rotation earlier than Buriram, but Buriram had the position and Loud out trapped because the zone's closing in. Glue wall's not working out. Getting on. Finds the opening.
ඊයක බලපං
TAG. The
ඒ
faster they
tag
get rid
එක
of
බං
Loud, the
මාරන
better
මේ
they
tag
all
එකක්
win
නේ
round.
ට්‍රැක් කරන්න
You know that Brazilian don't back down. They're ready to take that fight.
ඕ
Would have been
අර අර වාහනයක් අල්ලන් ගහන්න බෑ
out of vision. And BRU into the fray.
Team Apex Gaming there.
BRU ඉවරයි වා
Safe spot. BRU are out in the open.
උත්තෝ මහාන උන්නවා
මේ ටීම් ගන්න එක ගහනවා රුතියාගෙන
Again. Wasana is down. Make it get
ඉවරයි
Team Apex Gaming are also assisted by Loud. Loud are taking
ගොඩක් chance එක වැඩි.
ඊපස්සේ කෑ ගන්නවා.
TAG have a chance. Jonah been pressured by Lau. A distraction
Go
eliminated.
ටිකේට වහන්න තියෙන්නේ. එම.
History here against Lau.
ගාපන් දෙන්නේ. දැවේ. ගාපන්. එකයි බූයේ ගහයි.
For Team Apex Gaming, we spoke about their comeback. They start slow, but they make it happen. And especially to do it at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris, the biggest of stages. And Team Apex Gaming for India make a big booyah.
Yesterday we talked about this. Dreams come true one step at a time. And I'm glad we held hands for this moment. What an achievement it is for the region. They needed some time to warm up, but once those seats are warm, TAG entered the flow state. And with impeccable execution in the final circle, they took advantage of all these openings given to them. Openings that are very minor, that cannot be missed. But they were on the ball, Lucifer.
We spoke about this, right? Prime position, real estate, all of it. One after another, every team wanted it. Loud started it off, Buriram went for it, and then finally Team Apex Gaming found the very best spot. Falcons, this is why we were talking about it. They were the ones who should have been a booyah here, but they messed up in their movement, and it was Team Apex Gaming took that same position away from Falcons, took the last player down, and they get this booyah, and thankfully they managed to do it in such a manner where they were ahead of the zone, up the hill, and this time they get it.
Incredible stuff here. You can really hear the passion radiate. The crowd, they were feeling it. They knew that once we got into the top 6, TAG is a prime candidate for that booyah. And this is what the Esports World Cup is all about, man. Unpredictability. The this final sequence, TAG. I could rewatch this all day.
Brilliantly played out.
Legend game තුන් දෙන්නටම යවුවා. ටීම් දෙකටම යවුවා.
As brilliant as they wanted. Holding it off, Kelly got Sayajat.
ලවුට් එක වැහි. ලවුට් එක තමයි ඔරුන්ගේ වෝල් කතා කරේ.
And yes, this is a very big thing for them and the whole of India to look at.
ඒ උන් ටික අරුන්ගේ වෝල් ඔක්කොම කෑවා.
We're gonna let these teams again prep for the upcoming games, and for now
hey, ඉන්දියාවට නිකන් දීපවාලි වගේ තිබා.
Hello everyone, I'm Carol Bombshell and we are back on stage and I'm happy to have this company here by my side, Nameless from AGL team. Thanks so much for your time.
සාමාන්‍යයෙන් බූයා ගහපු උන්
You
ගෙන්නුවේ.
guys got so close so many times to get a booyah, but unfortunately
Nameless.
didn't. But today, happily you guys managed. How did it feel to get your first booyah in the competition?
ก็เมื่อวานนะครับแบบว่าหลายครั้งเหลือเกินที่เราเกือบจะได้บูย่าเนี่ยแต่ว่าไม่ได้สักทีนะแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้ปลดล็อกที่ได้บูย่าแรกแล้วเนี่ยฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ඒ දැන් ඔෆීසියල් එකේ ගිහලා සැට් එක බලන්න.
รู้สึกว่าทีมพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับที่จะเป็นแชมป์
ยังආතල් එකේ වගේ ඔෆීසියල් එකේ ලයිව් එකේ chat එක බලන්න.
already unlocked something and I think we are ready to be
That's definitely the way to talk. Okay, so after finishing last year in
අර
the
5 ගේ බලන් ඉන්නවා.
and in the third
බංග්ලාදේශ එකේ උන් බලා ගන්න බංග්ලාදේශී ඉන්දියන් කාර්යය. ඉන්දියාව තමයි මරාගෙන.
together with your whole team. Does it feel like this is the moment to get over the line?
ก็ในปีที่แล้วนะฮะเรา
පාකිස්තානයේ උන් කත ගහන්න යන්නේ නේ අර බංග්ලාදේශී උන් යනවනේ බං.
global tournament นะฮะในปีนี้เนี่ยเราเข้า
ขั้น
หนึ่งแล้วที่จะได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยน
ලැජ්ජාවක්
ก็รู้สึกว่าปีที่แล้วทีมนี้มีผมครับ
Yeah, I think like because last year he not in the team yet, but this year he's here already, so everything should be fine now.
Okay. Are you sure? All right, I trust you. Okay, so there is really some tough teams in the way, of course. Buriram, Fluxo, maybe Arlos, all look very strong. Who do you think is the biggest competitor right now?
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับมีหลายทีมเลยที่บอกว่าเป็นตัวเต็งนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็น MIDR แล้วก็อีกหลายๆทีมครับคิดว่าตอนนี้ทีมไหนเป็นตัวที่เป็นคู่แข่งที่น่าจับตามองมากที่สุดครับ
น่าจะเป็นฟุกโซแล้วก็เราครับ
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Fluxo and Laos, which is like the most competitive team.
Only Brazilian teams?
Okay, I like your answer. Thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches and the rest of the day. And that's it. You heard from Nameless from ATL team. And I'm back with you guys at the studio.
කවුද ඒ බඩුව
කවුද කියලා තෝන දැක්කනේ බලු
non-stop gaming උඩ පයින්නවා බූයා ගැහුවට පස්සේ උගේ chat එකේ donation යනවා එක දිගට ආඩේ ආවලවා
ඡාන්නද මේවනේ
කොහමද Apex එකට survival stage යන්න පුළුවන් මේ වගේ ගැහුවා
We're bringing you all the games you love.
survival stage නෙවෙයි බන් නිකන් top 6 වගේ සීසන් එක දැක්කේ නෑ මම ආවා මේ live එකේ live එක දැක්ක දාලා තියෙන ඊට තමයි
And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind the scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage. With raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads
absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded.
They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
This no call. I said, please, lactose free. I can't deal with this.
I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the words. Alright.
The bed.
They're absolutely the bed. I don't understand
getting
allowed to take control.
Nothing
is done about it. Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay? I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got game. And
you know what? We're actually just going to be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent.
I hope our reactions for the game were not recorded because there's a lot of stuff that we were saying that's not able to be broadcasted. But India finally shows up here with the Booyah narrative. Yeah, I'm really excited to see them play because even set the expectation from yesterday. Lucifer did mention that they have a slow start and then they move up, but also in the last two games they plummeted. So hopefully this is a different story right now, starting it off in game number 2. It's good elimination. It was almost the same story earlier wherein they could have taken a higher spot, especially in game 1. But it's just unfortunate that. So the story is AG, AL, as well as with the binoculars. So AGL was just waiting for them to rush in. And the moment they did, they got annihilated. Red almost got them as well, but it's a good thing that on game number 2, Team Apex Gaming managed to recover.
Yeah, but always, I have to appreciate how Loud is also doing so well in the first. I mean, that last circle was amazing. Yes, they were in a bit of a compromising situation. They got low ground, but they managed to make it work. And I mean, getting that points, I mean, 19 elimination points, and then previously 14 elimination points. This is the consistency that we need, and of course, we expect it from a Brazilian team.
Loud. One of the things that we mentioned too, especially we're talking about is their position, right? Yesterday, I continuing to just be consistent in their location and those circles. Yeah, most of the time they go and choose the middle of the map. That's where they get information, and not everyone is following that. Once everyone is as soon as the next phase covers one, that's where they will be able to rotate onto the edge of that circle. So it's a good strategy for Lao stickers right now. But I think even United in game number 2 tried to do the same thing. It went in the south, and that's where they met AJA.
What's interesting for me was that battle between what was it? Freefirememes was trying to do something at the very last. They were the one who got wiped out instead, and that was actually kind of shocking to me. We all knew day one they were amazing. They were super aggressive. They set the tone, but something went wrong today. I haven't seen the other day.
I mean, I was expecting this. Most of the time, like, we have the three-way battle, especially like this. We're expecting a ring around the Rosie, but I guess they didn't find Rosie at that point, and each other, and Tag was just on that high ground, took down Brim United together with Loud, and great elevation though has been done. It is Tag who initiated it. We were expecting that Loud might be able to do it, but Team Apex Gaming was just an Apex Predator on that 4v4.
They were literally all over the place, up and down. The movement was very dynamic, very amazing, very impressed.
And for Buram, I kind of want to go back to that one because this squad, maybe they set too much of an expectation yesterday, would you say, Conchita? Because they did end up getting 3 booyahs yesterday. I don't think any of us expect them to do that again today.
Yeah, well, again, it's not just yesterday, but it's we all know that they are capable of doing so, and they do come here with a lot of, preparation and vengeance and redemption. So it's not just that we set up a high expectation. We know they can exceed with them. That is why today I'm actually not I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think they can do so much better.
So far, the signature is to show them what have a big on the board. And Brim United, like just now, it's just the numbers elimination. So 17 elimination in the first game, 18 elimination in the second game, despite of not getting that booyah, total points rather. The 10 elimination in the second game, despite of not getting booyah, they're still in the number 1. Some teams are creeping in slowly, and they're making way on what Brim United managed to pull off, studying their opponents, and then bringing them down. Especially with what we've been talking in regards to the gaps. If you're just tuning in, if this is for some reason the first time you're watching Free Fire at EWC 26, let me just remind you what's going to happen after these matches are done for Group A. The top 4 will be moving on to the Grand Finals. And let's take a look at those top 4, because right now, Evo's is at point. You can see 139 points. They do have a good dynasty. Team Falcons as well. This is one team that I think we were expecting to step it up in the second half, especially coming up soon. Maybe that will be the turnaround for that squad, because they do need to make up points.
Yes, but I don't think 5 points is that healthy, actually, especially with the rest of the game. I'm just not sure that this is quite safe yet for EFA, so they still have to try somehow to be more consistent, at least in getting those points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, look at that century mark in terms of elimination for Brim United as well. A lot of teams trying to do the same thing. They're trying to follow the path that BRU has been playing, but it is difficult right now. Most of them are just playing it with placement point, positioning wise, but BRU just understand what they need to do right now. They are countering. They're going against the flow.
Yeah, but it's also getting ridiculously dangerous for streaming. I mean, let's take a look at that. 48 points they found behind Thailand Esports Club in just 2 games today.
Bangladesh gaming, hopefully they let go of the aggressive reign, because I think that's where they're failing. Back in their regionals, they are, that's going against them. Like your aggression, especially with teams who have all eyes on you, then you so they just tone it down a little bit, play with placement, and then towards the end, if you get that booyah or close it, then that's you have that confidence to get all those eliminations. It's so close to it. Those teams towards the bottom, I mean, we just saw what Tag was able to do before this performance. Yes, they have had some good performances, but they were still there within distance of those teams towards the bottom. The last 2 will end up getting their keys crushed here at Free Fire at EWC 26. Now, can they possibly get a booyah? That's what we're gonna be looking at, especially those teams towards the bottom, because they got absolutely nothing to lose. They know what's at stake, Conchita. Either they get a booyah, or they go home.
But one thing that I do realize today is something has shifted between all of the teams that are playing in the A group. Yesterday, it was all about aggressiveness. It was all about showing up, showing strength. But today, they are playing it a little bit more strategically. They are trying to be more consistent in terms of collecting elimination points instead of just, you know, showing up the back.
You gotta get those elimination points.
Yeah.
That's just what we're after. I mean, yesterday we even had a competition in regards to those boys. And you can see the comments you guys have been posting on social media. You guys actually heard us use that hashtag EWC. If I'm not mistaken, we will be featuring some of your guys' stuff right now. I'm trying to see which teams are going to be biased towards. We're totally not biased whatsoever here on the desk.
So nice.
All the top teams to continue to do great and take that performance. But you can see it right there towards the bottom. X-Team says Trap is the best bomber in the world.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because there's a lot of bombers being in here. And this is something that we were talking in the background as well. Though there are a lot of chances of the M79 grenade launcher to be used, not a lot of them are pulling it off. And not even every team is putting in the Steffi to prevent all those grenades. So I hope that we see those great bombers right now being capitalized, because there's not so much of going against them.
It wasn't just Lucifer having the confidence in tag. The fans are out there with the confidence as well. Whether their tag will qualify, which by the way, right now they're looking like they will be qualifying to survival unless they continue to have some more booyahs. Then maybe we have a different narrative here. They will play like beasts today.
But I so agree, because then again, this is the Esports World Cup. Of course, we have to play our best. We have to give the best mentality, the best performance. That is what we expect and nothing less. So yeah, that's exactly what we want from each and every single one of the team that is competing today.
I love this prediction there towards the bottom. AGAL, Loud, or Evos. They didn't want to pick one. They're like, you know what? Let's throw 3 of the best teams out there from Group A and see which one actually ends up winning the championship. And I don't blame him, because right now there's so many teams being able to step up. We're looking at Demon Sprite on the screen. I know Pakistani fans were expecting a lot more out of this squad that is the champions from Pakistan. Can they possibly do it? That is the big question mark. What are we going to be looking for them to do different? I know we've been talking about the playing styles that we've been seeing out of their squads, maybe playing a little bit too passive, maybe being a little bit too aggressive. Neptune, what are you looking for Demon Sprite to do?
Well, we know that for Demon Sprite in their region, they can be aggressive. They can be tactical as well. But again, there's a lot of teams who has read that already, who has been like years ahead of them. Yep. So Demon Sprite just needs to stay in the edge right now. Use all the utilities that they have, especially those binocular skills. If they want to get a safe spot into the next phase, or each phase of the circle, use those R-funds, use those binocular scans, so that at least you'll have a clear view of whether you're heading into danger or just in a safe spot. But that's only that. Not only that, there's also those launch pad that is available depending on the map or which map we're playing in. If I'm not mistaken, the next map would be in Kalahari. So this is where those hook guns will be important. Their entry and exit would be much quicker compared to just walking around or running around.
Now, one of the teams that Demon Sprite is currently hunting down is none other than Titan Esports Club.
Yep.
Conchita, what do they need to do to make sure they don't get hunted down and end up on those bottom 2?
Of course. I mean, the trend that we've been seeing, not just from today, but the match day yesterday, is that you don't actually have to secure a booyah. You can just consistently earn placement points, that elimination points. So I think that should be the objective that Titan Esports Club is focusing right now, instead of trying to, get into a fight, a huge fight with any other team. Just try to make it more safe, more strategic, because I think if we're comparing skills and individuals, they do have what it takes to endure the game, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Titan Esports Club, I think they need Blade to be as sharp as ever. It needs to be...
Wait. Just gonna take a second. Can we please go back to that player? Because he was just relaxing. He was in the mood. If I'm not mistaken, that was AJAL. And they were saying that now, after the performances that they saw, they're looking to be the champions. They're they're feeling that confidence, and boy, are they. Sorry, Neptune, we had to point that out. Now you can go back to it. It's just showing like a villain right there. Ladies to be as sharp as ever. Get all those eliminations in, get that information on those rush. But again, it's not those careless rush. They need to be strategic. Kalahari is one of those wherein they can capitalize on their snipers to find their position first. But again, it's one thing that it's a good thing that we are now on day 2 because they can review what happened in day number 1, especially in this map of Kalahari. And well, despite of not having that much of a gameplay in specific maps, at least they have a general idea of where the other teams are dropping or rotating.
Let's take a look at the overall once again, just to make sure everybody's aware of what's happening right now. Gun Dynasty, I feel like today we really haven't seen the Gun Dynasty that we saw yesterday.
True, because not only they haven't secured a booyah, but the points that they keep on getting the other day, that is something that we haven't seen today. I think that is exactly the problem with the way that the other teams are playing. They're no more showing aggressiveness. They are playing it more smartly, and I think that kind of messed with Gun Dynasty's plan and strategy. Yep. So it's time for them to adapt now, because actually they were one of the team that were very disruptive the other day. Now they are the ones who has to follow the rules, quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly. I think the day number 1 they had that element surprise.
Yeah.
Gun Dynasty just brought in the big gun dynasty.
Ooh. See what you did there.
Yeah. Well, this is uncle in me. But anyways, going back. So they had that element surprise. They were not caught off guard from yesterday. They have a lot of potential of elimination. But now, give these teams a day's rest, a day's chance of studying your opponent, and this is what you happen. Like, look at Gun Dynasty. They only got what, 4 or 2 points out of game number 1, and then only 6 points on game number 2. It's not looking good for them, but it's a good thing that they managed to stack it up.
And right now, with the team being in 5th place, there are about 15 points away from Evos. Evos did start off good in regards to some of the placements, but we haven't really seen the booyah out of Evos at any point. Remember, these are the defending champions of EWC, especially for Free Fire. Can the pressure end up getting to Evos?
I think there's a possibility that, yes, the pressure is on. They are feeling it right now, because just the other day I had a conversation with some of the casters, and they do tell me that I think it's going to be very difficult for EVOS this time, just looking at the regional, how this year has been for them. But deep inside, I do believe that they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. I mean, we can actually see the maturity coming from some of the players, especially Russia. We saw one-man show thing, right? At the previous game, he handled that really well. We didn't see him as a teenager. We saw him as a veteran that just know exactly what to do and can handle any situation. So hopefully, if we're talking about pressure, they should have that
will be the situation over and over again.
ජීවිතෙත් හැදෙනවා e-sport පැත්තට ගියොත් උත්තර මම මේක වන්න ස්ලෝ ගහලා තියෙන්නේ
free fire ගහලා සිරාරම ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් බං e-sport කරොත් මේක බලන්න මේක මාස 6ක්
digit eliminator point.
ඊට පස්සේ club එකම හොයන් එනවා. ඊට පස්සේ club එක බං salary එක වගේ මාන්ති දෙනවා.
Trajectory as well as the consistency that we're looking for. Booyah will
ලංකාවේ මොනා කිව්වත් free fire තමයි crowd එක වැඩිම.
And for Team Falcons, you got to remember, for Team Falcons,
වැඩිම players ගහන්නේ team එක free fire. ඒකට crowd එක හදන්න බෑ නම් e-sport පැත්තට ඇත්තටම ඉතින් තේරුමක් නැහැ VP players
championship, so they want to be able to get those points. They have pass here for Free Fire. Which team and which player from Falcons would you like to see step up in this last matches for Group A?
Well, Limited 7. Limited 7 is one of the best snipers we have in Southeast Asia. Team Falcons has been using him as when it comes to snipers. Current meta is a meta of the snipers. The current update is snipers. Even Limited 7 is not stepping up. Only the other teams are the ones who's stepping up. So I don't know what strategy is in there. We're not even seeing him in close quarter combat. So hopefully he'll be able to step up, lead the squad, because we know the frontliners will be able to cover him.
Yeah, for Falcons, I mean, we saw players yesterday being able to step up, and I'm hearing that we actually have an interview with the Falcons. So let's see what they have to say.
Official events now, official events at team na global events
is on fire from Team Falcons and I
Esport ලංකාවේ Esport තියෙනවද අහනවා මෙනට කිංකින් ඇහුවා
second day and I
ඒ
think
වගේ
it's gonna be
තත්ත්වෙක
very
ඉන්න
pressure
අපේ
for Team
ලංකාව
Falcons because you guys must get into top 4. Have you guys prepared for anything?
นะ
ก็วันนี้นะถือว่าเป็นการแข่งวันที่2แล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ค่อนข้างเป็นการแข่งที่เป็นวันที่ค่อนข้างกดดันเป็นอย่างมากสำหรับทีมฟาลคอนนะเนื่องจากว่าฟาลคอนจะต้องขึ้นไปถึงท็อป4ให้ได้นะฮะได้เตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างครับ
ก็เล่นไล่ยิงแบบวันแรกเลยครับไม่ได้กดดันเท่าไหร่ครับ
Actually, there's not that much pressure for us. Like we're gonna play like the same as we played yesterday on the first day. So we're gonna go hunt everyone down one by one.
Okay, I understand his perspective, but overall yesterday we can see a lot of changes in the roster. So what happened? Are you guys trying to test as much as you guys can during the tournament so you guys can do your best at the finals day?
ก็เข้าใจนะฮะว่าต้องการจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเมื่อวานนะแต่ว่าเห็นเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานเห็นมีการปรับแผนการเล่นค่อนข้างเยอะเลยอยากจะทราบว่าทีมฟาลคอนต้องการจะทดสอบอะไรบางอย่างหรือเปล่าฮะหรือว่ามีแผนอะไรอยู่ในใจไหม
ก็ไม่มีนะแค่บางคนยังน้องในทีม
ได้ตัวกี่นะครับตอนแรกแต่หาได้เลย
Pakyan kan.
MLB PUBG gahana Asian game එක ගහපු විදිය අනුව දැන් අතනකෝ අපි දන්න ඉනවනේ බං third party tournament වල ලංකාවේ උන් ගිහලා බං මේ රට උන් එක්ක ගහනවා එතකොට සිරාට free fire එකේ හොඳ performance එකක් තියෙනවා players ලා
one more questions on fire I heard this will be your last
එතකොට බං ලංකාව පට්ටිය represent කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ chance එකක් හම්බුණා නා
I'm not sure so I'm
EWC වල තිබ්බනම් බං මේ perform කරන්න ඕනේ අනිවාර්ය slot එකක් හම් වෙනවා බං ලංකාවට වෙනවා
อย่างที่ทราบกันนะว่าปีนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นปีสุดท้ายของฟรีไฟร์อาจจะก็ไม่มีใครทราบแต่ว่า
යොන්සුගේ ඩ්‍රෙස් එක තමයි වාසිම එක entry fee එකක් හරි කරලා tour එකක් කරලා උන් ටික community එක හැදුවා නම් සිරාඩම් be short සිරාඩම
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้จะเป็นปีสุดท้ายแล้วของฟรีไฟร์หรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบได้นะฮะเราเลยอยากถามน้องออนไฟร์ว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับไม่รู้ว่าจะมีอีกหรือเปล่า
Well, as we have no idea, like no clue at all what's gonna happen to the Free Fire, are we gonna be here next year or not in EWC? But we're gonna try our best.
All right, thank you so much, On Fire, and I'm really hoping that you guys can rock back today because yesterday was not kind of smooth for us, but who knows today they can jump back really fast. Thank you, On Fire, and sending a lot of lucks to Team Falcons today, and thank you to Kay as well. Thank you for your listening, and now let's go around, shall we?
I like that for us. Okay, we're not biased at all. We're just a little biased sometimes.
See, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only
one. We're not the only one.
Yeah, well, let's see now. Well, I think it's time to see if Falcons maybe is going to end up getting a booyah. Let's send it over to Lucifer and Husky.
Team Apex Gaming, after getting their booyah
back
home, their fans feel like this dream which was surreal is now come into play, come into action, and now that will rally everybody to look forward to making it to the finals. And with that, we start our match 9 here at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. And it looks like Group A, which was supposed to be the group of death, is also becoming a little bit of a comeback for some of the teams to get out of the chopping block.
There might be still some big separations between 6th and 7th spot. Falcons still being the gatekeeper there, but Team Apex Gaming has proven that those booyahs, they make a lot of difference. They shoot up to the 7th spot. But when we look at some individual stats, the Wonder Kid Russia still tops the chart with the most eliminations. Trap and Cypher sharing 33 apiece, which means that these key players are always the biggest difference makers, like what we've seen in the first 2 games. But now we head into Kalahari, and I'm looking at one team to take it back home, and I hope that that is going to be EVOS.
You hope for EVOS, the fans hope for their favorite teams as the fight breaks out. Demon's Pride, they're still at the chopping block. They've not made their move. Paradox also the ones, and it seems like Enrique is in trouble.
Bit of a tap dance there, Enrique. Still heading up for safety. Paradox. Are there any resistance? Jazzy has already chased down Enrique. So first blood achieved by Demon's Pride. Paradox with the instant revive. Madara with the chase down too. That's sneaky gone. 2 for Demon's Pride, but finally, some clapback.
But it's not a pick, it was just a knock, and therefore Demon's Pride will still be happy. They'll be getting 3 eliminations at the end of this fight at Foundation, but there's more that they have to pick up in case they don't want to be eliminated. Those keys are dreams to a lot. And coming out from Pakistan, just one dream is theirs to stay alive, go to the survival stage, and it's not going to be easy because now in front of them there's Loud. And Trap is the second best in the highest eliminations just after Russia. So it's going to be even more tougher. However, his teammates are not close by.
I mean, as we get closer to the halfway point of Group A, things are starting to feel a lot more surreal by the second. Especially like you said, the dreams, right? These dreams come at the cost of someone else's. Yep. EVOS, despite having more of a tougher game too, we did hear what Conchita said. The survival instinct of the Wonder Kid kept them alive for longer than they should have. Just, you know, humanly possible trap with the pickup on the Madara. And even with TAG that had a booyah in the last game. Woke something up in Aurora, who wants to follow in their footsteps. As KD got that gets chased down. Zuez on the case. And a full wipeout here, TAG, from riches to rags.
This is not the result they would have expected. After getting a booyah, instant wipeout, but Aurora also needs something to say for their fans. Out of Malaysia, it's not an easy run that they've had. They've not made it to many of these stages, and finally coming out, they want to make a wave, and they do it. Maybe Kalahari, even Neptune mentioned, the hook comes coming in, the game is going to be faster, the sniper's going to try and battle it out, and the CQC, it'll be undefendable.
When we last checked in on the overall ranking, Gun Dynasty pushed out a top 4. Yeah. Currently sitting in 5th spot. First 2 games hasn't been kind, and it seems like it will only get worse as Benel hasn't really found anything. Same for Vegas. And in front of them is BRU, the worst possible entity to go up against in this case. AGAL dispatches of Paradox Gaming's members.
Sneaky, he's also been spotted. It's going to be trouble. He's the last one. Is he close to the vending machine? He's making a run for it. I'm not sure how many coins he has. There you go, he has 1,100, so he should be able to bring back some of his teammates, but you can see AGAL, they're all Sneaky survive, and Sneaky wants to figure out if he can dabble around, confuse the opponents, but it doesn't seem like it's happening. And very soon he will be found and Paradox will be put to an end.
And that's only 3 teams removed from the lobby. The timing of 4 minutes. Revive here, courtesy of Trap. Falcon's actually running into Aurora as well, who earlier on got the wipeout. Previous Booyah team, which was Team Apex Gaming. And I mean, for Aurora, on a good day, the only thing that holds them back is that recklessness, right? That bloodlust sometimes causes them to kind of tunnel vision. Expo getting brought back, they should be fine. In fact, it is a fair fight if Aurora gets into a 3v3 against Falcons. Aurora does get tagged by Zuez. And On Fire called in as reinforcement with the Trogon in hand. Zuez will now have to take that fight on. Coming in close, but On Fire is the one that gets the chip damage in.
Falcons with Gun Dynasty not having their day, they should be there opening an opportunity. Zuez could have been taken down, but On Fire quick on that glue wall. But finally his teammate is there, Kiroro answers. And that's going to be another added on elimination, the second coming in for them. But on the other end, damage leader Trap has been besting rushers, youngsters, and he's still been leading the front. But finally, Ray puts him down, not giving him enough chance right now, at least here on Kalahari. But we know the squad, they rally up quickly, they will get him back up. But on the other end, EVOS, after the first 2 unfortunate games that they've had, they would want to pick up points themselves as well, because they're the defending champions. They are now close to being pushed down if Falcons make it to the top 4.
Absolutely, and even for Aurora, this is going to be a tough game because they are getting multiple teams and having to invest resources in their revive. Demon's Pride still in the last spot as of yet, found their 4-point. I think in this case, right, we've seen Demon's Pride in the first 2 games itself. It's not like they kind of went out on a whimper, right? They came in, they get a couple of eliminations. But I think it's about time we talk about the placements for them, because some of the first 2 lobbies, wipeouts didn't happen early on. It's not like Kalahari where we've already lost 3 teams, about to be potentially 4 as Lao are on their last legs. So that means that for Demon's Pride, sure, you're getting eliminations, but if we don't get that injection of placement, you are going to be in that bottom 2. because they have been racking up some digits.
I really like that you brought the point of placement points because it's going to now get crucial, especially if you're in the top 4.
Game
There is
post
no
mane
in-between day before your grand finals. If you already make
game
it to the
post
finals, and especially
game
at that
post
time, the
karaun
placement points count. You get closer to the champion rush condition, and if you don't, other teams will make it closer. And the Booyah seals the deal of that key and the shield finding a new home.
And it has happened across multiple
Ideng
regions.
ay
I mean,
muli
when
ng
you look
padang
back in
ganito.
2025 spring for SCA, it was Onyx that got that win when no one thought they would, right? We call it the Onyx incident. The same happened for the regional USA where Mia Corp favored to win. They got here because they got that Booyah. And that's where consistency matters the most. It's really brings home the cliche saying, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. You can have 200 points in the grand finals, but if a team that hits champion rush at 90 points gets the Booyah, they are going to be the champion, and you will only come in second for your efforts.
I'm pretty sure nobody would want to take #2 because we know how devastating it is, especially that the champion can walk away with 3 keys that they would want to add on to their trophy while being crushed. And that is something that esports brings the rawness out of every player, every team. And that's the best part of it. It creates a system of rivalry that they want to again go for an achievement and take them down the next time. But for now, as they're here in the moment, they have to get it going. Quick pause that we have before we resume Kalahari. Has already seen 3 teams out of the play, but Buriram, they are on top of it this time. They've been quick to get 7 eliminations. They would want to do a lot more because every other team, they've been taking away the first 2 games that we witnessed, and especially at today's halfway mark for Group A here at Match after the 3 more games. And if anybody wants to get back on the race, make sure they're safe and sound. They need to deny the points to the top 4 teams.
And I think in the worst case scenario, if a team really has no more chance, and this is probably when we get into match 5 and 6 for day 2, you can play spoilers.
Yeah.
You can ruin the chances. Kick someone out of top 4. Force them to play 10 more games tomorrow.
There's already Gun Dynasty who have missed their mark today. They've not been able to perform in the first 2. They're already the 5th spot. Falcons, they should have been the best ones to take that 4th spot away, but that's not happened yet.
And I think the worst case right now, I mean, the situation gets worse for Gun Dynasty, right?
Yeah.
The first 2 rounds, middle of the pack, just gently pushed out of top 4 by Evo. I say gently, but there was more, there's a double-digit difference. They just got wiped out.
Yeah.
And I think our panel did say, our host, Barney and Luti did mention that during the team walk-ins that the team that, finishes top of the group, they get the privilege of operating the Crusher.
Oh,
it's 2 keys. But still, you hold dreams. You hold the dreams in the palm of your hands.
That's a lot. That's a lot. For as a responsibility, but at the same time, to see your chances being crushed, powdered down, and I don't think anybody would want it, but that's how Group A, that's how terrifying Group A has been since yesterday. And even Conchita mentioned this, right? Such a drastic change between Group A's performance on day 1 and day 2 of how teams have become tactical, strategic, thinking about their chances, thinking about the number of points they need, thinking about can they make it out and survive further.
Yeah, and I do enjoy the effort of some of the teams, some of the unproven regions, TAG, but we put Pakistan in the conversation, Demons Pride, Paradox from Africa, Titan Gaming as well, DRS, basically those at the bottom. Even Aurora, they're coming out a little bit more harder. They're coming out with more aggression and sure, double-edged sword, but they're getting the work done, right? This is some of the initiative that I think took them some time to get used to, but now, when the tension breaks, you see Demons Pride coming out with a couple of eliminations and they need to patch that up with the placement points.
I like that there is a little bit of a tension break also in this pause happening on stage. We ended up seeing the 6-7 and DRS. They have a total of 67 points.
We were literally talking about this, right? Like, are we going to get an opportunity to be like, oh, this, BRU, they have 161 points, and then we moved down the list, and it was like, oh, DRS 6-7. Yeah, wish dreams do come true on this stage.
Yeah, for us as well. Something that we wished for earlier, it happens.
And it transcends generation. I think that is the best part right here. Of course, we are going to have it sorted out, and it's good. that is still in the first phase, right? I say in the first phase, we lost 3 teams. It's
and Kalahari.
And it's Kalahari.
It's very brutal on Kalahari as the grapple guns come in. It's an open terrain. Everybody just has an eye on you, even if you run away. Because we could see, right, the run coming in from Paradox's Sneaky. He was trying to move away from AGL as much as possible. Unfortunate, no vending machine. He was trying to confuse them, and it still did not work out because AGL, there was nothing that Sneaky could hide on. Buildings clearly seen, windows all open, and every team.
I was making an observation, and I wonder if we call for Moshi wake up. Sir, you still have a couple more games to go. So, no nap time for you guys. I was going to say, I mean, I think the wait is going to be the more nerve-wracking part for these teams, right? It's also a matter of like you get into the groove, things are going well, and then someone slams on the brake.
I really like how the storyline itself for Group A has kind of shifted. When we started, we were kind of talking, I think this is going to be an easier decision made for us. Right? We're going to be casting the top 4 teams are already sitting there. They should be easily qualifying. Gun Dynasty in that top 4. But all of a sudden, things have changed. Falcons might have a chance. Evos have not found the best of points. Yes, they're sitting at a total of 141, but that's not completely pretty. If Gun Dynasty end up finding a big game, Evos don't. Evos get put out after having only 1 booyah, and they still are not their defending champions, will be pushed to the survival stage. So much changing in Group A, completely unexpected.
I think it's a good time to also kind of expand on our earlier conversation about Gun Dynasty. Right? We saw the interview. They don't feel the pressure. It feels like home. They are very confident and very warranted in the confidence off of day 1. But you also told me back in the green room that there's a good chance that GD falls out of top 4. And I want to expand on that.
Now, the main reason, right? This is something that I've seen in circuit of Free Fire, that some of the teams have a lot of energy coming in, a lot of aggression, and it transcends into points. But day 2 is when they have to keep that consistency going on. But by that time, teams get exhausted. Their playbook falls short, and I think maybe a tad bit for Gun Dynasty, that's the main factor to affect. To add on to that, that's where I thought Ali, they should have a chance today later in our Group B matches, just because they had aggression on the stage. Yes, they were not happy with the result because they also almost had a booyah, but that also helps them refine those mistakes that they did yesterday, maybe to qualify today.
The detail on the plaque. Nothing is given, everything is earned. Written in the native language of EVOS. In this case, it's Bahasa and it applies to across the entirety of EWC, across the game titles, and it's in the native language of the team that wins it. It'd be great to see it maybe in Portuguese if the Brazilian team brings it back. There is a good chance that has been the story. And I think, the interesting part is always that we look at the Thailand as the best region.
Yeah.
And that's only because we see them more often. But we get onto that world circuit, suddenly Brazil is in the conversation and the playbook completely changes. We even see the bullseyes kind of shift, right? At first it was just BRU. If we take BRU down, we own the world. But now it's the entirety of Thailand. Indonesia starts to step up. And I dare say South Asia, India, Nepal, Pakistan have a dang good chance of making something happen. But I mean, even for Demon's Pride, smiles on their face, completely different from the walk-in where they, where you can't feel that nervousness. Now, I think they're just enjoying the moment, and maybe that's the best way to survive another day.
I think that's something while we were back in the green room, we all were talking, right? Some of the teams need to have some fun. Even Neptune mentioned this. You have to take these games at least with a bit of fun. If you don't, if there's too much in terms of thought put into it, a lot I would say relate between each other, a lot of talking that you should be doing this should have gone better, and all of those thoughts will eventually make you a lot more nervous, anxiety running high, that will end up messing up your bring back the game that you use when you top your region, you have to isolate yourself. Like, I think that's what Gun Dynasty were channeling into yesterday. If they channel back that today, they should be back in the top 4, pushing competition out.
If we have seen TAG achieve that history for
agent
India, I think Demons probably has a good chance, right? We were going through the narrative and you were telling me that, you know, as much as we see hot shot on the world stage 2 years in a row, Demons were technically the better team, but they just couldn't be the ones that qualify. Well, they made it here. Yes, they made it here. And if they are the rightful ones, they're the ones that deserve that spot. It's a long time coming. Took them 3 years. Here they are. But so far the team feels like at the bottom, and I'm looking at Demons Pride.
One more region to change this fact is going to be Bangladesh. I want to see Titan Esports Club. They're the giants of the region. Even expected Straw Hats, but as of now, it's not worked out. But the last one, BZP went for Loud Sneakers here on Kalahari.
Even when we look at the replay here, but now just had no way out, and that was the wipeout onto Gun Dynasty as well. That is a major setback. The captain turning it up when it's needed. They have found DRX Pratik also removed. I believe that is 4 teams out of the lobby already. Loud actually got picked off screen.
Yeah. Last player, just as the game resumed, the player got picked off, did not have a chance to go in for the revive, and this is how brutal as we get to the halfway mark. At least halfway in terms of the 6 games they had, but they're already at match 9. 3 more games left, deciding the fate of whether they qualify directly into the finals or they'll be pushed to the survival stage or completely knocked out of the tournament itself. But still, Loud's captain, Trap, who was there with an interview on stage, still being the player at the 2nd spot with the most eliminations next to Russia at 33. That says a lot about Loud.
And even the first time when we saw Trap playing on that big stage, we know that this guy is a very aggressive guy, very full of energy. Likes to go in aggressively like a madman. Sometimes doesn't pay off, but it's something that has given Loud that personality and value in times of need. Titan Gaming not doing that good. TEC, excuse me, not doing that good as well. One last survivor with the Morse Dew, taking out Jazzy. AJL pushes forward, Demon's Pride. This is the ultimate test if they can make it any further, but with Aswap being taken down and Madara removed as well. He's only top 16 to make this a run and keep it alive. The revival does come through, only enough for one, but one is better than none.
Yeah. It's better than completely getting eliminated. Top 16 position, yes, no, and they are surrounding him, making sure he has nowhere to run. And that was a quick movement coming through. That was just distraction over there for top 16. And he'll also be picked up. AGL scoring total 8 elimination, 4 going in for Dew, and Dew has been phenomenal today. The sniper coming into play. They started with the very first booyah, and they're continuing those spree of eliminations.
I mean, Dew has always been the player that no matter what happens to a roster, you want him to be the constant. And
yes,
it has been so many years. I remember first time seeing Dew, it was back in 2022, and they came close to a global trophy. That was taken by BRU under the leadership of Jonah Imgod on fire here. Falcons, and you just say there is the race between Falcons and EVOS, and so far EVOS are winning. Imgod forward with the hook gun to hunt for more of those Falcons members. Limit X7 out of it. But Kororo, unfortunately, still exposed.
It's going to be tough for him to run away. Ray's gotten closer. This tower is not going to protect him. He's trying to use the edges. The Kalahari. It's not going to work out. Kororo's completely surrounded now. Can he isolate the duels throw? No dash as available for Imgod. He used it all to make it here. Damage being done, and finally Kororo will be put down. EVOS making sure the competitors for them in the top 4 run are going to be vanquished. They'll be shut down, making sure Falcons move to the survival stage and not take away their very own position at top 4.
We did sort of establish this. This could be a EVOS Memon Kalahari. Ezreal. Good stuff from miles away. Nailing the 5th one for his team. One of the few imports we have for a Malaysian team. In fact, the very first player that was imported was Crime MKS from Indonesia. And ever since then, it has been working well, you know, improving the ecosystem over the years. And I'm happy that Aurora has made this change and made this move. And not just bringing in Ezreal, but giving rookies 2 years ago like Suez and the Exo, the veteran, to lead them. And it has paid off so far, but of course, it's more to be desired if Aurora wants to catch up.
Yeah, there's a lot more to be desired, but the circle has its own desires of troubling teams. Moving completely northwestern, and none of the teams are inside the circle. Everybody's trying to use their binoculars but nobody's getting a hit inside the circle because there's nobody at foundation. And finally, Evos, they decide that's going to be our position, our command post, which is also not seen action so far like Refinery, even though there are teams. It seems a little surprising that we've not seen Refinery and command post being a hotspot.
Yeah. At least for this game, it's because the circle doesn't favor it, right? If not, BRU is going to be there until, you know, ends of the world. Moshi finding Aswap. Refinery is going to be the next control point that BRU wants to wrestle over. Top 16 next on the list. Wasana chases down Jazzy. And unfortunately for Demon's Pride, they got out of a tough situation earlier on from AGAL's jaws, only to run into another Thai Titans. And now it's everyone for themselves.
On the other end, it's going to be DRS trying to go in for a second chance. Titan Esports Club, they're about to lose their players. Blade is down. Seems like A is not going to be sharp enough today. Neptune mentioned he has to be for the team. But another loss for Titan Esports Club. Kutush and Najat, they're way too far away, and DRS will be happy about these eliminations. And Titan Esports Club might have made it out of the chopping block for the time being, but it's not going to be enough. If Demon's Pride end up finding points, they might decide to rank up. 57 is where Titan Esports Club is sitting at. Demon's Pride is at 46. Paradox out of this game at least. So if Demon's Pride have an opportunity to score at least 8-9 points, they can instantly take the position away from Titan Esports Club.
Or at least kick Paradox down to last place, which technically they've already accomplished. It's a scary thought, and if you add on top of that, if DRS starts getting some points, then we form the separation between them and the bottom three. It's a scary thought if you are Titan Esports Club in this point of time. But I guess blessing in disguise is that DP, they have been struggling quite a little bit in the hands of the Thais. BRU finding Blade again, who just got brought back. So the bottom dwellers are getting fed into the meat grinder.
Buriram on the other end, they find Demon's Pride. We were just talking about them need points. Aswab gets eliminated. And if that continues, a lot more problem. It seems like Buriram are also spotting Titan Esports Club Rahat. That'll also be quickly picked up by Moshi. On the other end, Aurora on Falcons. Buriram finally going in for a full-on fight. Madara is the last one. He's behind a glue wall. Jonah has already called it. And the entire squad is rushing to him. And with him going down, that's the end for Demon's Pride. They wanted to rank up. They wanted to get eliminations. But it seems like Titan Esports Club, the worry at least on Kalahari, will die down.
They have one more chance at least. Blessed by BRU. 17 eliminations and counting. Now it's the move to Foundation. At least to the western side of Foundation. You have Kororo planted right in the middle, but Falcons suffered some heavy damage. And in fact, Kororo is the only survivor, so they should be a non-factor if you are concerned about Team Falcons. TEC split up, which we did see, and Aurora on the radar as well. This is quite the clear path to push through. They have stragglers like members from TEC and Falcons to get a couple of free points. They could start with Rahat if they want.
Buriram now a little trouble because AGAL have started to fire. They've taken down the captain Jonah. On the other end, Aurora trying to hold off at the edge of the circle, but the circle will also start shifting as the zone is completely shrink. They'll only wait and try to see if they could spot somebody. In the meanwhile, at a distance, Boltmaker being spotted. That's going to be Evos fighting for elimination. And Evos, we spoke about them. They had the advantage inside the circle. They laid their foundation, but unfortunately, the circle did not allow it. It forced them. Apex will still be able to find Takure is out. And now on Buriram as well, Evos still firing, finding elimination and also helping out AGAL in the mix.
And again, for the third game in a row, the circle forces everyone to go into the open as the ultimate test. AGAL on your screens, 11 eliminations, and the second one could be confirmed if they remove Ray, but Ray gets picked back up Cypher instantly with a double up and putting immense pressure on the Evos Divine, forcing those blue walls out. Rasha has already ran out of that. Defenses dwindling for Evos. AGAL continuously displaying lead at them. ABAX needs some help. AGAL finds another one.
Everybody needs help right now, even DRS. Falcons, the last man, Kororo gets taken down. That's the end for them. Aurora now trying to climb up, but it's going to be difficult. They don't have any vision about, no information, so running up is going to be difficult. And finally, Evos do not allow that. With Axel going down, a lot more trouble strikes Aurora. And now Evo's also deciding to send off in the other direction because the zone is not in their favor. But before that, they will have to clear a position. They spotted two different teams, but they're only spotting the players. They don't know it's two different teams. And Titan Esports Club, that's going to be Blade getting taken down. Cypher from AGL helping out in the mix. Azriel trying to back off, join his teammates. AGL in the mix, making sure that Evos don't survive. A rush up. He puts Azriel down, confirms, but it's going to be DRS stealing it away. Knocks from somebody, eliminations from somebody. But who is winning it? AGL with Evos together. That smash DRS.
June just didn't know where to look. And that ends up in his death. Dude, another sniper aim got it. Finally, the Wonder Kid has had enough. He comes back, shoots dude down, and Evos have a good chance. 4v3, they have the weaponry. Raiders get dropped by Nameless and make it even. Nameless putting everything into his hands, and he might be the one that drags them across the finishing line. Nameless with the support. Aim God now all alone. With the final nail in the coffin. 20 eliminations. AGAL books the second booyah.
Second booyah of the day, and AGAL are making sure they seal the deal in the top 4. Do not give the chance, especially with these top teams already taking away the points. It's getting very dicey down there for teams at the bottom. They don't know what they have to figure out. Match number 9 is done. 10, 11, 12, 3 more games to go. And at the end of it, keys are going to get crushed, meaning your opportunities here in EWC 2026 in Paris, at least for this season, is done.
Almost done. We are about to close the chapter on 2 of these boats. The halfway point being crossed means that pressure starts to set in for the teams at the bottom, potentially in the red zone. But I gotta say, Evos, sure, no booyah, but they held on for so long. In the battle of attrition, they were on the losing side, and this was the spirit that got them that trophy lift last year. We're seeing it on display again. Despite no booyah, they still, I think, walk away with a win.
Yeah, and somehow they've always been balancing themselves against Falcons, because Falcons, as long as they survive, they have a chance in the top 4, and Evos could be pushed down and they would have to move to the survival stage. And I think somehow they haven't read about it. The White Tigers are able to find their way through, and they are still keeping themselves afloat in the top 4. However, AGAL, I think we spoke about this, looking forward to placement points, looking forward to booyah is what you have to ideate, especially as you make it to the champion rush.
Yep. Let's listen to what AGL has to say.
มาดิงานสลิงงานปีนตายหมดโอ้ยเฮียกูยิงอย่างเวอร์ไอ้สัตว์ฉะนั้นผมไอ้บ้า
Cool, calm, collected. It's a bit of a stretch of the arms. Just another day in the office for AGL.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were very hasty or there was a lot of rapid comms, if I could say it.
Yeah, it's just like
connected.
Oh, we get the booyah.
Yeah, you do this. There's a man here. That's about it. That's I think the basic understanding we got.
I think so too. I mean, these boys have been together for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
Time. Took a while to kind of assemble. Well, it didn't take that long to assemble the squad, but it took a while to really build that chemistry. It's paying off. I mean, 32 points is a dream to even hit 30 points in a single round.
Yeah.
Usually these are the sort of the deal breakers. This is what decides who wins the championship or who gets ahead of the curve. AGAL, they come in with 32, but we did talk about Evos, 27 points, not too shabby. BRU, 26. The front runners are still there.
Opportunities for everybody. On the other end, if you look at the bottom page, Demon's Pride, they did have a little bit of a lift off, 7 total points, 4 elimination. Loud Sneakers, their opportunities are getting pushed out by some of the teams. The fights, especially between Falcons as well as Evos, is troubling them, and they're getting eliminated a little too early. However, one thing that we've been talking about, right? Thailand taking away the trophy, even on the world stages, even here in EWC, even Indonesian teams now rising up the ranks. But AGL, they've been winning in the region. They want to get a big trophy, a global one. Can they do it? Looking at how now they've built up on day 2, there is a storyline that could be written.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the players, and I think even Garena Dynasty are starting to feel the heat, right? Again, 3 rounds in a row. This was a team that came in hot. They were tailing behind BRU. We talk about if we put placement points aside, technically Garena Dynasty is the better team compared to BRU because they have no booyahs compared to the 3 that BRU has. But I think right now we have a bigger problem, a bigger question for them, right?
Yeah.
Is day 1 it? Is that it? We got 3 more games coming up.
Yeah. I hope Gun Dynasty change their approach because they still have a chance. With 3 more games left here for Group A, there's an opportunity, but looking at how these teams are fighting, right, especially the Southeast Asian teams, they are going all guns blazing. They're looking unstoppable and they're not giving points to anybody to even approach for. And that is unfortunately not giving them an opportunity to look forward to a lot more. However, opportunities right across this breather for everybody.
Barney and Ludi, we accept your challenge here in Kadia City at the Golf Predetermined Tournament. Lace and Glitter, we are going to challenge you and beat your score, but not without a prize.
Yeah, you know, it feels like it might be a little bit rigged in favor for Barney, but I really want the prize Lace is talking about because we are going to get an EWC 2026 custom printed t-shirt with our name on it, or the name of the winner, really, you know? So that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, and we want to win because we love competition. So let's fire away, Glitter. Come on. Get the position down. We have to beat these boys. Right. Looking great. Play golf. Ready? Okay, 9, 8, 7, 6. Don't be nervous. 5, 4, 3, 2. Got to beat the boys. All right, she's got some incredible form here, and all she needs to do is aim for the flag. Not too much power in the positioning here, but it looks like it's going directly there. A fair bit of power behind it. This looks like a good one. Okay, I'm actually pretty proud of that. I'm not mad about that. 90.5, that does put me above Barney. Lace, I know you can do the same. It does help to limber up a bit, you know? And the tips that I found is, you know, just ignore the audience, okay? Yep, not too much power, not too little power. Just the right amount. Yeah. Keep your eye on the ball. Envision it going towards the pin. You can do this, Lace. We gotta show the boys. Oh, it's looking good. No, it's okay. It's getting close. Rolling in. Oh! You did beat Ludi. You did beat Ludi, though, to be fair. Not too shabby, Lace. I mean, look, as long as we beat them, that's fine. But of course, we want to challenge our next people. We're looking at you, Severed and Neptune. Are you up for the challenge?
We're definitely up for that challenge. Don't you worry, we'll be able to beat the scores that you guys were able to beat. But one team that's currently challenging everybody is none other than AG. Because my squad have now gotten 2 booyahs. They might be going for that third one, but the rotations that they were able to do were great.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're focusing on the south stay, making sure that it is clear out of the area, and even contending off those rotation. Is in the 5th circle. The moment that it comes down the 5th circle, they trigger that bolt the lightning zone. So it's a threat to everyone and also damage them. So with all those damage, they can also spot out the opponent, and it gives them more of a leeway so that they will not be rushed in. So smart move coming from AJAL so that they can get that booyah.
I love that we have one of the best analysts here for Free Fire, none other than Neptune, being able to break down all the rotations, the skills in the game. How about we break down that booyah curse? Because Tag ended up being affected by that one. Hopefully,
I guess there's a lot of things that they need to change right now, and just to get away from that booyah curse.
Let's hope that that's going to be the case. Lucifer, Husky, do you think AGAL is going to be affected by the booyah curse or no?
I don't think so. there is a chance that they want a title. We've been talking about their counterparts, right? They've been taking these titles, the global ones, the world stages, and AGAL have always been getting closer, have been getting the #2s, but finally is this the stage? Esports World Cup 2026, all gamers global, actually go global.
I mean, I would say they are already global, but it's about cementing themselves on that stage. Funnily enough, the first and only world trophy, global trophy that they have was under the category of Clash Squad. Exactly. But we know the motherlode, the holy grail is Battle Royale. That's where the spirit of Free Fire is initially sold from the start of time. And I think for AGAL, very good chance. Cypher now second in terms of most eliminations. Still tailing behind the Wonder Kid, who is in first place, but slower taking Trap, who unfortunately was wiped out pretty early on. But we still cannot look past the fact that snipers are pretty important, as top 3 most damage are all in the sniper role.
As we head to Purgatory, it seems like the flight path had its own course of mind, completely southern favored. However, still teams managed to make their way around the fields, but the fight already breaks out just because of how unfavorable the flight path was. Loud are trying to answer back to Falcons. It's been an exchange. Trap will be able to get back next. So 2 eliminations for Falcons. And on the other end, we did end up seeing fights that Falcon want to now stand tall on against Loud. And Loud, with those eliminations, they managed to grab on one. Can they find more? Gun Dynasty, they're against Demon's Pride. But as we see the feed as well, it seems like Team Apex Gaming are now, they're breaking their own curse. They found an opening against Aurora.
Yeah, I want to see the earlier pep talk just now was gonna some life in the GG. So far, doesn't seem to be the case. Demon's Pride standing tall, but there is response. Benel, yesterday he stepped up, and now he is stepping up finally after the halfway point. David with a great follow-up. Exactly what Gun Dynasty needs.
And with Gun Dynasty back in a play like this, there's an opportunity that they stand a chance to get back to the top 4. A lot more competition getting spiced up just for that position to the final. Demon's Pride, they want to be a part of it, but they're getting hit upon, they're getting taken down, their exchanges are not working their way, they're unable to find much, but still, even though the last player surviving, they managed to get 3. But we spoke about this earlier, a replay where Falcons and Loud were exchanging blows one after another. And I can see, it seems like Loud did manage to get 1 elimination. However, Falcons had a better of it, get a total of 4.
Yeah. We even saw Paradox Gaming having a pep talk as well during the intermission. And I think the expressions has changed, right? We look back at some of the player reactions after round 3. Reality is starting to set in that this could be the 3rd last game for some of them, and certainly going to be an early exit for Aurora Gaming. Twice today.
Yeah.
Out of 4 matches, 2 of them is Aurora Gaming being the first one to leave.
Aurora, yes, they don't look super dicey on points, that they will be pushed out and their key being crushed. They should make it to the survival stage, but they're not better their chances and led it to the fate of other teams' performance. AGL on the other end, I think, as you already mentioned, we were speaking about it. It is Battle Royale that they have to get their hands on, a trophy, a title. But Gun Dynasty's Benel, this player was a beast yesterday, and today finally, now in this game, gets 2 elimination. He did get the information across to Shairu, who's now stuck at Ski Lodge. And AGAL seem to be just chasing that one player who got stuck here, and Shairu will just try and buy time. There's nothing else that he can do. That's just 1 elimination that AGAL will be able to get. But on the other end, it seems like instantly the feed gets lit up loud. Gosha finds 1 elimination. Evo's getting troubled in this action. And now they're also rushing closer. Nix moving in the right direction, but there's also Falcons in the mix.
Imgod actually taking a lot of heat as well. Imgod does bring the Wonder Kid back, but Limit will take out Ray. Once more, brought back by the captain of EVOS. This is what we've seen, at least at the Esports World Cup. EVOS willing to send the Wonder Kid out on an expedition, and he holds himself pretty well. Trap actually getting removed, so the attention onto EVOS now, diverted onto Falcon. Imgod tried to take advantage of that, but Pina was ready. Receives the hit, gets another elimination for his own. Apex now comes in, but on fire, lying in wait with Limit.
That flash freeze almost looked like he would be able to find two. Abax, nice try over there, but quick recovery coming in from Limit. And even Neptune mentioned we have to see Limit X7 performing. Snipers have been the recent meta, and he has to step up for the team. We've not seen the best coming in from his end yet. And maybe Falcons rise up to that occasion. Even Yunsul, we saw her talking to the Falcons, and it seems like it's not yet working. Kerora, who was about to just land at the roof, will be instantly shut down.
Russia trying to play some mind games there with the vehicle, but not going to work on Nyx. One of the top stars as well from Brazil. Him and Traps, in fact. That being said, we did see a bit of a stat there, but now 4 revives so far this game. Being the field medic and making sure that his team continuously stays alive in this match. It's a good chance that they run into loud Snickers. We'll have to see if GD have found something within them. So far, I mean, haven't really gotten much done this game. And we saw them get off to a good start, 3 eliminations, that's pretty much it. Now we need to see that conversion. We gotta go further. Disappointment and stress on Aurora Gaming's players' face too. That's the toughest part, honestly, sitting through the entire lobby to exit early.
Well, right now, when you talk about exits, it's been Paradox who've been suffering eliminations. They've been getting pushed out of every game. And Denrique is now getting chased by Barros. Spotted, launcher booked out, and instantly Denrique, he thought it was going to be the launcher, but it's going to be Dew on the other end. And they said the sharpshooter Dew today. He's been phenomenal. 2 eliminations of his own, and Paradox, everybody who are around the moat house will be forced off, thankfully. It's not a wipe. They had a teammate across who will bring the whole squad back.
Second win in this game. GD very split up. So far the circle has been ruthless, very merciless today. It seems like it's going to continue to be the case. Brings us to north of Brasilia, and with Fields as center point. AGAL now takes on TEC. Blade snapped in half. Rajat down to 10%, bleeding out as well. Knockdown is still with the delivery system, and this time up close and personal.
Kurush trying to make a run from this, but he's walking right towards Team Apex Gaming. It's going to be difficult. Last man standing. If he doesn't survive this, it's going to be an end for Titan Esports Club. Their chase towards making it towards the finals. If there is an opportunity, it has to be the survival stage. And somehow Kurush, in terms of his maneuvering, he's been able to cross between both Team Apex Gaming as well as all gamers global and survive for the time being.
Can play for placements now. Kutush calming with the rest of his team. He does have coins. He needs that vending machine. Purgatory is one of the bigger maps we have. And that makes it very, very hard to navigate with no vehicles. And we're out alone in the cold. To make things worse, AGAL still prowling nearby. Look at the rotations. EVOS Esports, the very bottom. BRU still holding on to Quarry and Marble Works, which is their favorite spot on the western side of the map. The favorite drop spot, in fact. We should expect a rotation through Marble Works in just a little bit as Limit picks up Nyx again.
During rotations, even Ganta and ST right now, they picked up a total of 7 eliminations. Benel, while we saw him being the medic, he's also managed to get 5 eliminations of his own. That's how brilliant he is. And what a play coming in from Rahat here. A quick replay for Titan Esports Club, a quick drive-by, putting the player out, getting an extra elimination. Gun Dynasty, they have to find a lot more as such, as we just witnessed. But on the other end, it seems like Team Apex Gaming, we're about to go for a fight, but they're stuck in between 2 teams. On one NVC, DRS, on the other, that's Demon Sprite. So it's a standard situation. They have to get out of it very soon.
I think Paradox also switching it up. This is one of the few games that they are able to really not get into any altercations early on, which is something that they've been trying to avoid. DRS in the crosshairs of David. Yeah, the shots gotta be good. Gotta hit harder, gotta be a bit more sharper. Missed opportunity there for Gun Dynasty. But now having 6 out of the 8 eliminations for the team. TEC gets full revive. I think Gun Dynasty's next target is going to be on DRS.
Look at this quick switch that they did. Went to the drop and then they told what was available and sent Benel out there to quickly grab and make their way back. Gun Dynasty seems like communication in this game is coming into play. The precision as well with Benel performing in such a manner. However, everybody's clustering right now. It's only one team who are out here in Purgatory. Levin still surviving. 10 minutes about to be on the clock. And even Falcons are entering into the close compounds. It's a lot of teams clustering one after another. And we'll also soon see a circle shift. Does it favor any of the teams? It does to those three teams we earlier pointed. The sandwich situation. DRS, Team Apex Gaming, and Demon's Pride.
Even Gun Dynasty has a very good chance. In fact, I think TAG are in the toughest spot in the center. We just see a knockdown early on. Recovery shouldn't be an issue. BRU now see moving to TEC off screen. But I think even for DRS, they have a very good chance of holding back not just Gun Dynasty, causing some damage to Falcons and Evos if the rotation is right.
So crucial rotations as we are getting closer to the last few games of Group A. Everybody's trying to bite time. Everybody's trying to bite their own play. Figure out what's the best approach. While we all were thinking at the start of the day, hey, top 4 teams, they will be safe and sound. They do not have to be worried about. They're slowly trying to get worried, except for Buriram as well as All Gamers Global.
Yeah, those two, I think, without a shadow of doubt, have already qualified for Saturday. But then they still want more. Can never get enough points. AGAL, double digits. 11, counting. Dinoculus used scan towards the southeastern side. Or at least the north side of fields. Should be able to rotate there. There's a small compound to work with, but better yet, high ground advantage that puts them within range of proximity of Paradox Gaming. And I think the second Dinoculus have confirmed that. There is Falcons there though.
And Falcons are already busy in a fight. That's going to be against Paradox. Windy already down, Sneaky trying to fend off. It doesn't work. He'll also be taken down. One last player. He is closer to the vending machine and he'll quickly strike the revive button. And Drendrike will be brought back. Snipe. With that happening, Falcons have an idea of where he is, and Snipe will be sniped out by Limit X7. Nice shot. And that's going to be the 5th elimination for Limit. And this is what Falcons needed. Every sniper out there performing, Limit had to do it.
One of the rising stars a couple years ago. And since then, we know that Limit is special. Look at that, 2 more. No confirmation just yet. No utility dump. More than enough to cause a lot of issues there. Pressure onto AGAL. Can they continue to deliver? Pina now getting pushed. Sci-Fi in the forefront. Let's have the Cassie helping out. Meanwhile, full team on the Gun Dynasty has trapped lands a quad nade. But the pressure now mounts onto Limit. As attention shift, Limit knocked down. And AGAL breaks the spine and the anchor of Falcons, and that should be it. AGAL once more coming out on top of this exchange.
They always do it. You give them a small inch, they take the whole ground. And Falcons, who are ahead of it, playing outside the zone, get hit upon it. Their sniper gets taken down with the damage on the zone itself, and All Gamers Global quickly act on it. Kiroro, can he do something different? The last one, and it's going to be Cypher showing his own precision skills. And with that, Falcons are out.
There's a possibility for a 3rd Booyah with how things are going for AGAL. BRU hasn't really shown much action yet, much activity. Only 1 elimination so far.
Yeah.
As we're down to the last 8 teams. Paradox Gaming, Enrique perishes to the blue. Barrow's actually getting knocked down by the play zone, same as Sci-Fi. Nameless, can he get out of this one? DRS getting some free pickings.
Top 4 team ni bukarang inna wage sila captain ne.
Yeah, playing it outside the zone. We've always talked about it. We thought ATL was ahead of it. They knew what was about to happen. But DRS, they gave it as a surprise. The real soldiers, they want their opportunity. As Titan Esports Club are trying to close the distance, they do not want to give it away. Now they have another challenge that's going to be loud. If they're able to secure some more points, they will not get pushed off by Titan Esports Club because they're still surviving. Look at Trap making a jump, and that distraction works out. VZP with the AC-80 finds an opening, and now Trap with the Winchester from afar, already shooting bullets. And there is Nyx with the Max 7 and VZP with the M590 pumping bullets. Pratik and Stroix trying to hold the ground for the time being. And Takure, he has to help out. 2 of the loud players are down. Trap is too far away, outside the zone, damage being done. Gosha has to be the savior here. Pratik gets confirmations, but the sniper is not going to help out. His Trap is also taken down.
And Guaksha, can he make that clutch happen? That's going to be 1. 2 more to go, cutting down the ranks, find the isolations. Guaksha again. down to just 50 HP. Takuri around the corner, secures it. DRS lives on.
Round DRS
You have to give it to Straw X over there. The way he was able to hold at the edge of the circle. And DRS still keep fighting, taking long out. Evo's on the other end, the Wonder Kid, the last man standing. And at this point, there's no opportunity. Boltmaker as well. Stealth fights for how long, though? Oh no, Buriram! The team who just held their front, get some points, they find them out. And that is DRS out, and Russia, his position revealed, and Team Apex Gaming, they get that elimination, make it to the top 3.
Guess who else has Demon's Pride? Pakistan on the radar. Right
Pakistan
into the
gila biar
depths
udah
of
kalah Apex
BRU.
kalah Apex ketawa buya
With
kagak
some
ada
help
chance
from
gitu ya.
TAG, they might be able to get it done.
ये वाके दे पाकिस्तान ने के बुया क्या होते मारून ते गुलो मारा
V8 Oz, Jonah good on the one. Jazzy knocks down. Wasana ready for the rush. Madara shot down as well. And the attention
टैग
paid
के हाई
on
वाके
DP by BRU would be the undoing. But just one Lucifer.
टैग
TAG
के हाई
Wasi
Shot with the dash, Wasana is down, God. He finds it, and that's a second for Team Apex Gaming. They get the second for India. A booyah!
And it pays forward. Was not enough. They joined AGAL on that leaderboard for the second booyah. And I think at this point of time, Lucifer, guaranteed survival round. Guaranteed a second life.
They needed this. This is what was in the making for TAG. Team Apex Gaming, the champs from India. They did lift the trophy in India, and now it's time they get closer towards an international stage trophy, and getting 2 booyahs in a single day is not an easy job at all.
Years of wishing to have a slot, and in the first year, the debut on the biggest stage ever, they lock in 2. And it means just much more just for TAG, for the region itself. I think after today, or after we depart from Paris, they are going to be an inspiration for the rest of India. For final sequences again, TAG, opportunistic in their pursuit of glory, with a little bit of a help from DP, but overall TAG, impressive finisher.
ये तो इजी बुया था इजी बुया यार
Easy booyah! Easy booyah! Easy booyah!
Just like we spoke about AGL, right? Cool, calm, and composed. And that's what Team Apex Gaming do here. It didn't look like they were rattled by it. They clearly positioned themselves ahead of the game. And as you can see, they said, this was a booyah written for us.
Yep. Easy booyah, in the words of the players.
Yeah.
I don't blame them. I mean, again, they were, it's either BRU get their 4th in the group stage, either that or Pakistan gets their 1st in the hands of Demon's Pride, or TAG getting a 2nd. And we know which one is written in stone. I mean, if you're BRU, what are you worried about, right? You're doing great regardless. But with that being said, I'm sure that some of the players have something to say, and we have one prepared with Nyx.
Are we in? Are we live? I believe we're live. I'm not hearing anything, but I'm going to take it. How's it going, everyone? We're back on the main stage. We have two, of course, I have Nyx here joining us from Loud Snickers. My name's Barney Banks. I've got Carol Bombshell joining us here. We're going to ask some questions. Nyx, let's kick things off. Let's talk about strategy, okay? Because yesterday, it seemed like the gameplay was very slightly different. Today, you seem like you're getting a bit more aggressive. Eliminations are coming in. Was that the plan, or is that just the way that the games have gone today?
Falando um pouco sobre estratégias, a gente viu que ontem vocês começaram muito agressivos, muitas eliminações. E esse era o plano desde o início? Vocês queriam começar nesse estilo mais agressivo?
Não, a gente foi mais um improviso, mais oportunidades que a gente via na hora. O estilo de jogo é mais centralizado e acaba que os times que
Aurora madamay ka randa po din.
Aurora ka matatamay team ka
Well,
randa
that was not the plan at the beginning. Yeah, we had to improvise. We took opportunities, so we see the teams during rotation, so we just took opportunities. Yes, we used the right guns, and our coach and our team captain just gave us the call, and then we did it, the aggressive games type. Okay, Nick, so would you consider your group, the group of death, that's we like to call, consider that including the Rain Champions, Evos, even Team Falcons, Buriram, does having all these strongest teams in the same group make it the toughest team in the tournament so far? Tendo times, você considera o seu grupo, o grupo da morte, levando em consideração que tem os atuais campeões, o time da Evos, tem também Team Falcons que venceu no primeiro ano, tem uma Buriram também. Você acha que tendo esses times que são fortes, faz o grupo de vocês serem um grupo da morte?
Eu acredito que sim, porque se não fosse por isso, não seria campeões mundiais, né? São times que são muito bons em endgame e acaba que no endgame esses times que são muito bons dá uma dificuldade assim. Eu acho que o nosso grupo é o da morte, mas a gente também somos bons, né? À toa que estamos aí distante do top 5, se eu não me engano.
Yeah, definitely we consider these teams the group of that. Of course, we are among the strongest teams here so far. And having like the reigning champions and also Team Falcons who won EWC 2024 definitely make this group the strongest so far, especially because we have all this kind of teams here from Thailand, Indonesia, but also we are not behind them because we reached the top 5.
You're definitely not. You're performing incredibly well so far, and obviously a few more games to go to close out the group stage for you guys. Now, I want you to cast your mind back because playing regionally before you got here onto the global stage, you guys are playing incredibly well in Brazil. So I just want to know, did that boost your confidence coming into EWC, knowing that in the later stages of this tournament, you're likely to face off against some of your Brazilian rivals?
Bom, chegar aqui como os campeões, né, do Campeonato Brasileiro faz com que vocês consigam chegar aqui nesse momento mais fortes, vocês consigam jogar um pouco mais parelho. Você acha que essa confiança, de fato, veio junto com vocês?
Sim, com certeza. Não tem nada melhor que sermos campeões, principalmente dos campeonatos oficiais que teve no Brasil, que é o FFWS e o Clash Masters. Acaba que, sim, a gente chega muito confiante porque, querendo ou não, a gente acredita, o nosso time em si, que Free Fire é bastante confiança. Tanto é que no dia de hoje a gente teve algumas quedas muito boas justamente por causa da confiança. Vinha time, nós chegava e matava, oportunidade matava. Isso, querendo ou não, leva o astral do time dentro das partidas e acaba que, sim.
Well, definitely arriving here at the EWC 26 as Brazilian champions definitely give us a lot of confidence. So we arrive here knowing that playing Free Fire, we need to be confident here. So with our team, we had really good talks, really good chemistry, and we team up, and that's the results. The results don't lie. Perfect. Nix, for us to finish our interview, one more question. Your country mates performed well in Group B last night. How are you feeling about Fluxo and Lo's performance yesterday? I forgot to translate. That's okay, that happened all the time. Nix, você viu, né, as partidas dos jogos de ontem, né, do Fluxo e do time da Los. Como é que você se sente vendo os times brasileiros também indo bem por aqui?
Cara, eu fico muito feliz, mesmo sendo rivais no Brasil, a gente ainda continua sendo brasileiro. Eu sempre trouxe pelo melhor do time da Los, dos moleques do Fluxo também. Eu fico muito feliz de ver, porque eu não gosto todos os brasileiros.
That was a good answer. You're gonna like this. Okay, for sure, I'm really happy for Fluxo and Los because we are all from Brazil. And of course, we want Brazil on the top. It doesn't matter. And especially because I don't like these other teams here. I don't like the other regions. So yes, Brazil on the top for sure. Okay, thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And we are back in the studio. You are back in the studio.
Bonjour, it's Yunso, and right here I'm at our co-streamer place. Once again, we're meeting our famous character, Backgao, and of course, our super fan from Team Secret, Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Thì hôm nay cũng là ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của Free Fire EWC 26 rồi. Thì không biết là mình nói về ngày hôm qua một chút đi. WEG cũng như là Team Secret đã có cho mình một cái ngày thi đấu khá là ổn khi mà có được một booyah cũng như là một cái số điểm tương đối để có thể tiếp tục trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Thì bác Gấu có suy nghĩ gì về ngày thi đấu hôm qua của Team Secret ạ?
Chào tất cả mọi người. Thì nếu mình nói về ngày thi đấu của Secret WG ngày hôm qua thì bản thân mình thấy là chưa ổn vô lắm các bạn. Hôm nay sẽ là ngày thi đấu quyết định của Secret WG. Các bạn biết là một ngày thi đấu, sau 2 ngày thi đấu thì chúng ta chỉ lấy 2 đội thôi, 4 đội thôi. Và hôm nay buộc Secret WG phải thi đấu hết sức có thể để ghi tên mình vào trận chung kết.
Không biết là Cyrus thì cảm thấy như thế nào ta?
Thì em nghĩ hôm nay WG phải bắn hết mình để lọt top 4 vào chung kết. Tại vì thà vào top 4 ngày hôm nay chứ ngày mai thì em thấy là khá là căng đấy. Căng hơn hôm nay rất là nhiều.
So as we can see from yesterday, WEG from Backgo said he doesn't feel that good, that well about Team Secret since they are doing just only a decent ranking in our group stage A, of course, but overall, he said that in today we have to try our best, especially get into the top 4 as soon as possible. If not, getting into the group tomorrow would be a criminal to them. You know, it's going to be very difficult, very hard for them to compete. And of course, for our old teammates, here's Cyrus, our old teammates of Team Secret, also having the same discuss with Backgo that they have to try their best in order to get into top 4. Today is a very important day for everyone, both in Group A and Group B. We all must get into the top 4 if they don't want to be left behind. Of course, if you're not getting into top 4, you're still having chances. But if you're at ranking 11 and 12, boom, you are out, not being available into the game anymore. So, as we can see in the chats, ở đây thì em thấy là mọi người có vẻ như là tương tác rất là nhiều. Thì không biết là phần lớn, bác con nghĩ như thế nào là mọi người sẽ thường nhắc đến chủ đề gì ở trong cái phần chat của comment mình ạ?
Ở trong cái phần chat comment của mình khi mình coi stream thì tất cả mọi người đều tập trung về Secret WG cả, và ủng hộ cho một đại diện duy nhất của Free Fire Việt Nam. Tất cả mọi người đều muốn rằng một kết quả thật là tốt trong cái buổi thi đấu quyết định ngày hôm nay của Secret WG.
Vâng ạ, và nghe kết quả có vẻ rất là khả quan và cũng như là tinh thần của người dân Việt Nam mình rất là đoàn kết với nhau. Thì em cũng không biết là em muốn hỏi là thường những cái buổi livestream mà nó mang tính chất quan trọng như thế này thì bác Gấu sẽ ngồi xem cùng với bao nhiêu người ở trên livestream của mình vậy ạ?
Thật ra là vào những cái buổi livestream quan trọng như thế này thì xưa giờ mình chỉ xem một mình thôi, nhưng hôm nay thì có cậu em Cyrus của mình đi theo thì tất nhiên là có cậu ấy.
So normally in the chats, especially in those important occasions like this, everyone in Vietnam, because we are having only one representative from Vietnam, especially for the Free Fire World Series Vietnam. Here is Team Secret, or as known as WAG. They are trying their best to support for their favorite team. Overall, as you can see, normally Backgo will only sit and watch the live stream alone, but today, of course, he has a very special company, whom is Cyrus. And overall, I can see normal his number is very impressive because, for your information, Backgo is one of the most famous Free Fire streamer in Vietnam. Normally, as I can see, he will have around like 10k or 20k viewers at the same time watching the live stream with him and support the best for Team Secret or any Vietnam representative in the game and everyone in the game as well. So it's a very pleasure for everyone to be here with me so we can enjoy this very amazing atmosphere right here at EWC 26. Cảm ơn Backgo rất là nhiều ạ. Vậy thì không biết là anh có lời nào cuối cùng muốn gửi đến cho tất cả các bạn khán giả tại Việt Nam cũng như là Team Secret của mình tại sân khấu không ạ?
Mình mong rằng tất cả các bạn đang coi livestream ở trên toàn các kênh sóng của Free Fire Việt Nam sẽ cổ vũ hết mình cho Secret WG và đồng hành cùng họ hành trình này nha.
So, here's one last thing I want to send to the viewers. Please continue to support for Team Secret and of course to all of the rest team at EWC 26 Free Fire at this time. Thank you so much for your cooperation in this interview and we will catch you guys later.
Seven, the camera's on. Seven, wake up, Seven!
Sorry about that. I was having deja vu. I was streaming that AG and tag won again. They did. They actually ended up doing it again.
It actually happened. It's not your dream.
Especially Tag getting off that booyah curse that we saw earlier from them. I mean, this squad has finally been able to step up, considering that some of those top teams have been slowing down. And I'm looking at Falcons and Gun Dynasty.
Well, it's really getting tough right now for Gun Dynasty because it seems like the 3 games, it's something, there's a lot more that they can do right now, but I think they might be able to catch up on the second half, but we'll have to find out though if they'll be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, Gun Dynasty in Groups Day 1, they actually have a 12.8 elimination average and 4.75 for placements. And guess what they've dropped down to for these matches? 1 for elimination and 3 for placement.
Ooh.
That is quite a significant sort of jump from yesterday's performance for Gun Dynasty. And then who is trailing on their tails? Team Falcons. And I mean, I did sort of touch on this at the earlier stages. They needed to have a little bit more of eliminations under their belt to be able to push themselves up into that top 4. And with their track record right now, I mean, they're doing it. Although they sort of fell out in 8th place in that last match, they did have about 14 eliminations as well. So this is like the consistency and the massive advance that Falcons needed to be able to keep themselves out of that survival stage.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, hopefully they keep up that consistency because there was one time where Team Falcons was hunted by Aurora Gaming. And it's tough. All right. Hopefully that doesn't affect Aurora Gaming.
You just have to talk about Aurora Gaming somehow.
I said I won't be saying the name once again. Anyways, Aurora Gaming was just like eliminated as he's trying to go for a revive. It's just unfortunate. They have to stay outside of the zone. Aurora Gaming can soak up full squad, and then the moment that one by one Team Falcons going for those revives, Aurora Gaming is capitalizing and shooting them down.
But this is exactly what we expect to see from the EWC, right?
Yep.
Apex, they weren't so great yesterday, but today 17 elimination points in just 1 game. That is so amazing. AGAL 16 elimination points. It shows that the team that weren't performing so well yesterday are finally feeling the pressure, and being under that pressure lit the fire under their bottoms. So yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing today.
Neptune gave him a nickname, Taggle. Because it's Tag and AGL just winning. We came up with Tag.
Yeah, and that's all we got. Are the improvements that we need to see, and we wanted to see from them.
And we got to see those improvements because they might be listening to us. If I'm being completely honest. Lucifer, yesterday, he was able to say Tag is going to wake up in the second day. Lucifer, I see what you were doing. I'm wondering if you maybe went and told me, okay, you really need to make sure you wake up in the second day. I'm putting my credibility on this. But another squad that has been able to maybe listen to some of the stuff that we've been talking about has been none other than AG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from earlier, we were talking about how well they are holding the south side of each circle, how they go rotation is just keeping them safe. And in the previous round, we saw them in the north. So the same strategy that they were able to pull off. And one thing is, like, even if you make that adjustment, it's not easy. But good thing that they have good snipers, good information getters, as well as those frontliners who keep those paths safe for them. So the rotation, either way, south or north, east or west, it doesn't matter for AGAL.
Well, let's take a look at that overall ranking because we will have only 2 matches left of Group A. Buram, congratulations, you had passed the 200-point mark. I think it's safe to say that all the sports squads might end up going to the finals unless we see an absolute just crush of emotions in Team Falcons. Doing amazing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, seeing how AGAL right now has collected 199 points. We all know that AGAL is one of the strongest when it comes to Southeast Asia, but when it comes to the EWC, this is actually quite a surprise. I mean, Loud, EFOS, you guys better get focused, okay? Because what the hell is happening right now? I mean, even Team Falcons is trying to pick themselves up, even though it's not, maybe it's not working as much as they wanted it to be.
Yeah, and if we have a look at this, so we've been talking about the AGAL and their consistency is still shining through Barium United as well. If we look at Loud, Loud up to about 8 matches had 10.8 elims average with 9 placement, which is probably our top team that is focusing on those rotations. So it looks like that's not really going to the case for them going into these games. So like you said, Loud, gotta keep your wits about you because Team Falcons are sort of solidifying that path into performing with the elims and also the placement points. So this is something where Loud needs to keep on their toes for.
Now, not only for those top 4 teams going to the finals, the bottom 2 teams will end up going home. With those 2 games left, I see Demon Sprite finally being able to climb up. They're 9 points away from Titan and Paradox as well. Possibly, we could see another shift here on the leaderboard, Neptune.
We'll have to fight. Let's see, though, because even against AGAL, they're struggling. Earlier, I thought that Titan Esports Club will be able to bring a fight against AGAL, but with Katush, the only one remaining in this point, on 1 point in that game, it was hard. It was difficult. Even with the Moors, he couldn't use that stealth bite to get away. He couldn't be stealthy enough to pull away from that engagement.
Yeah, I was just concerned about DP or demons because all I'm seeing is that terrible calls after terrible calls. And it's like, it's not even about the bad strategy, it's positioning as well. So I'm really racking my brain to like, how can we help them? How can we make them feel more comfortable and at least try to do something more? Because it's just sad to see at this point, honestly.
Some of those teams that were supposed to be listening to us aren't listening to us, and the ones that are currently secure in the finals, for some reason, they're listening to us. I talked about this team earlier, actually, and it's none other than Loud. We were talking about positionings with what AG has been able to do. Loud, I feel like this top teams might be using this last couple of games to try something different because we didn't see Loud in the middle of the circle this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they took the position of AGAL on the south side, outside of the circle, so it's a good strategy as well, like halfway through. You will be read by the other teams. You will be anticipated by the other teams as well. So you will have to switch it up. You have to change your approach, otherwise you'll be targeted so much. And you did mention how critical it is for the top 4, for them to get in the top 4 and secure it.
Yeah, you can't sit in that top 4 and be like, oh, you know, my job is done here, because there are people tailing on you that also want that position as well. I mean, no one wants to go to the survival stage. They don't want to have to fight again. So this is where these next couple of games are going to be incredibly crucial for these teams. And, you know, we have been touching on, I think Barurium United, you're kind of safe. Like, that is an exceptional lead for them. But, I mean, mid-range of this leaderboard need to be able to be a little bit more cohesive and get those placement points on top of getting eliminations. Because, yeah, cool, you can make it into that final circle, but everybody else wants that same kind of action too. So we need to see obviously exceptional eliminations right at the start and a little bit more strategy to push themselves into that final zone and be able to secure a spot there.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 3 places up for grabs, right? So it's everyone's game. I think it is time for us to see what's going to happen next.
Oh, I'm going to save us the curse, and I'm going to send it to the casters instead.
Okay.
Yesterday, we were able to bless some teams, wondering if they were going to be able to get 3 booyahs. We have 2 squads now with 2 booyahs apiece. So Husky, Lucifer, are they going to maybe get that 3rd booyah or no?
I am pretty sure at this point of time that anything is possible, and I'm looking forward to see if AGL can get that 3rd, or maybe TAG. But I gotta say, spicy words from Nix, from Lau, and Conchita's takes have been getting hotter and hotter. Yeah, I'm throwing my book out the window.
Yeah,
I'm here for the vibes, man.
Exactly. At this point, none of the things that happened yesterday in terms of points, in terms of how storylines were built, are all broken down as we see the flight path. This time at least a tad bit better compared to the previous game that we ended at perfectly. But yes, a great end for Team Apex Gaming in India. And now another opportunity for AGL to get their 3rd here, and again, like how Buriram did, maybe even AGL do a 3 for themselves.
I mean, BRU hit the 200-point threshold as expected. First team to reach there. Wow, plenty of eliminations on their feet as well as teams started off hot. Well, this is Shoto really coming alive. Paradox, unfortunately, almost snuffed up of theirs. Madara, get a confirmation. That's the 2nd one for Demon's Pride. Should be able to get the pick up there. Jazzy though, under fire. Pressure mounts. There is Apex nearby with Evos by their side.
Yeah, this is not the best of the battle, but look at Shoto. He has looked like a beast, completely going all in, the rusher. And now again, another opportunity that he wants to strike at. And there it is. Before going striking, he goes in for a revive. Abax quickly challenged by Demon's Pride. And Shoto going in for another revive. A couple of losses that they had, and Shoto gets all their players one after another back on their feet, going and getting in. One last player left from Team Apex Gaming, and Shoto right now doing the magic to get the Apex back.
And after an extended breather, suddenly this match 11 of Group A turned into the Wild West. They are still going. Top 16 needs assistance. Apex getting gunned down, but Russia that covers the flank. Madara ends up losing out. Demon's Pride needs to find a way out of this. They are slowly running out of gas, but Evos with a choco right around the corner. It's Jazzy confirmed. Demon's Pride vanquished.
Match number 11 this is, and Demon's Pride going out at this point makes their chances and their keys all going out of their hands. Evos on the other end, they'll be happy. However, tag not yet, because Wolvin just got taken down by Loud. BZP and the team's very first elimination. And Sahil Jad in a complete different direction. Tag spread around the map itself because this start was not great for them. They're unable to replicate what they just did in the previous game. And I don't know how, right? One game they got a booyah, did not make the best in the second, and then coming back to the next, again another booyah. A little back and forth happening here from Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, we actually have a terminology for that. It's called the RRQ experience. In a way, sorry RRQ fans. You know it's true. You know it's true, Conchita. I love you a lot. But I gotta say, after match number 10, we already see the clear hierarchy, right? Top 4 confirmed. Even if Falcons go on a miracle run, to do it in 2 matches, highly unlikely. So now it's the fight to not be in the bottom 2. But even then, with Demon's Pride out, they only have one more chance in match 12 to do so. Paradox hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They gotta find a revival to get back into the game.
But getting the game going is going to be due. Elimination, damage all being done. Game now taken down by Titan Esports Club. That was one of the players, but there's still a challenge for Ray. He gets taken down. Titan Esports Club, they get challenged by Aurora. And look at the Axel's position. Completely unthought of, and Aurora taking this as an advantage. And Titan Esports Club, all they want is making sure they secure their survival stage chances. And a challenge coming in from Azriel is good to deliver one, but then the entire trail of Aurora follows through. And Titan Esports Club, they lose their players one after another. And it's only up to Kutush, and Kutush has always been the savior for this team.
Forced to slow the pace down. Not really close to his team, but the Dynal clear from top player confirms the absence of anyone there, so he can't get the revive going. Nameless and Cypher linked up. Shoto with great snipe on the trap. Kutush with the full revival there. TAG racking up steady points. Next one fire actually fights due with a P90 of all things, so the sniper of AJL will need to be brought back, and that's will be the case. As Loud makes that rotation, BZB wants to push the envelope.
Loud, they are in the top 4, and as you said, they're just making sure they seal the deal with match 11 and match 12 on board. AGAL trying to get closer to their booyahs so that they can cascade in the champion rush. But right as now, Aurora, they're biting their chances, trying to get better, and they're picking on DRS one after another right at the vending machine at Zipway. Not even giving them a chance to breathe over there or even counteract.
Wait a minute.
And look at that, instantly they go for a hit list and goes to Loud's Gosha.
Aurora has 16 eliminations.
Huh?
What?
Yeah.
How much has happened?
That happened.
Wow.
Where did that happen? We'll see in the replays.
Yeah, we looked away. We looked away for just a little bit.
Yeah.
You see that, Neptune? Thanks for not mentioning Aurora.
And Aurora, big picks. They did trouble Titan Esports Club. Those are some of the eliminations that they managed to get. And right as now, being troubled is going to be Paradox. Falcons, in the meantime, they are trying to go in for a challenge. FGL being used to force on fire, not getting closer. Fire battling with fire, using a chrono, but not for long. And Zuez puts him down, and another back coming in. Aurora, 18 eliminations. It looks like Aurora are taking this chance as the top teams have decided to silence themselves, at least here on next era. Aurora are going all out. Another challenge and limit. X7's positions compromised. Riptide in his defense, not great. Azriel tried to jump closer. Unfortunately, the landing was not that great. But what can Limit do? He's stuck in a very hard spot, surrounded by the entirety of Aurora.
Yeah, missing, unfortunately, airballing the Riptide Rhythm is going to put him in a rough spot. I think Aurora really fueled by the early pickings that they've gotten. Now seems to looking to build themselves into an unstoppable fourth circle, move south. But if Aurora can clear out limit from the area, they get such a stronghold in that area around Zipway. I think the best part of Aurora right now, again, chances of making it in the top 4, pretty much unlikely, but they could cement the position to one of the generation record run. Remember, so far today, the most elimination a team has gotten for themselves is 20.
Yeah.
Aurora is at 19, 18, 19, so they're already looking to break a record.
This is around the 7-minute mark,
right?
Right at the end of the game. So Aurora, in a brilliant run, for the time being, even Evo's trying to stretch that towards 10 of their own elimination. Tag, they find Kutosho there. Seems like the elimination feed slowly, right now, lighting up one after another. AGAL picking off the last player of Paradox, and that is Sneaky out. And Paradox, just like Demon Sprite, their chances are looking bleak.
Really falling out of their hands. Some hit scratches there from Paradox. The only thing that they could hope for right now is for TEC to be next. Then they will have a chance to bring it back. Maybe for Demon's Pride it's going to be an easier journey, but for Paradox it's a 20-point gap. And a lot of hope that TEC don't make it this round and the next.
It's going to be a difficult one to kind of look forward to teams fall and their own uprising, and especially with only one game to go after this. But on the other end, Loud, they have a challenge. That's going to be DRS. They thought they were ahead of the game, but BCP, he was quickly surprised by DRS. But the challenge not yet done. Tosha was there out along with Aurora. 20 eliminations on the clock. Not yet 10 minutes. And Elzriel going in for a chase. He will be taken down by Elzriel. Stroix, can he do something different? Right behind the drop. And Aurora have not yet seen, but finally it's going to be the Axel. And DRS out of the run. However, Aurora roaring in this game.
A slight smirk from Axel's face. He knows that the magic is being performed here. They might even set a record for the highest elimination count in a round if this continues. If they add a booyah on top of that, it might be the record for the most points in a single round. To be achieved and set by Aurora. Missing 4 years on the international stage. I don't care if they win the trophy in the end. There is going to be them inscribed in the history books by the end of this one.
Yeah, to do it at the Esports World Cup, to break records is not at all easy. Titan Esports Club, their journey started today in recovery, and somehow they are above the chopping block for the time being, and especially maybe a blessing in disguise that both Demon's Pride and Paradox are out. So get that difference even bigger. That's what they have to act here at Deca Square. Right close to them, they have Team Apex Gaming to be worried about.
Best part is that with DRS being wiped out by Aurora, Titan Esports Club have a better chance now to ascend in the rankings. And not to mention booting Paradox down to the last spot. Race of hope for TEC. Evos has been a bit quieter this round. I think they were sitting at around 10 eliminations there. About to move forward, potentially bump into Falcons. BRU make the rotation over the boxing gym, launch pad. This is going to be quite the rotation straight in. Stealth bites by Rasha. Going ahead. Guess who lays ahead? It's Aurora.
He might have the stealth bites and might be in cause for the time being, but right in front of Aurora. The only two teams right as now here in Nextera having double digits, Aurora and Evos. Both Evos do not want any fight of this. They're back off the compound. Move the different angle. He finds an opening on Jun. Do they continue this action? It seems like they're not yet, but that was a warning shot coming in from Evos.
Yep, indeed, Rasha. Always the consistent figure in the team, even in the darkest day of Evos. Rasha is the beacon of hope that you can lean your shoulder upon. Even yesterday we look back at Evos' track record, right?
Yeah.
Rasha is the one that enables everything. He's the one that lights the fuse and gives Evos the second wind. Survivor and Dominator all packaged into one. It's going to be quite the standstill between them and Aurora. Maybe BRU will break the ice. They now make the presence into the circle.
Every team getting closer, inching against everybody. 4 points for eliminations to be above and surviving afloat. And I think right as in at least in next era, every team is safe and sound, whether it be the top 4, the middle order, because the chopping block teams are already out. They are under threat of elimination.
It almost seems like they've already been placed the guillotine here.
Yeah.
At the
This is silence just before an complete cascade of an action breaks out. Zones closing in. Falcons, very big spread right at Deca Square. But with the binoculars being used, it gives an idea of a totality of the number of teams there. Either it came from Tag or it could be Titan. So it showed there are 2 different teams holding in the major compound at the center of Deca Square.
Lau now makes their move. Hits the timing just right. With the circle centered around Aurora. Najat takes out BZP rotation. Lau has no way to retrieve him. Rush up from the back one. Backside takes out Trap as well. Glue walls have to be used, but even for Guaksha, didn't really have much window to keep his team up. Evo's now being the difference maker. And that gives Aurora even more time to set up. TEC will have to move. But then this Falcons lying in wait on fire. Shows it head! And there's a bait and switch with Limit following up.
Blade just popped up and instantly, as you said, the setup coming in from Limit and now Titan Esports Club. They wanted to create a difference in the number of points they have, and Falcons have them surrounded. But on the other end, it is Team Apex Gaming. They decide to jump in, put Limit itself down, but Kiroro acts quickly. Volvin and Katie got her down. Sahilja trying to recover this. Shoto has to do something brilliant right as now. Falcons have him surrounded, cornered, zones closing, and Shoto is in deep troubles. However, there's a close vending machine, and Sahil Jad with Shoto will be able to get one of their players back up.
And this could be an opportunity for TEC to take advantage of. Get a couple of knocks down, whittle down the members of Falcons, and give themselves a chance to move on forward. Have to contend with Pina though with Kutas down. And they will have to get that revive going again. Every single second spent not rotating is going to be detrimental. BRU up with the monster truck. There is going to be pressure. Aurora, they gotta receive this hit. Can they overcome BRU? As they crash through, hops on top of the roof. Falcons wipes out the members of AGAL.
AGL going out. Aurora have a chance to make the biggest record here at EWC 26 in Free Fire. 22 eliminations, they died down after that 8-minute mark we were talking about. We're talking about chances dying out. Team Apex Gaming here in next era, they lose their chance out. However, still chances for Titan Esports Club to rake up points, but they're under the axe of the Axel. And Zue is also helping out, and that is going to be an end for Titan Esports Club. 24 eliminations coming in from Aurora. Buriram know this is happening, but that's happening right below them. Is there a change?
BRU might be the only person that can, the only team that can stop this carnage from the Malaysians. Of course, with Azrael leading the charge as well. Axel wants to limit this time. Out into the open. Aurora not overheating this time. Get high. Removed from the equation. The clutch factor of BRU no longer in the conversation. And Aurora, new surge of confidence, newfound hope, now takes on BRU, and they are on top of the roof.
A fight between Loud as well as Evo. Rhythm coming in, trying to finish it off, but it goes towards Aurora. The Axel's down, but they are quickly recovering. That's the best part, as you said, they are not overheating. Jun, he stepped out, quickly spotted multiple players and backed out. On the other end, Limit taking an advantage of Buriram out in the open. Buriram thought they're going to be ahead of the circle. The zone shifting, they wanted to take an advantage of it. It did not work in their favor. Aurora on the other end, back into the compound, pummeling bullets towards Falcons as they did trouble Buriram.
You want to talk about David versus Goliath? Aurora is the underdog right now. 25 and counting. Make it 26. Azrael with his 7th. Side by side with Jun. They make it to the high ground, and now Evos is going to be the next on that hit list. They eliminate BRU with the help of Falcons. Down to just 4. Aurora and Evos have the best odds with the full squad left alive. As Loud also ends their journey in this match. Karoro all alone. Will be the neighbor derby here. Aurora ever so confident.
And the final fight breaking out at Boxing Gym. And the gloves are going to be let loose. EVOS, the defending champions. Aurora, the first time in the making. Breaking a record if possible. EVOS have to set themselves up. Like how we've seen Aurora, they have their elimination spread across all the 4 players, 6, 7, all of that has been seen. But we saw EVOS themselves at the early, looking cool, calm-headed, with fun in their name, with 6, 7 already being done by Russia. But can they actually pull off something like that against Aurora, who look like the Goliaths in this game?
Start to eliminate the external factors. As EVOS, they take the challenge head on. You know they never shy away. Blue was put up by Aurora to prevent any sort of off angle. As EVOS barricades themselves in this compound, but the circle is going to force certain movements. Suez still preoccupied by Kororo. He needs to be removed.
This is the plan. Aurora do not want to give the chance for EVOS to step out until Kororo is removed. Because they do not want somebody trying to pepper them out without intent, and now with him going on, it is going to be a fair 4v4 battle. The best possibility for Aurora is they have cornered them, they've closed out every opening on EVOS.
There's a chance for a 43-point round right now for Aurora. Was 42 points last year by Falcons. Aurora have a chance to make it 43. And how cool is that on EWC a year apart? The circle, it's going to be the game maker. Axel on the roof, but we eventually have to descend.
Neither of these teams have the best of the circle. They're at the edge of it, they're at the center of it. It will come down to a battle, but look at Aurora using all their glue walls, making sure EVOS does not head out. They're hoping that this zone shrinks in their favor.
Oh my goodness.
They're waiting for an opportunity. EVOS also not trying to rush out. This might come down to just their head speed.
Is it really going to be a heating battle? Ezreal not able to sneak in.
Axel
Axel is going to be their lifeline.
Here
comes. EVOS on the hunt. Ezreal with the knockdown here. Aim god. Knocked down by the blue. Axel continuing to patch himself up. Who is going to outlast the system? Axel. And EVOS is the one that comes out on top.
The Tigers, they hold off the zone, helping them out. They should have kept their aggression going on and they could have got a record. But what a booyah coming in from EVOS, holding it off. We saw the fight between Aurora saying do not take that fight against us. And in boxing, we did look forward to the bell, but it was in favor for EVOS.
And regardless of that, Aurora have something to be proud of. Still a record being set. Almost close to 40 points. Any team would dream of. Highly unlikely that top 4 standings will change, this is at least for EVOS. They know what the plan of Aurora was. They were prepped to play that healing game. An impressive round, honestly, from the Malaysian team. I think it is something that we saw back in the SCA, back in spring. The good games of Aurora are the games that they are willing to make these moves and take on the fight. And God damn, they did it well.
Yeah, I wish for this fight to break out in their favor. They should have gone for it a little ahead.
I agree.
But yeah, there was even electrotherapy being used by EVOS. These minute things, you having the skills ready for those final battles. It helped out. Otherwise, maybe could have had their own. Let's hear them.
I was ready for a bloodbath, honestly. I was so ready for Aurora to just run in, duke it out, throw haymakers, and see what happens. They chose the safe way, but again, no harm, no foul there, you know?
We've been seeing these teams who have had their booyahs and their comms right at the very end. It has not been hectic at all. And in this bed we saw on, they're like, hey, we understand what Aurora are trying to do. Let's do the same thing.
Force their way out from the boxing gym. They're like, I guess we chill. And then we try to...
We 6-7.
We 6-7, right? And it's because 6-7 games is coming up. But of course, before we get to that, let's see what's going on in the rest of EWC.
last match කොහමද last match එකේ වන් DB එක හරි paradox එක හරි වගේ අද වෙන්නේ මේවනේ අද කොහෙටවත් නැති උන්නේ ගහන්න ඊ ගහපු උන් ගහන්නේ නේද
ඊ ගහපු අය ගහන්නේ ලවුඩ් එක එහෙම කීයක් ගැහුවද බූයා ඊයේ BR එක තුනක් ගැහුවා
Hi me, there's a machine. I don't really understand how to play or how to use it, so I'm gonna ask
you
this
right
here. Hello? So can you explain how can we use or play this? Because I really want to give it a try.
Yes, so it's easy. I will push the start button and you will have 5 seconds to prepare and it will start falling down. You will have to catch them all, so there are 10 in totals. And once you catch one, you can drop it on the floor.
Wow, this game is gonna be very hard. It's about flexible testing. Okay, let's see if I can do it or not.
බෝල් ගහලා ඉවරලා කීල් වෙන ඩ්‍රෝන් එකකුත් දැම්මනේ මම මරු ටික්
Well, at least I got 2.
Game plan.
I think it's a good game to testing your flexible, and of course my hat is falling off, but this one is pretty fun for exercise. Let's move to the next one. From the last map, I mean ending it with a healing game and a record almost broken. Can you believe this, AJ?
I can definitely believe it. What I cannot believe is the fact that it was a Malaysian squad that almost broke the record of Falcons themselves, right? Massive game for Aurora, but that's exactly what you want to show the Malaysian fans out there, that you're not just here to fill a squad, that you're here to go all the way to the grand finals, and because of Champion Rush, maybe even run away with it.
Yeah, it's anyone's game because today has been crazy.
Yeah.
We started off the day with Booyahs from TAG, and they had 2 of them despite struggling yesterday. And AGAL still rampaging and finally clinching in that Booyahs as well.
Absolutely, it's just Chuck Day India all day long. This is the moment for Team Apex Gaming to rise up to the occasion. They clearly knew it. Yesterday was a warm-up day for them, right? I wasn't too concerned about them at all because we've seen the way India plays, and it is all about rotations. It's all about reading and understanding the rotations of the other teams and then going in for the strike when you truly need to do so. And today is the day. Perhaps they might not get the early access into the grand finals, but what they will most definitely do is not get relegated today. Down at the bottom, Paradox as well as Demon Sprite, they are the ones who are in a little trouble.
Yeah, it's looking really scary for them as well, especially as you know it is elimination day after all. You do not want to get dropped today. You either want to be at the very top all the way to finals, or you want to at least survive for survival stage.
Absolutely, and obviously you want to get in there a tad bit earlier, but there is no harm whatsoever in playing that survival stage, right? You've got an extra 10 games to go through that also gives you a little bit of extra warm-up before you play the grand finals. But obviously the Super Titans want to get in there early, and Southeast Asia, as expected, finding dominance there. Now the surprising thing is Loud, even without a dominant run today, are still in the top 4.
Yeah, they still are. They're still farming. They're still going crazy right now, and I am very excited to see what will be happening. So, after this, we've got the final game. It's the final showdown. It is the final opportunity for the 2 teams down at the bottom. The ones they are chasing, though, is from Bangladesh, TEC. Now, they've done good enough so far to stay clear of that bottom spots, those 2 bottom spots, but they're a little bit too close to being uncomfortable in the competition. This is that round I'm expecting them to make a breakout run.
Yeah, it's really scary to think about it. But again, anything can happen. We've seen records almost broken as well. And I think that after this, before we go, I mean, again, it's the final game before we go into the second series of the day, right? So in your opinion, what do you want to see on the final map?
I want to see the underdogs rise up to the occasion, even though Demon's Pride, as well as, you know, the ones who are closest to them, are not going to find a way to maybe get the booyah at the end of the day. They still need to try. They still need to throw out a lot of points as much as possible. So if possible, get to that final circle before finding your eliminations.
I also agree. I want to see the battle of the underdogs, but who else better to tell us what will be happening in the last map? Other casters, we have Lucifer and also Husky.
You are damn right, Tash and AJ. Last match of Group A. And we are about to see some dreams get crushed in this brutal reality of an international competition. Paradox Gaming down at the bottom, followed by Demon's Pride in 11th place. But there is still hope. Even a slight glimmer is what might make the difference for these two teams. We saw TEC, they ran away with the previous map thanks to a bit of intervention. Paradox Gaming have a mountain to climb to even make it to 10th spot. But for Demon's Pride, for the pride of Pakistan, that journey might be slightly extended if they just get a good round.
It needs to be the greatest of rounds for both Paradox and Demon's Pride, as this is the last game for Group A, match number 12, and it starts now with Paradox already taking a dive towards Moathouse, but they have trouble. That's going to be DRS, not the great journey as they dive out very first. Sneaky, however, has taken the dive in the other direction, but very close is even Demon's Pride. Both the ones almost at the bottom, out of the race, are very close. This is unfortunate.
Yep, very poetic as well. That the last map is Purgatory. And can they survive Purgatory? Pratik making hope look a bit glim that L2K doing the same. Enrique needs to be picked back up, but L2K needs to hold the fort so far. Paradox down in numbers. DRS with 2 already.
This is not looking great. Windy. He wants to do something, has a vector on hand, but can he do something brilliant? Skill ready, but he doesn't even get to use a single bullet. And he gets taken down by Pratik. The P90 putting him down. Thankfully, there was a revive, so he can go for this battle, but for how long can he do this? Paradox need to recover. They need to understand the stakes right now. That if they get eliminated so early, the result for sure is elimination.
Not only that, you're also feeding points into the DRS machine. And that means, at least for this situation, it won't change much. But with Demon's Pride arriving, you gotta make something out of it. Aswa finding L2K, that makes it even worse for Paradox. Windy will bring it back. Finally Sneaky, getting the job done. Getting the first for Paradox. A step in the right direction. Strowax will want to find revenge. But Sneaky is doing its absolute best to stay alive. But Strowax pulls out the sight and ends Sneaky's streak. Madara now is going to queue up and see if he can make something happen.
Demon's Pride, they also need points. If it was Paradox and they were battling against them, that would have been extra points. But DRS, they're safe and sound. So battling with DRS could be trouble. And they've looked better so far in the entire journey of the 12 games that we've seen. Hope Demon's Pride are prepared for it. One thing for sure in the intention of moving towards Moathouse is the fight is isolated. Whatever happens, you may be able to recover it. But can it work out? It doesn't. Both top 16 and Madara, they get taken out.
And that does not look good at all. It's for Demon's Pride and Paradox, they're still in it. Still a chance, TAG. On the other hand, not doing that well. Madara gets brought back. Gun Dynasty watching that top 4 slip away. Now we'll have to see if they can at least end on a high note. Do it like what Aurora did in the previous round. Almost 40 bomb. Shiro getting spotted out by Jun. That's half his health bar gone.
Aurora, just before this, they had only Jun surviving. But thankfully, got the whole team back up. So his life at this point, losing it out is okay. But on the other hand, as you did mention, going out with a bang is something that Gun Dynasty should expect and should replicate. Because their top 4 chances are now gone. Unfortunately for them, the great run that they had on day 1 cannot do or say much here on day 2 because the Southeast Asian Brazil and again going into the battle is going to be EVOS and AGAL. Not yet found an opening. Bullets being exchanged on either end. Dew now gets closer with his sniper. Can he find the opening? Yes, he does. It's going to be Ray getting taken down. Confirmation not yet there. Aim God running right across. Ray's confirmation will follow to Dew. And now Cypher following with A-Bags going down. AGAL looking better, but finally taking a hit on Dew. Now it gives a chance for EVOs to get back into the game.
Aim God's gonna get surrounded as he revisits that area. The double back for AGAL paid off big time as they picked off the majority of EVOs and forcing them into that revive game. Deal doesn't even go down. None is lost on the side of AGAL as the feed continues to light up with some of the bottom teams. Stroax finding his fourth on the sneaky. Jazzy picked up by Get High. Things continue to develop in a negative way for Demon's Pride and Paradox. TAG needs to find a way to get woven back into action as Azrael also destroyed by Pina.
Falcons at Central, a UAV to scan. They do not find anything. On the other end, Aurora, we spoke about this. After almost a record-breaking performance, this last game of Purgatory is now working in their favor. Last time it was Jun, this time it's the Axel. On the other end, DRS are still hitting on Paradox, getting extra eliminations from them. Quick on the revive, thankfully had enough coins to get the whole squad back up. What is this again? Demon's Pride and Paradox one against each other. And Windy quick on the revive. Madara had the same intention as well. But at the end of it, it's only Madara who gets that elimination. And that's going to be a second. But DRS is still close by. If Demon's Pride as well as Paradox keep going at it like this, their chances of making it up will not work out because TEC, they've already picked up 5 eliminations of this game.
With top 16 going down. Again, a reset, a hard reset onto Demon's Pride. Madara would just have to make that rotation. Blade making good on his opportunity. Takes down Wasana in the meantime. Players of Paradox on your screens. Again, it's going to be tough. Sneaky losing out again. And like you said, Lucifer, this cycle of point churning, if it's not into the pockets of Paradox and Demon's Pride,
yeah,
there's no chance.
Not sure what the thought was. Maybe they both wanted to go for a drop clash and DRS ended up becoming the surprise. And DRS are getting those extra points at the time being. TEC in the meantime, they are getting their own eliminations. They're already, we saw just before this, at 80 points. So a chase towards them is going to be very difficult for both Demon's Pride and Paradox. And especially they're losing players one after another. Finally, somebody has taken the most eliminations away from track, and it's going to be Cypher, and that's what I'm pretty sure every fan of AGAL will be happy to see.
Brasilia.
Russia's still in first place.
Yeah.
At least tied on Cypher.
He
actually is the most damaged, the highest damage dealer, and no one could get close to him.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't win the whole thing, and that's the craziest part. Wasana actually getting removed. But now, coming to life, Gun Dynasty, that's exactly what they need.
Maybe the last game, but still, give it your all. A warning to the teams who will make it to the survival stage. That's what Gun Dynasty need to look forward to. Paradox, in the meantime, do get another revive again to their teammates, but driving away their chances. A Titan Esports Club from Bangladesh, something that we were looking forward to. When we speak about South Asia, yes, India now looking great, especially after Tag getting 2 booyahs. I'm pretty sure teams from Bangladesh would want to do it because there's Straw Hats in our Group B as well. They've not looked great. At least Titan Esports Club have taken it up a notch.
And it could be a source of motivation for Mia Corp too.
Yeah.
And no, it's the first time for South Asia, but they have had a slight taste before this. But for USA, absolute first time. Demon's Pride, unfortunately, the journey might have just ended here at the foothill of EWC 26. All eyes now on TEC and Paradox. 27 points to tie. The highest of mountains for Paradox to climb, but they're still in it.
These are the numbers that we kind of talk about when teams need to get to champion rush. How far are they? How can they deny teams? But right as now, it's about staying alive. And that's going to be an even tougher task to dabble and work around. And I think Paradox, they have a long statement to do if they have to put up a performance like this, because we've not seen so far 11 games they've played, we've not seen them pull off a double-digit game.
It would be a lot more reassuring if TC didn't also have the eliminations under the belt. The break-even. And that is going to only make things harder as more teams get removed. Strox taken out by BZP. It's a good time to kind of lay it out on the table as well. This last round, a lot of what's happening is inconsequential if it doesn't directly affect Paradox.
Paradox, every time they take a step, they are either surrounded by DRS or being challenged by somebody else.
Yep.
This time at least, they've fended off DRS. It's only going to be Pratik and they instantly surround him.
Nice.
Quick on the take is going to be Sneaky. Happy on that elimination is also going to be Paradox. But they're not out of elimination. Loud is getting closer at that ski lodge's end. Forge is above. Can they forge their very own key that stays alive? At this point, it looks tougher than ever.
And remember, with that elimination, they tie up with TEC again.
Yeah.
27 points. The count starts here. Enough bodies to go through, but with the right placement points.
Not the best challenge, right? They have DRS. They somehow were able to fend off. You can see Takuri did get the whole squad back, but look at Loud. This is how they challenge, going directly in. And Trap puts the player from Paradox down. Now Windy, he spots them from afar, thankfully. None of the players from Paradox were close by, and Loud did just get one and try to back off, but now Nyx is spotted them. That will instantly tell Loud to go for the next fight.
Yeah. Forget about a hit and run. How about hit you straight? Again, Paradox sent on the run again. You look at the radar, Paradox actually have a good spot to not only get the revive, but reset again. But for Loud, they've already cemented their fourth spot. Really doesn't matter how this round turns out. Falcons, impossible to make it to grand finals. Will have to play for survival. Gun Dynasty continues to make a statement on the feed as well, taking out Pratik. Spinel is the one that breathes life into the team. BRU as well, finding a recovery. It's Gun Dynasty under the lightning zone, challenged by AJL and deal best Spinel.
Two shots looking for the second on David, but Cypher was close by. As David goes down, even Vega gets taken. This is AGL looking forward to their run at that champion rush. And now Loud has a challenge right in front of them. Can they take them down? Damage already being done. Their Scour Fiber is not going to work out. Trap gets taken down. That's due for you. You looking forward to another challenge with Nick. Trap getting confirmed. Cypher puts BZP down. Now Nick gets closer to Dew in that CQC. It's going to be Nick delivering for Loud.
He did say that only Brazil will prevail, but unfortunately AGL will remind him that the true kings so far are still the ties, and Loud will have to take a bow now. Guaksha brings Trap back in. Another reset for Aurora, blowing off of that steam in the previous game, and now sitting at no eliminations and a rough round ahead of them. Only one remaining survivor. Paradox back in action. PRU right in front of them. The Paradox can get through this hurdle. Gotta start with TAG.
Which is the best fight for Paradox to pick? At this point, none. But they have to. If they want their chances at Esports World Cup 26, go to the survival stage right here in Paris. And Tag right now closed off. Instant dash coming through. Windy has to find the opening, but it's going to be short out to turn it around, denying Paradox an opportunity. However, KD got been exchanged. That confirmation will not work through. Oh, they do actually. And Shoto trades it off with one of his own.
Could have gone a lot worse for Paradox. But bailed out by Windy with his life, with his dying breath. Enrique now with the challenge, absolutely decimated. Paradox down to 2, on their last legs, in front of TAG. L2K now removed. Shoto making sure that Paradox will breathe their last here. BRU now show up, and Sneaky out in the open. And that is all she wrote. Paradox Gaming breathes their last in Paris.
They held that fight for far too long, holding it out here. And Buriram also got closer. Now even Loud. So Buriram, they are also at a disadvantage. They also need to decide to pick it up. And looking at the best spot is going to be Team Apex Gaming.
top 4 තියෙන team දෙක වෙනස් වෙන්නෙත් නෑ. උන් ඉන්න පිළිවෙල වෙනස් වුණොත් තමයි කොටස් තුනේ ඒ කොටස් තුනේ ඉන්න පිළිවෙල වෙනස් වුණොත් තමයි. ඒ කොටස් තුන නම් වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
දැන් ඔය team අනේ BRU was loud එක තමයි යන්නේ
and eliminating them. Evos, they use their binoculars, they spot 7 players. That's going to be loud, that's going to be Buriram along with close by Team Apex Gaming. Nejad, he's drawing all the enemies who already made it inside the circle. And I think Titan Esports Club are making sure no second chances left to anybody, that they still have points and they qualify, make it to the survival stage at least.
Yep, they've done just enough for another 10 rounds tomorrow. So from this point onwards, there's no more consequences to whatever happens. But it'd be nice to get the booyah to add on to that record. And GD, they're doing the Aurora run, man, Lucifer.
They've gone big. Gun Dynasty now in a cluster though. Loud has spotted Nejad. So for his survival, it looks not that great. He should be picked up very soon. Team Apex Gaming, they've been holding in that tent for far too long. Their position was already compromised when Buriram made the entry. But Buriram, now they have an attention to pay to somebody else. That's going to be Gun Dynasty. But Gun Dynasty, before giving them any heat, they want to take a fight against Team Apex Gaming. But Team Apex Gaming, they've closed all the fronts. Just like how an entry was done by Paradox. No other team is getting an allowance like that. And now Gun Dynasty, they have more challenges in front of them as Evos walks up.
And BRU is listening in closely. We separate tent as well. Russia will have to spend some time to back up the medical speeds of the process. Loud taking care of Nejad. The Titan Esports Club are writing their last. But again, just enough to make it to tomorrow. But Loud now have distance, great angles to intervene in this four-way fight happening right in front of them.
Last 5 teams, out of which only one team has all their 4 players surviving. That's going to be Evos. Sahil Jad, Shairu did broke open in a place to enter the doorway, but it did not work out. Sahil Jad was holding it off. BZP on the other end is spotting the entirety of Gun Dynasty. The chrono for the time being, will it save him? He gets into this own monster truck that was brought by Gun Dynasty and trying to hold it off. David on the other end trying to use his own guns to put the player down. It doesn't work out. One by one, players from Loud get taken down and Gun Dynasty get eliminations raked up. Hit it to 21.
They tried to save David, but the blue zone hurt too much. Attempted Grand Theft Auto by Loud. Punish. In the name, in the loss of GD, Russia getting tagged from afar. Both going big. Circle closing in less than 10. Evos now on the aggression. Inching closer and closer to a GD. This is great for BRU and TAG, and I believe we've seen this before earlier today.
Just like what
Apex Gaming again and them.
The defending champions. Now they're closer to one more for themselves. However, Gun Dynasty, they do not want to give them a chance. They want to make sure this last game everybody gets to know their name once again, just like they made it on day 1. Chrono being used. Evos get closer, damage being done, and that chrono will protect Gun Dynasty for the time being.
The circle is moving. BRU calls dips on that. Team Apex Gaming staying behind, but the last 2 times they did that. They won the round.
Every time fight breaks out between 3 teams, it's always Team Apex Gaming have an advantage. So they want to wish Evos and Buriram go fight against each other, but it looks like Evos have their clear intention of who they're going to take this fight against.
Evos clearly had the numbers advantage. The Blues are starting to hurt TAG, forced to take the long road. That's going to cost them some help. Wasana already waiting in the flank. Point guard of BRU in this encounter. Evos pushes forward from the side, held back by Moshi. Abax needs to get something done right now. Can AimGod break it open? Shoto certainly does. As he takes down the young prince of BRU, Woven finds one onto Evos. Abax responds on the Moshi, that's the execution right out in the open. BRU seems to be the target. Shoto gunned down by Rasha, but moving, picks him back up, drops the dough. TAG are so close.
Another opportunity for them. Team Apex Gaming, a man down
but they have a lot of hopes with the aggression they would want to convert on. With the damage being done, nice shot coming in from M-God, falling through. The last man is a savior. Can he do something brilliant? M-God says no and shuts them down. And that's going to be Evos, your defending champions of EWC. Looking forward to making sure they have a statement at the end of Group A games.
Back-to-back booyahs to close out the group stage. At least for Group A, Evos have made a statement indeed. 1 year difference. Since 25, since they hoisted that trophy, they have been on a slump. People were wondering if that is it for Evos. So much doubt throughout fall, throughout Global Finals 2025, throughout spring. And here they are, 2 good days in a row. And that's Paradox Gaming on your screens. The rep from Africa. All love. But throughout all of that, BRU have done more than enough. They are going to be the ones that toss Group A.
What a game coming in from Buriram. I think while we talk about teams and consistency, right? They showed us what consistency means. Yes, this game and the previous one are back-to-back booyah pulled off by Evos, showing why and what they are, what they're looking forward to in EWC 26. But consistency is the key. That's what everybody wants to place inside the shield. And maybe Buriram might be writing it for themselves.
Let's listen in on what Evos is talking about with that win in the final round. Him got standing up before the fight even ends, but got that back-to-back booyah. But again, Buriram United Esports done more than enough to be at the top of the group, and you know what that means, Lucifer.
Yeah,
they're gonna pull the trigger.
They will. 2 keys will be crushed. And for M-God to stand up like that, he knew what was happening. He had taken 2 of the players of tag down, so he knew his teammates in a 3v1 will pull it off. And then eventually they work out. Evos. But you can see at the biggest of stages, this is how the part and parcel of competition is. Paradox, they're happy on one end that they were able to make it to such a big stage, represent their region, and put a performance that they could deliver on. And on the other end, Demon's Pride. This was their very first time from their region, and they wanted to make sure they put up a big performance. They tried their best, but the level of Group A being the toughest did trouble them.
Yep. Of course, the Latam fans here in full force, and that's just a fraction of it. I mean, for Africa, it's the first time for the region, but for Pakistan, it's not the first year. Yeah. And that's the contrast that we see on the stage right now. They can still walk back with their heads held high because they have done more than enough to showcase their best.
There is a lot. That's what we look forward to from every team whenever they step up on a stage like this. And this is how we love to see things like this. But on stage, we have Barney ready. Let's send it to him.
Well, 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 an exciting day, and Group A has now come to a close. 6 teams have secured a spot in the survival stage. 4 have made it through to the grand finals directly, and 2 are gonna go home. And so that's what we're here to do right now. But first, I'm gonna have a little interview with Buriram United Esports, because what a dominant day. Okay, let's set the scene, okay? Let's go back in time, your journey to this point. World champions in 2025. 5th in the regional finals, so not obviously, you didn't match your expectations for that, but now dominating in the group stage at the Esports World Cup, that's got to boost your confidence, right, Rosanna?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับกับผลงานในวันนี้ออกไปในทางยอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวนะครับแต่ว่าก่อนอื่นเนี่ยขอย้อนเวลากลับไปในปีที่แล้วในเวที global tournament นะฮะหรือว่าในเวทีระดับ region นะฮะเราจบที่ 5 ซึ่งแบบว่าผลงานไม่ได้ไปตามทางที่เราหวังมากนะในวันนี้เนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างครับ
Latam मतलब Spanish ก็ Let's go เกี่ยนไงวันนี้ก็ทำได้แล้วครับก็ทำให้เห็นแล้วก็ใช่ไหมพี่แน่วัวฮันในวามอตีมไม่กันปะวามอตีมไม่กันแกแน่ออโรราก็ดีใจครับแค่นั้นเลย
Yeah, actually we are very happy and excited that we finally be able to
ourselves that we
deserve to be here to become the world champ of this year.
I like that. Now, one thing that all these teams are chasing, obviously, whilst we're here, is consistency. And it seems like you guys have that in absolutely mountainous amounts because you guys managed to secure 3 booyahs yesterday. Today, not so many. However, you're still putting up points every single game. What does it mean to have these teammates with you and performing so well here on the main stage?
ก็ในเวทีการแข่งขัน EWC 2026 นะกรุงปารีสนะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจทั้ง2วันนี้เนี่ยเราทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีทั้ง2วันเลยถึงแม้ว่าในเมื่อวานเราได้ทำบูย่าไปทั้งหมด3ครั้งด้วยกันแต่วันนี้เนี่ยถึงแม้ว่าเราจะไม่ได้บูย่าเลยแม้แต่ครั้งเดียวแต่เรายังได้แต้มทุกเสมอทุกเกมรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับผม
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับก็ได้ตามซ้อมตามแผนที่เตรียมมาครับผมว่าคะแนนประมาณนี้พวกผมก็ทำได้เป็นเรื่องปกติอยู่แล้วก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกดีใจหรืออะไรครับแค่รู้สึกพอใจตัวเองมากกว่าที่ทำได้ตามฟอร์มครับ
Actually, we are pretty happy and satisfied with our performance because like this is supposed to be our true form and true power. So if we can do it like this over and over again, I think we're going to be able to claim the trophy.
I like to hear that. I like the confidence. It's good. Now, gentlemen, it's time to join me. Come on, walk with me. This right here. This is called the Crusher, and as you can imagine, we're going to crush some hopes, going to crush some dreams, and crush some keys. Like I'll remind you, we have 2 teams who have been eliminated from the competition. They need to have their keys crushed, and so we're going to start things off. Would you like to press this button?
กดปุ่มเลยครับ
It's going to open up. It's going to reveal the teeth. It looks menacing. Let's be honest. We're going to crush these keys. Okay, Wasana, would you like to gently pull on this lever and send them home? Is there anything you would like to say to your teams before we crush them?
ก่อนที่เราจะดึงคันโยกลงมานะเพื่อส่งดึกคีย์ทั้ง2อันลงไปเนี่ยมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกทุกทีมเลยไหมฮะกับแล้วก็2
ไม่เป็นไรครับเก่งแล้วแต่ผมเก่งกว่าครับโทษที
Yeah. GG, nice try, but we are better than you guys. Sorry.
I like to hear. Okay, pull that lever in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. And just like that, 2 teams have been eliminated from Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. But don't go anywhere because 2 more teams will be eliminated later today. And as we get those groups prepped, we're going to head back to the studio before we continue with day number 2.
Bye bye. Ada putu apa Indo ini bang?
Now, something that really hits close to home, and one of the things that we cherish the most here at the Esports World Cup, is support for our players on the main stage. And one of the most incredible things is, of course, when families, fathers, sons, brothers, mothers are here to cheer for their children and for their siblings on the main stage. It truly is amazing. I've got Shalesh here joining me, Shoto's father from Team Apex Gaming. Shalesh, tell me what it's like being a dad. I'm a dad. I have a 4-year-old son. What is it like to cheer for your son on the main stage at an event like this?
It's great to cheer for your son, especially if he's an 18-year-old son and who is doing something which I don't understand. So you can imagine it's very difficult to cheer for him. But once he won the Indian Championship, before that I was a tough opponent of his. I used to refuse and deny him whatever he asked for. But after he won that, I knew he was passionate about this game. So you can imagine I've got 4 other family members with me. I have spent so much money to come here to support him. So that says it all. Now I am one of his biggest fans.
I love that. We managed to convert you to being a fan of esports. That's brilliant. Madhvi, what is it like being here as a mum? I think that one of the most important things is to teach your children to chase their dreams, right? And now Shoto is chasing his. How does that feel?
It's a proud moment for me as a mother. He's playing very well.
He's playing incredibly well, especially today. After yesterday, okay, yesterday was a struggle, an uphill battle. Today they're playing so well. Yeah, tell me how it feels.
Yeah, I think 2 games is quite the progress, I would say, because I think yesterday it was kind of a struggle for almost every single player in their team. But finally they have proved themselves and made a great comeback, which I'm sure a lot of people, even in our home country, India, are proud of.
I love it.
Shoto's family is going to be happy because Tag is going to survival stage. As we saw, the first keys being crushed here for Free Fire at EWC 26. None other than Demon Pride and PDX. But we'll talk about that later because we're going to be talking about the teams that are in the top 4 and will be going to the finals. One of them, Buriram. Very consistent 2 days.
Yeah, consistent as heck, but it seemed like they did run out a little bit of speed from day number 1. I felt day number 1 was explosive for them, and it felt like today they're maybe in power saving mode, but after all, they're still up there in the lead. Do they really need to rush a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Loud was on power saving mode as well. They didn't really need to do much. They were just being very consistent, very average games, and they still remained up in the top. But what's interesting is Gun Dynasty kind of slowing things down today, intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately for them, Loud has taken away their spot in the top 4 already. They get to move on into the grand finals. But more importantly, it was the storyline of who's at the bottom. And Titan Esports Club, TEC, many doubters out there. Of course, tons of supporters as well. They have managed to save themselves from relegation.
Just barely. It feels like just barely, because at the beginning of the day, I mean, throughout the day too, that squad was just there in contention, doing enough to what it took to keep them away from those bottom 2. But the way you were talking about Gun Dynasty, that's a team that slowed down in a big way.
Yeah.
Lace, boy, did they slow down in another squad that was kind of able to bring it back up as we see the top 4 teams that will be moving on to the grand finals was Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, you know, I sort of said that this is something that they need to showcase a little bit more grunt into it, and boy, did they do that. So from up to about 10 matches, they were about 9.4 average kills and to 4.4 placement, which is actually beating, you know, teams like Gun Dynasty, who, you know, just brought it back in these last couple of matches. So seeing that sort of, like, I guess, competition between these 2 teams, Falcons, Gun Dynasty, is obviously what makes these storylines so fantastic. Clearly not enough to make it into that top 4 we saw in that final circle. It was like looking good for these teams, and then somewhere along the lines, you know, they came in from the eastern side. I know, like, I think it was Loud holding the eastern corner there for quite some time in the position. So it was very difficult for Team Falcons and obviously Gun Dynasty to sort of get that fruition and get those extra placement points that they needed to push them up to that top 4. But look, if we're looking into like survival kind of matches here, this is an excellent feat from them. So I'm pretty keen to see like what happens with like the next group and how these guys will go in contention with that. But like a great, obviously, you know, I guess team effort from Team Falcons for them today.
Indeed, they need to find a way to get those booyahs, because as you saw there in the top 4, it was just squads that were able to get booyahs. Apex Gaming, I mean, we saw what one of the players' families was saying there, happy with their performance. A little bit too late from what we saw in the first day, but a great bounce back for this squad going into survival and taking some momentum with them.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing this team, if you think about it. Yesterday, fairly quiet. Now coming in today, I think coming in really hot. And I think it's really good as well, because day 1 is more of like icebreaker day. Everyone's just trying to get a feel of each other as well, as right? Yeah. But another team I really want to talk about as well is Aurora. Yeah. Because coming into this,
don't say that around Neptune.
True.
They were a team. I felt like yesterday they were struggling. They were knocked out a bit too early so many times. We saw the vision, but not the execution. And whatever it is that happened yesterday or today, in fact, they almost broke a record today.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to bring the conversation back to Team Apex Gaming, right? Because I think this is a whole big win for India as a region who are making it back into the global scene after a long, long time. I mean, many people would have expected these Indian teams to be rusty, and that's exactly what they were in day 1, at least for Team Apex Gaming. But today they have shown us that they can play some good fights, they can rip away some good booyahs, but is it going to be enough for them to qualify into the grand finals? Because if you're looking at the teams that are stacked here, that are going to probably make it into the elimination rounds, it's not going to be easy. I mean, in this group in itself, I've got 3 or 4 favorites, but there are only 4 spots left for survival rounds.
And you mentioned it too. I mean, first time being able to be in this kind of stage. It's been a while. We even heard Lucifer saying the first day was going to be a bit of a slow start. The second day was going to be a hyped up moment for them, which ended up being exactly like that for this squad.
Going to tag, though, I know you've been at the global finals many times. You've been at many events. What is something that you would like to see Team Apex Gaming do coming to tomorrow for survival? Because only the top 4 will be going, and it's not 2 days. It's just going to be 1 day.
Let me just put it this way, okay? The Indian teams are already winning, okay? Shoto is already winning. I want Indian parents like that, man. I mean, when the common factor for any Indian boy in his house is you become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or you're a failure in life, all right? So to explore esports, to have your parents fly all the way down to Paris to celebrate you and to support you, I think that's a huge win already. They are setting an example for everybody else out there. I wish and hope those other parents support their teams as well. But, you know, on a more serious note, I think they're doing very well. I'm not expecting them to run away with the EWC trophy the very first time they've stepped back into the global stage, but it's more to prove to the rest of the world what India can do. And I think they're doing a very good job at that.
And Tash, one thing that we saw being able to do from that team was getting the booyahs.
Yeah.
And in regards to those top 4 squads, we ended up seeing they had to get those booyahs. I feel like that's going to transition into tomorrow for survival.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that one thing's for sure though, when you are going to be running this and you do make it to that top 4, that survival stage, for me personally, I think that having that 1 more day to play gives you momentum, gives you an edge in terms of trying to learn what exactly needs to be fixed and how you can fix it throughout the day. As you go into the grand finals, granted that you do go into the grand finals, it does give you a little bit more of an edge for me personally compared to the teams that already just go straight on to that final day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think teams like Titan Esports Club, they are a little bit more grateful that we've added in more squads, right? They're a little bit more grateful that more regions are in here. So now they are kind of like the veterans in the competition. So they've survived this stage already, but to survive survival stage as a whole is going to be very tough because of the kind of teams that we have got going in there. We've also got Group B who are going to be playing in a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, down at the bottom, the teams who are already struggling are not going to be obviously a very big, fight for them. But the teams that do make it in there, I think the survival stage is going to be a hell a lot more exciting than whatever we've seen in the past 2 days.
Yeah, on the broadcast, I think it was the other day, we watched this group and I've been saying that it's kind of like 2 lobbies in one group.
Yes.
We have ahead of the pack, the top of the lead, the AGLs, you know, all sitting up there, and then everybody sort of fighting in your mid-range to the end, which is pretty tough for this lobby. Like, this lobby is exceptionally stacked. And, you know, if we do sort of like swivel over and move over to our second lobby that will be coming up, you know, you're talking about India, SAUL, they're sort of in that middle pack range as well. So it's going to be an absolute grand fight, I feel like, in the survival match. But one thing I want to pick your guys' brains on, if this is okay. Yesterday, Paradox's performance was actually exceptional.
Yeah.
They have now found their way right down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, I'll hit this with you. Was there any sort of inconsistencies that you saw being like watching this team throughout their play style today?
No, not at all, right? It's the first time Africa is stepping onto a stage like this. They don't really have a lot of experience in the esports scene within their own country. They don't have a lot of powerful teams to go up against, to scrimmage against. So coming in here, it's all about learning. It's about the experience. It's about, you know, traveling around Paris, just watching, exactly how the culture is like here, you know, having some baguettes.
I mean, it's exceptional just to get here in the first place.
Absolutely correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's inspirational.
That's what you were saying about tag too. I mean, you feel like this is definitely a win for that squad. The experience that they're going to be getting is going to transition into later on with some of the other squads. And I think this is something that Netune was touching about. And we even heard Conchita touching upon it too from EVOS. They did have one of the players that was just starting off. They started off slow, but they ended up bringing it back as well. Same with the other squads. Aurora, I know that's one squad you were just talking about earlier on. They were able to bring it up. It's been quite a bit of an inconsistent 2 days for Aurora.
Yeah, they were struggling on day number 1. Even today, I think one thing's for sure about them though, kind of like tag, right? You can see that they were making it up with these big hero plays, these big hero moments. You want to play catch up. It's good. But for me personally, consistency is key. You want to be able to go to that next map with at least 5 to 10 points just to keep yourselves ahead of the rest of the teams. That's for me personally.
Yeah, you are being too Asian mom with this right now. We have seen Aurora play for many years, and I think, you know, 2 out of the 4 players on the main roster already have got the global stage experience, but they've been missing the past 2 years, right? Multiple roster shuffles, but now they are kind of getting it together. So this is one of their best performances that we've seen from them in the past 2 years. So based on that, they're doing hella well, right? I didn't expect them to walk away with an almost record-breaking game in the game number 5. Yeah, that in itself shows how good they have come.
great momentum too, that they're going to be able to take that into survival. And that's the thing, though. You can be consistent here when we're talking about groups just to make it to survival. But it is going to be a bit of a level up, a big level up when we end up moving to survival, because the top 4, that's all you get. After that, it's not just 2 teams that are going to be going home. It is going to be the rest of the teams that are going to be going home that are not in those top 4. So going into survival, I know, by the way, there's amazing people that have joined us, Tash, Bunny, AJ, and Lace, especially you two. You guys are going to get a chance to cast that Group B. We'll get a chance to break down Group B with the other squad, but I want to just pique their brain. Who is somebody that you're going to be keeping a close eye on coming up in Group B?
Man, I am not keeping my eyes on anyone, right? That's the beauty about shoutcasting a battle royale. Anything goes, anything happens. Like from what we've seen already in Group A, teams that kind of didn't really do all that too well yesterday, even Titan Esports, they weren't having a fantastic run yesterday. Today is where they showed us what they're truly capable of, right? And that's exactly what I'm expecting to see. Teams who were not doing too great yesterday to step it up. Teams who are doing great, maybe, you know, take a little bit of a pause, just like what Loud did, just like what Buriram did. Don't get too crazy with it.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I mean, I did dig a little bit with Carol about the Brazilian, I think, scene, right?
Yeah.
And she was telling me, like, in the regular season for Brazil, one thing's for sure, the Fluxo was known as the
Boogeyman?
Yeah, the boogeyman, right?
Yeah.
They were the ones that goes for back-to-back booyahs coming forward. But now in this tournament, they are the ones that are just farming eliminations.
Yeah.
So they've changed up the way they play. And I agree with you. You really cannot tell what's going to be happening. And I'm so excited to be part of this with you, AJ.
Likewise, Dash, right? And, you know, speaking about Fluxo, I am not too worried about them at all. That's the team that we are definitely going to see at the Grand Finals. I'll be shocked if we don't see Fluxo in the Grand Finals.
I mean, let me give you my little opinion here on the end, guys, because I shouted it from the rooftops right at the top. We need to look at Team Secret, guys, okay? I have placed them as my underdog, all right?
Underdog!
Yes, and if we saw from there, like, obviously, groups from yesterday, shaky start, but then they pulled out these bazingers just to skyrocket up the leaderboard. So, you know, I don't want to jinx them. I know we're all about jinxing, unfortunately, but this is going to be one team that needs to obviously make this happen.
Yeah.
And I'm going Team Secret.
I mean, this group has been just talking about when we went to Group A, it was pretty much Southeast Asia. When we went to Group B, it was none other than Brazil. You can hear the crowd in the background. You can hear them getting hyped up. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, support your local team. Get into Free Fire. Make sure you support your local team, whichever one it might be. You can be biased. It's okay. We try not to be biased here, but sometimes it ends up happening. We'll be getting ready for Group B, but we do have an amazing video with Mia.
Yo estaba en el trabajo y ya cuando estaba bajando camino hacia la casa ocurrió los temblores. Ya cuando nos frenamos y esperamos que pasara los movimientos para poder pasar, porque yo iba a pasar por un túnel. Entonces cuando pasó logré bajar a casa y estaba buscando a mi mamá. Ya cuando la encontré se encontraba llorando y cuando pasamos al apartamento le encontramos los bloques, estaban partidos. Tenían ya de ahí salimos del apartamento porque no era habitable. Ya estaba partido, estaba botando el agua, pasaron muchas cosas. De ahí estábamos esperando reunirnos con la familia para poder llegar hacia donde nuestra abuela, que allá era un poquito más habitable. Ya nosotros nos fuimos a una plaza donde era más abierto y estuvimos ahí en el carro de nuestro tío esperando que fuera la cólica. En un momento nosotros estábamos en la plaza y yo estaba logrando contactarme con el equipo, pero no podía porque no había señal, no había luz, como durante 2 días. Entonces nosotros esperamos los 2 días, nos acostamos en la camioneta, en el carro, y ya cuando llegó la luz pude contactarme con el equipo.
Right after the earthquake hit, I didn't realize how hard the earthquake had hit. It had happened right when we were going to join Discord for a meeting, and I ended up not joining the meeting for another reason. and found out a couple hours later that it was tragic. It hit me pretty hard emotionally. You know, these are my boys, people I spent time with, and then not knowing from them for hours until it became days for some of them.
El medio de la nada accidentado pues. ¿Qué opinas, Capa Flow?
Feo porque nosotros teníamos pensado ir desde el aeropuerto de Caracas, que me tía. Ya teníamos todo planeado, todo bien, pero hubieron rumores que las carreteras se habían dañado por el terremoto y así. Entonces varias gente nos dio opciones, ejemplo, que nos podíamos ir por Medellín, y así fue lo que hicimos, pero fuimos por Medellín.
After we knew that we were going to attend EWC, I already had a relationship with the mothers. So they knew my name. They always heard me on Discord when I spoke to them. And one of the things that I told them and I promised them was that I was going to take that trip with them from Venezuela directly here, and that they would never be away from me, that they were going to be with me the whole time. And the minute I found out that I wasn't going to be able to travel with them from Venezuela, it just broke my heart. And I try to make it as transparent, as much communication. I tried to inform the mothers. Up to now, we have a WhatsApp group that they're constantly receiving pictures. They're constantly getting updates from me, and they know that I've been trying my best to keep them updated.
Lo más difícil del viaje fue separarme de mi familia. El proceso de tomar la decisión fue hablarlo con mi familia, porque no estábamos seguros si ellos me querían dejar ir, porque como había muchas réplicas y estamos en familia, no nos queríamos separar. Entonces hablamos de eso en familia y mi mamá tomó la decisión de dejarme ir porque era una oportunidad grande.
Duramos como 5 horas para llegar a Barquisimeto, después 14 horas para llegar a Cúcuta y como 14 más para llegar a Medellín.
The day after it happened, I knew there was something that we could do, and the Free Fire community as well. And I started doing some flash tournaments on Thursday, which was that next day. I started putting statuses on my WhatsApp of who in the community wanted to contribute, whether it's a mod, whether it's a narrator so we can do live, whether it's a producer to do live on TikToks, and also to teams to see who wanted to join and make a donation to be able to play our tournaments. We did 5 on Friday, 5 on Saturday, 5 on Sunday, every day for a whole week. The tournament, I named it as Manos Unidas, which means United Hands, which also contributes back to, our logo, which is a logo of a picture of my hands. So Manos Unidas just came naturally. United Hands as a community, we come together to try to help our Venezuelan friends. And we had a lot of turnover. I mean, we had a lot of people wanting to join it and contributing more than, the normal. When we come back to our homes, this coming week, we're going to have bigger tournaments that are going to last for about a week. That's going to be our goal now, to continue raising funds. For them, this is a dream come true. Coming from the whole tragic of the earthquake, it's just makes them stronger, makes them believe more that this is meant for them, and they're going to do a great job. I trust a lot in our team, and I know that they're going to try their best to take something back to their country.
Pues que todo es un sacrificio, que sigan su sueño y así, que nosotros pues aquí vamos a demostrar y así.
ඉන්න කියන්න EWC ආවේ USA FFWC එකේ ඉන්නේ. ඔව් ඒකෙන් තමයි ආවේ මෙයාලා.
A team that has been able to overcome adversity with tragedies that happen. But at this point, I mean, they're just trying to reach the pinnacle of Free Fire at EWC 26 and trying to find a way to get into survival, trying to find a way if they can maybe make it to finals. And to be quite honest, it is going to be a hard road once again, because this squad is starting not in the best positions for day 2 of Group B.
Yeah, it is definitely a hard climb for Mia Corp, but hearing what they have to go through, it is such a miracle for them to be here with us today. And of course, it's for them, it is also a milestone and something that they can forever be proud of. So yeah, this is just one of those stories that gets you thinking of how grateful and how easy you have it in life compared to others.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is I personally saw their qualifiers into EWC. I was shoutcasting their games, and this is a team that really surprised everyone. We really didn't expect them to get in that champion rush condition. And I'm like, the story that they have, they fight through it, they manage to just go with what is needed for them, and they didn't have that much of booyah, even from the group stage. It's only grand final, so it's just the effort that they put in to get here that is what we are looking forward to.
Yeah, you can just see how much it means to these people. You know, they're going through all this sort of, you know, we talk about the mentality of performing on a stage like this, but also, you know, you got to add the pressures of what's going on at home and everything around you. So just to be able to, you know, we were saying before to the other guys, just make it to Esports World Cup is a fantastic feat in itself, of course. But look, the battle's not over yet, Seven.
It's not, definitely not.
Yeah, the battle's definitely not over yet. 33 points they're truly having to overcome to make it to the top 4. But as we saw in Group A, that's going to keep moving along the day. They just have to make sure they are consistent. And don't forget, those booyahs have to start coming, because we saw from Group A, everybody that was at the top, they needed to get some booyahs. A squad that was able to get the booyahs yesterday was none other then remind me again who it was, because it was a team from Brazil, Neptune.
Yes, MIBR lost. We're really looking forward to how they are going to continue this, because from what we've seen, especially comparison of Group A, Group B, we've already talked about like how Group A is a group of death. There's a lot of teams who might be able to go and get those booyah against Versailles United, and this time around, I think MIBR loss will have an opportunity to continue their reign, because even from yesterday, once we switch it up to Group B, it was a slow game overall.
It really was. It really was, Lace. I mean, we felt like the pace definitely slowed down in regards to what we were seeing in comparison to Group A.
Yeah, I mean, even if we look at like the leaderboard at the end of the day, it was super close compared to our first lobby. So they can interchange and obviously work their way up to be secured in that top 4 position. But what I want to do, Seven, okay, is I want to give you a reason. All right, you saw me before saying Team Secret.
Oh!
And I want to tell you why.
Why?
Okay? I want to tell me why. Okay, so I want to tell you why. Sitting in 6, you know, I'm always going to look at sort of that middle pack just under top 4. This team in 2025 was an entire brand new roster, right? Talk about storylines. They were not doing well, okay? It was an incredibly rough start, and this generally can happen with like an interchangeable roster here. But on Free Fire Worlds in Southeast Asia, they won 4 games back-to-back.
Damn.
Okay, so this team, once the consistency hits, can actually put in the work for this. And now, in relation to our first lobby, they're actually sort of like rivals of AGAL. And if we saw how incredible they did, Team Secret were actually beating them in their series. So I'm expecting massive things from Team Secret.
Okay.
I've got the stats to back it up, baby, okay?
All right, hit me with
And there's about to be a power shift, baby. Team Secret underdog. Watch this space.
So you have them finishing in top 4 directly to finals.
I think they will just hit that top 4 mark, yes.
Okay, I love that.
That's exactly what I talked about yesterday, because Team Secret won the FFWS Spring 2026 with a consecutive booyah, and that was amazing. But of course, speaking of rivalry, my eyes are drawn straight to Fluxo and Twisted Minds, because they have the same amount of points, 90, and the same amount of elimination points, 55. Also, we still have Leon or Lion or whatever you pronounce it.
However you want to say it.
However you want to say it. Because this is actually one of the strongest team that did not perform well on the first day. I mean, just look at it. 7th with 72 total points. And this is not the Leon or the Lion that we knew, especially with all the great players they have. One of them is Games King, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Games King will be able to bring the fire to Leon, but I'm looking at another team. We've seen how well Team Apex did in Group A. Now, another team.
This is the blessing, by the way. This is the blessing.
This is blessing.
And preface.
Right.
You're about to be blessed by none other than Neptune.
Yeah. Total Gaming. Let's see. Total Gaming. They might be able to catch up. I mean, overtake Leon, overtake Team Secret, overtake RRQ.
No, stop. We're blessing, remember? We're blessing.
He's blessing all those teams as well.
Blessing all those teams.
One team that you were able to actually bless yesterday, Conchita, was RRQ, and it worked out perfectly how you mentioned it. Starting slow, maybe some jitters of day one, but they were able to turn that around.
I do believe that the true challenge lies today, because when we talk about RRQ, obviously, the well-known fact is that second day chokehold, second day jitters, and the pressure that sometimes they just cannot handle yet. This is the true test for RRQ, especially for Duts as the captain. This is where he should be performing well. He should be calling all the right calls. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see 88 points sitting at the 5th position with 63 elimination points and 1 booyah. It's looking quite promising, but if I'm talking about the Indonesian team, of course, I am super proud once again to see how Vitality has been performing and has been doing so good in this group, Neptune.
I want to say Vitality.
Vitality with that voice, right?
Yeah. The new strategy ended up working out for that squad, and hopefully will continue today, right? Because remind everybody that might have not been here yesterday, it's okay, we'll let it slide now that you're here with us. What was the new strat?
Yeah, my strategy of going for double snipes. We've seen that from Southeast Asia. We thought that they are going to let go of that, because even Brim United, we were seeing them trying to do the same thing. But out of that, they just capitalize on it. They can easily switch up to, especially for those who are just adjusting to the sniper, they can easily switch up to sniper, mid guy, or frontliner. So that's what I'm loving about Team Vitality right now.
Yep.
And again, going back to Chris Jaw, like the mindset of the coach, it's just so much of things that we might expect from Team Vitality.
And they might be able to start hot right away instead of what we were able to see yesterday. One team that's looking to get some booyahs is Fluxo, because their fans are behind us. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I see, is that Marty and Carol? What are you guys doing here?
Oh, here we go. We are here with the Fluxo W7M. Incredible fans. It really is amazing. Oh, Salcinelli joining me here. Tell us about traveling here with these guys and, you know, what this team means to you in this competition.
Like my family, I can explain how important Fluxo is for me. And it's really amazing to be here because it's my first time traveling abroad, and with the organization, it's like living a dream, and it's so perfect. I love it.
We can't hear you, unfortunately, so I'm going to pass this. I'm going to use this. Talk to me again about this being the first time that you've traveled outside of the country and what it's like to travel with all of these guys to support your favorite team.
Yeah, it's abroad, and I truly love, it's like we are really family. I love Fluxo. Fluxo is my family and make me start doing live stream just because of the organization. So all that I am is because Fluxo. Salcinelli exists because of the Fluxo. So it's awesome to be here, and I know that everyone has the same feeling.
I love that. I'm going to take this mic back off you because we've got to learn some of these chants because they're absolutely incredible. Go on, let's go, Carol.
Definitely. Amoroso. Okay, so yesterday we talked a lot about your travel here. It's probably the first time of most people here getting out of Brazil. And you guys share with me incredible stories. But I want to know if you guys have prepared any kind of song for this moment here.
Cara, preparamos algo muito da hora PWC para aproveitar bastante esse evento. Trouxemos várias bandeiras, inclusive uma música nova. Então, eu quero impressionar vocês.
Okay, so basically they have prepared a special song for this moment. They create a special song for EWC, and even they bought a huge flag. So they are gonna show us the flag and teach us the new song. Come on, guys, I'm with you. Let's go.
Hey. Spotify, puxa aí, tô aqui na EWC, que é a música da EWC, puxa aí. Bora.
EWC song, let's go.
Vai. Puxa aí, puxa aí.
Oh, I love this. Oh, this is good.
E o meu fluxo vai vencer. E o meu fluxo vai vencer. MT vai deitar. O MT vai deitar. O Portezinho vai ruxar. O Portezinho vai ruxar. Chama aí o Luquingue. Chama aí o Luquingue. Chama aí o Luquingue. Chama aí o Luquingue. O Gil é muito bom. O Gil Popis vem pra ser campeão. Brockis completa a seleção. Chama o Bentinho. O Fluxo vai ser campeão.
Fluxo absolutely popping off on the main stage, and we love it. For now, we're going to head back over to the studio, and we're going to head down to the main stage to kickstart the second part of Group B, Day 2. There we go.
Oh yeah, let's go, Fluxo. Oh, I got distracted. We're back on us. Okay, Fluxo. I see you with the energy right there. Let's go. Let's go, ladies. This is a squad that, as I mentioned earlier, they're going to be looking to get their first booyahs. And it was none other than their Brazilian brothers actually stopping them from getting those booyahs, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, well, it has been said already. Despite of not getting booyahs, they're still taking the top of court. So it really doesn't matter at this moment. As long as they can get to the top four, it's okay. No booyah, no problem for the moment.
No, I want to see some booyahs out of them. Imagine how if they're crazy right now, if they're being loud right now, that Fluxo crowd, Conchita, it's gonna go crazy.
I know, but that's exactly what I'm waiting for, actually, Seven, because we have Buriram and AGAL in Group A, but we also have Lost and Fluxo in Group A, and that's gonna be interesting.
All right, well, it's time for Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26. Let's get started. 6 more games to go.
Half of our players now know their fate, while the other half is ready now on this Guinea City ride.
That is right. 2 teams have now been eliminated from the competition, so the tension just got a little bit thicker because the consequences just became real.
Indeed, Barney, there is no room for error anymore. With only 6 games left, it's crucial to hit the ground running Day 2s now.
Look, expect insane plays, expect heartbreaks, but above all, expect absolute chaos. And so, with that being said, it's time to introduce your next 12 teams to the main stage to fight for survival, starting with the Mia Corp.
Al-Ali Esports.
Team RRQ.
Twisted Minds.
Team Secret.
Fluxo W7 Aim.
Total Gaming Esports IQ. Straw Hats. Lion. Emmy Bear Loss. S8UL Esports. And finally, Team Vitality. Here we are, our Group B is ready. Anything can still happen, and no one is really safe. We've got $1 million on the line, the survival stage around the corner, and our grand finals reserved for just the most elite teams. And so with that being said, it's time to close out the group stage of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup. 24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadir City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely
Final ദിവസം ഇതാകണ്ട കൊച്ചിറപ്പി വേദികയാണ്.
MIB are lost, they turn it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs struggling unholy along with the help of MIB are lost, and it's going to be MIB are lost getting the very first booyah of Group B. Looking for the final player, Kororo looking for that recovery, and they won't be denied as Buriram pulls away the third booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Lion are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing. And it is going to be MIB lost getting the final booyah of Group B's Day 1. Our eyes on the teams who are in the top 4 slots as well as the bottom 2. Today is the chance for early qualifiers. Today is an unfortunate moment of heartbreak for 2 teams who will get to go on a little bit of a holiday here in Paris before they fly back home. But who is it going to be? Miakop, Straw Hats down at the bottom, and SHUL a little bit too dangerously close to them.
Yeah, because today is anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, or at least Group A, was a story where any team could still make it big and survive. And I'm wondering if Group B will tell us the same story. Yesterday, loss went huge. 3 booyahs, ending the day strong. And I'm pretty sure that every other team in this group as well want to replicate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it is a situation where MIBR lost, wanted to control the situation, but also wanted to find out exactly what they can do in a lobby like this. They've already proven themselves yesterday. I'm expecting them to have a little bit of a slower day today. I'm expecting the teams who are down in the mid part of the battle instead to really show us exactly what they've got. Obviously, it's the fight to squeeze themselves into the top 4. Even if MIBR kind of sleeps on us, giving us average games back to back, I don't think they're going to be at risk of getting kicked out of the top 4.
Absolutely. I think one thing's for sure, though, everyone wants to maintain that top 2 slot.
Yeah.
After all, again, you get that holiday, you get that direct slot to that finals.
Yeah.
And on top of that as well, you mentioned just now during the desk, right, about how hard it would be to play through that survival stage. It's going to be hard, it's going to be difficult, and most importantly, it's going to be mind-bogglingly stressful.
Yeah, absolutely, because we have got the best of the best from around the world. We've only got the 4 slots. I guess a little bit of a blessing as you take these Super Titans out of the race. Now you get to go up against teams who are maybe just a tad bit better than you, right? Because you're taking out the teams who are down at the very bottom, so no easy picking. I think it's going to be ruthless. It is going to be very challenging for the teams to maintain consistency when we get into the survival stage. But of course, beyond all of that, if any teams do manage to show us a constant streak throughout those 10 games, I mean, color me surprised for sure, but I'm looking forward to a situation like that. What's going to be the fate of the Indian teams? Now, we saw the support for Shoto. He's got his family members here, but for the rest of the Indian squads, I hope they are not going to be depending on the support, but they're going to be depending on all that they have conversed, all that they have prepared for before reaching this stage, because there's still a lot to prove, and more importantly, you got to save yourselves from Miakop as well as Straw Hats, who are sure as hell going to be looking to climb up the leaderboard today.
Yeah, and I think what's really important as well is that day 1 is the day that you get a feel of everything. You have an idea, you learn from your mistakes. You have that few hours before coming into today to really fix up your mistakes, whether it be changing your drop spots, whether it be figuring out which teams you'd rather go head-to-head with, and that is why, it's really scary today. Definitely, I think the heat is up. Everyone's playing a little bit more faster compared to cautious compared to yesterday, at least from Group A that what we've seen. I wouldn't be surprised
surprised to see it here too in Group B.
Absolutely. Fluxo, the potential of them going all out today, I really don't see it, right? Because at the end of the day, this is a team that usually flies under the radar, and when it's definitely needed at the finals, that's exactly when they show you what they're truly capable of. That being said though, 2 years back-to-back, they haven't been able to grab that trophy. Not only were they not able to grab the trophy, they were nowhere close to walking away with trophy here at the Esports World Cup for Free Fire. So perhaps they want to change their tactic up a tad bit this time round. They're currently sitting in the 3rd spot, not too far away from MIBR loss. I feel like one game can allow them to catch up. 2 games should allow them to overtake MIBR loss. But that is, of course, a question. Is MIBR going to allow such a thing to happen today as well?
Yeah, because yesterday they were on a streak. They were taking advantage of the fact that everyone is going to be cautious. It was very high-risk play, but it worked out very well in their favor. And now today, after hearing about what's happening in Brazil, right? Them in the regular season, how they were the boogeymen, how they were always back-to-back-to-backing when it comes to those booyahs. Can they bring that happening here today? Because definitely they had changed their strats from yesterday till today, but that is why things get really interesting, because definitely all eyes are on this top 2. I'm sure no way in hell do they want to go into survival stage when they have the capability of making it into the top 2.
Yeah, and shout out to Chris Joe as well. Vitality has been whooping some butt out there on the battlefield. Who would have expected Vitality to do even better than their Brick Brothers RRQ, who yesterday did manage to walk away with 1 booyah to their name, but not in the top 4 just yet. Vitality, on the other hand, are doing better than Fluxo as well as Twisted Minds. This is a big factor. I feel like they definitely need the confidence boost. Seeing Vitality make that early access into the grand finals is definitely going to be fantastic for them. We've got the RRQ fans out here versus the Fluxo fans as well.
Yeah.
Who can be louder? Who will have these smiles on their faces by the end of these 6 games?
And also, most importantly, who will be silenced by the end of the day as well? I'm really curious to see who it's going to be. But we all know who's the loudest though for RRQ. Conchita in the backstage. She was screaming for them.
I highly doubt Conchita only screams for RRQ. That woman is unbiased. She wants to scream for everyone, but she sees the potential in the kingdom of RRQ. But I have to tell you, the Fluxo fans are a tad bit more lively, right? I want to see that exact same energy from the opposite end as well. RRQ, y'all need to stand up. Y'all need to make some noise, baby.
Y'all need to yell, that's for sure. Give your energy to your favorite team as we go into this game. Oh, they're starting to dance here. There we go. That's the energy.
More energy, RRQ. More energy.
Yeah, I want to hear them sing. I mean, we hear a lot of the Fluxo chants, right? Yeah, so I need to hear them start singing, start yelling, because they do have a chant, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're eventually going to hear it. And I hope they continuously cheer their team on, because the kingdom of RRQ just tend to get disappointed a tad bit too early sometimes. And I know RRQ is not really looking to go wild out there on the battlefield today, but it would be nice to have that early access into the grand finals. But knowing the team, knowing how they play, and how they do love getting some extra experience out there, seeing exactly how well the rest of the teams can do, I think RRQ might be taking it a tad bit slower this time around as well. You also have to look at the teams who are trying to maintain the top 4 spots, right? Twisted Minds, Fluxo, MIBR lost. These 3 teams are going to be very difficult to knock off of that perch. The closest ones that RRQ understands in terms of rotation, in terms of their play style, is going to be Vitality. So maybe some infighting. Maybe we're going to find a little bit of a battle between the 2 Indonesian squads out there.
Yeah, Conchita said that's a term for that in Bahasa Indonesia. Perang serumpun, she says.
All right.
Yeah, so that is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see as well. I do agree with you. The rotation is going to be happening. They can go for that as well. And I also really am excited to see if any of the bottom teams could actually just really surprise us as well. I think Total Gaming Esports as well didn't really have the best of days yesterday. Maybe a reset today would be something. I mean, you talked about how this is the first year that India has made it into the big stage as well, right? You want to get
back after a long time,
Yeah, after a long time. Now, you know, you want to get experience. You want to really get into the groove of things. It's so different playing from the Indian stage to a global stage with so many different play styles out there in the open, and they've definitely learned something from yesterday.
Tough lessons were learned yesterday for sure. I think IQ Total Gaming, SHUL Esports, they have a very heavy burden on their shoulders, because if you look at the size of the fan base in India, expecting them to perform, it's absolutely stressing, right? You know, some of the other teams who don't really have a huge support back at home, they've got nothing to lose. lose. They've got nothing to worry about. Not many people judging them out there. Every mistake that the Indian teams make, on the other hand, you're going to see some harsh comments on YouTube. You're going to see some harsh posts later on. So they need to avoid that. But of course, they need to play for themselves. This is something that they've been working for the past few years. And this is where you really have to go all out. Everything's on the table. But even if they do not do that, I'm not going to be tickled by it at all. As long as they avoid the bottom 2 spots. Because I do want to see more from the Indian squads. So having them at the survival stage, I think I'm going to be quite happy about it.
Yeah, I think, I'm also very excited to see this as well as we go into this later. I think one thing's for sure though, when you talk about so many of these teams, compared to say Group A, which means I would say a cutthroat group, Group B I think is something a little bit more anyone can be making anything happen, right? So that is where we really have to be paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you look at whether or not Group A truly was cutthroat, yeah, you've got so many Titans in there, you see a lot of eliminations, but because you don't have as many Titans in here in Group B, you're back to an even playing field. So it's not any easier in Group B at the moment for survival. You're still going up against world-class squads out here. But of course, this is game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we hop on into Bermuda. The flight path is going to be dictating quite a number of things, and the first one's going to be who's out of the flight first. It's MRBR Lost, RRQ, as well as Team Secret. And Team Secret's another team that we definitely have to talk about. This team, the current kings of Southeast Asia, and some may argue Southeast Asia might just be one of the toughest lobbies out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, when we talked about that as well, I think a lot of our fingers were pointed toward that Group A, right? We saw what happened from Buram United. It was really scary seeing them on that day 1 as well. But at the same time, in this lobby, Southeast Asia, and we're meeting up against, I would say, one of the hard hitters, which is going to be Brazil as well. And again, when you look at the group stage leaders, Lost really put a big lead between themselves and the rest of the pack as well. Yeah, it's going to be easy to catch up. I mean, coming into a few matches more today, if they can maintain that consistency, or many other teams can do so. But right now, undeniably, at least for day 1, Southeast Asia is at the top.
I mean, Southeast Asia being at the top is no surprise to me at this point of time because of what they've shown us historically, what they're capable of doing. Al Ahly, on the other hand, yesterday, I feel like they had a decent enough run. Sifu was knocked down, but Simox is there to find the instant recovery for his buddy, and they will not have to waste their time going in for the revival. But it looks like Vitality wants a big fight. The launchpad is going to be putting them in the best spot to knock down Simox. Sifu, barely any health left on him. He's going in with the medkit, double Riptide Rhythm, breaks down his defenses though, exposing him, but Diggs is just a tad bit too busy, batching himself up. On the opposite side, Vitality versus RRQ. This is an infighting. What was that Serumpun you said earlier?
Perang Serumpun.
Perang Serumpun. That's exactly what we're having out here between the two brothers.
Yeah, and now Dude's on the very top side here, putting in the damage from above, and Joel will be on. No, it's not, because Dix is there to make sure his teammate remains alive. Friendz also falls, and Abai falls to reposition, finding a different way to bring his team back into the game.
Oh, looks like this little battle between RRQ and Vitality might have to take a pause here as Straw Hats drops by to say hello. This is the survival battle for Straw Hats. Can they overwhelm RRQ, who are already hurt, already injured? They just need to take 2 players out of the equation, but that is easier said than done. Vitality's not abandoning the compound just yet. Straw Hats picking each other right back up, and they're sticking together. They do have a chance in here if they can continue this level of aggression.
This is exciting already. We already saw our anticipated what was going to be happening early. Now, Vitality waiting in the wings, hoping to see who shows their hand first. Straw Hats waiting to show his first shot here. Diggs takes a bit of stick damage, but never more than that. And for the rest of the team, Vitality, at least for Diggs, he's going to be completely crunched from multiple angles here. What are you going to do when this collapse happens?
Yeah, information comes on through, and Straw Hats flood in, getting their 5th elimination. This is what you got to do if you're the Straw Hats. Kaizo Koodi, that's what they want to say as they rise up to the top. But unfortunately, only one can be the finals for the squad. So they'll have to figure it out between themselves exactly who's going to be that Joy Boy, Joel, as well as C-Mac. Team Vitality. Very early on in the game, they've got the coins to bring back their buddies though. Only one revival here. Joel still needs to hit those coin machines that are in the compound. Leon, on the other hand, in a little bit of a pickle here if SHUL gets this vantage point and takes Della out of the equation, who's trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and SHUL. One shot finding the connection. Della still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Troll shut down by Joker. The flank around the right with the VSK. Allows Leon to take control of this compound.
Yeah, crazy stuff coming from him as well. And he was really undetected throughout the entire moment this was happening. As you are not going to be ranting up this, though. Just going to be chilling and waiting and biding for time as time goes. And I'm really curious to see what's happening. This one has been already knocked out by Nyx here, by Mia. And this is another team that is really trying their best to keep themselves still in the game.
Leon, yesterday, they had no placement points off of Bermuda and 5 eliminations. So they have to be really careful to not make that same mistake here. Once again, Straw Hats continues to pop off. This time, SHUL loses yet another player to the Straw Hats. 6 eliminations strong. They're looking for more. Buddy will find his back to that Mag 7 and shot the world as he overwhelms them. Straw Hats rising up to the occasion here. And SHUL having this so big to win.
It is incredible to see this coming from Straw Hats. Definitely motivated to move out the area. More proactive. In fact, compared to yesterday, really eager to take these points around the area. There were 2-3 teams already. They've gone head-to-head.
Straw Hats yesterday a total of 4 points. Now, just through the eliminations, they've got an 8 already. So they're double better than whatever they were yesterday. And we're just kicking this matchup off. And that's the kind of hunger that you see in the squad. How much more can they deliver on this battlefield? They need to keep their confidence at an all-time high, and clearly this first game helping them do exactly that. But if you are Straw Hats, you definitely want to calm down a tad bit and focus on those circles. Focus on your rotations a tad bit more as well. You don't really want to be playing your luck with too many of these early engagements.
Yeah, now toward Bima Sakti, we are going to be looking at a team. Oh no, looking here over on this side. Well, Jack already sniped to his death so quickly. Joker is on a rampage, doing so much damage with just the snipers.
Yeah, Joker's just annihilating with the VSK. Beautiful stuff out of the guy. Once again, 5 eliminations out of the 7 that the squad has so far. We already said this is the meta of the snipers, and Joker clearly understands that, wanting to take maximum advantage of that. Della catching up with the rest of his buddies as now Straw Hats once again ends up in a very early battle. I am not liking this, but can they overwhelm Leon, who's just not the best at Bermuda in this lobby?
Yeah, they're going to just move away here as well. So Sean is going to try to find a vantage point forward. Della and also the rest of his team quickly finding time here. Who will get a double kill there somewhere? And even bringing his teammate back into the game, but Joker's not done quite yet.
One more, and Game's King down. But the shots from Joker is absolutely annoying, but thankfully Leon does not have more numbers here alive to pressure Straw Hats. They back away, they call a truce for the time being, and Straw Hats will be able to pull Nil back into the game as well. Look at this phenomenal performance from Straw Hats. 10 eliminations already. This is their best run so far. Yesterday, they got nowhere close to 10 eliminations in any one of their games.
Yeah, it's such a change in tune as RQ
total gaming
from above as TG bullets upon bullets. A bit of a reprieve as they did manage to get the resets. And the class hasn't happened quite yet. Abe moves forward. Mal knocked down. And Abe is the last one who has to survive this to bring his team back into the game. During an interview, Dud said that yesterday was supposedly their warm-up day, but they're still facing so many problems by so many different teams in these rotations.
Abe just trying to make some magic work out of this monster truck's gonna find that gravity is not gonna be on his side. So unfortunately for him, he cannot drive away. But even if he did try, Shanky would just snuff him out in an instant. You've got Aztec there as well with that AC-80, so it's just not gonna be possible for Abe to save himself at the moment. He's just gotta hope and pray that by some luck, IQ Total Gaming just walks away from this bridge, giving him a little bit of a leeway to escape this sticky situation. RRQ left with their final player, and potentially after that Vitality, what's the Rumpun?
Perang serumput.
Perang serumput. Perhaps that put them in a tad bit of a pickle. And speaking of vitality, you're going up against Meerkop, and Meerkop cannot afford to lose this battle. And if they can take down Vitality, that should definitely boost their confidence quite a little bit. Vitality were on fire yesterday.
Yeah, and I think one thing's for sure that we wanted to see Mia just try their best to not only just survive, but also be able to bring themselves into more than just bottom two. Now, this shot by Diamond was just nasty as well that happened just now. In fact, he had moved around the area, got 2 snipes, and he was undetected throughout the entire time.
Round 98, definitely a weapon of choice for many of the players here, because of the advantage it gives you out there on the battlefield with a little bit of an assistance. You saw the deadly timing from the guy, but Sibank now, trigger discipline is there. Straw Hats understands the situation, and they will secure the vending machine for themselves as well. Bangladesh still has got their dreams alive through Straw Hats. Yesterday was a disappointing run. Not a single match they managed to walk away with more than 5 points. Today, on the other hand, in this first game in itself, Straw Hats sitting on 10 eliminations. In fact, they are on fire with the eliminations. They're the best ones in this lobby so far. If they can keep this up at least for 3 games, they sure as hell will be able to escape doom from the bottom 2 spots.
You know, I think we didn't really see too much from Lost, but finally they did show their hand just now. They got a pick up onto Abe, trying to bring his teammate back into the game. They did manage to come back online though, so that's really, really important for RQ. Regardless of that, still surviving alone without Abe. Now it goes back to his team. I think it was Dudes that he brought back, so he has to be able to find a way to not only bring his team back into the game, but also survive. There we go. I think Mal is already back into the game as well, so this is massive.
Yeah, very good play here from Dudes. Managing to bring his buddies right back in, triple revive. And they pick a great spot at the observatory with the tanks of the R1's binocular scan, spotting no players there. They'll have to tank a little bit of damage from the circle, but they do have a double team booster on their side. Dirt's in a little bit of trouble there. MIB lost spotting him out, trying to shoot him out of the air, but they're going to be unsuccessful with that attempt. MIB a tad bit slower today in terms of raking in those eliminations, but they really are not pressured to find more numbers out there. They're definitely going to secure the top 4 as long as they can find the final circle game after game.
You know what? I like this. Everyone has a little bit of, an area where they're holding on to. No one's really trying to really commit to this fight, but it will change very, very soon. Especially since the majority of teams are trying to get into the circle. Twisted Mind's not here yet. Leon is coming in very, very soon. And Leon has been really active this game as well. I think 9 elims so far.
Ico Total Gaming using the bridge to boost them up. That high vantage point gets them yet another elimination. That's what you need if you're from the Indian squad. You just want to be farming these points one after the other. And speaking of farming, Meerkop needs to do that exact same thing. Show us what you've shown us already in USA. Show us what you've shown us in terms of your capability of finding that final circle. Leon, just like Straw Hats, doing so much better today with their positioning.
Oh, Joker is still on a rampage with the sniper, and it's a lethal weapon in his hands. Got so many eliminations, even some chip damage to any team that's rotating away as well, which makes it so terrifying. His angle, he's going to be able to just really abuse, and his AHL that he's going to be paying attention to. Hawk knocked down already, and over on this side here, TS also trying to find their way up onto a high ground.
Yeah, Team Secret just staying a little bit quiet in the game for the time being, wanting to just pop up a little bit later on. And because they have been quiet, nobody has really taken away the resources that they've been collecting from the very start of the match. That's going to be making Team Secret a dangerous squad within that final circle. And we know they are definitely capable of annihilating many squads out there. Jack out in the open, a very daring position for him to be holding on to. Leon's going to be losing 2 players. Make that 3 as Joker gets shot out as well. Games King is the final one alive here for Leon. Al-Ahly, can you take advantage? They might be able to. And he's far, far away from any vending machine, and Al-Ahly won't be able to find one extra point unless Games King with the valiant dash does a number on that 1v2. Like the throw under the bridge eliminates Al-Ahly Esports.
We were just talking about Team Secret now, and Akshan and the rest of the team are in trouble. Gio rushes forward and now knocked down by Bobs. They were very much ready for it. Fluxo is now here. Bobs barely alive. But somehow TS will be team. Because Lost is close by. play.
MIB Outlaws just taking advantage of that situation, but now it's a battle between SHUL as well as Lost. Round one, knocking Jack down to the ground and taking him out of the equation. Noor's out as well. Aku Total Gaming, what can you do up against RRQ? They've already built up the solid walls on top of that monster truck just to keep the Indonesian monsters away from them. And Twisted Minds will land right behind. And this is that Riptide rhythm out of nowhere, courtesy of Vitality, courtesy of Straw Hats with some shots as well. And it looks like Twisted Minds is not going to be as lucky as they take the fight straight up to RRQ. Expo lighting up the battlefield, kicking RRQ out of the lobby.
It is insane seeing how Twisted Minds just rush forward, destroy RRQ, who were sandwiched between these two teams. Now TG gonna way forward here, gonna take this fight head on against Twisted Minds. The rest of the team forced forward here. TG barely alive, surviving for that time being. But now with so many teams pressuring them, Aztec takes a lot of damage already. But they're doing their best, just really lock themselves in behind all those glue walls.
Yeah, Aku Total Gaming has lost a ton of glue walls already in the battle. They need to take Twisted Minds out of the equation, loot them up so that they can continue to play this all the way down to the very end. But MIB are lost, closing in the distance, tossing out those nades as well. And the God Nade gets a double for them. Rigby with the double, and he goes in for the annihilation. And just like that, Aku Total Gaming out of the equation. Twisted Minds up against MIB Outlaws. What can Southeast Asia do against the racing Brazilians?
Well, Diamond's already knocked down already and forced to move away. They have to go for this reset. Teammate brought back into the game, but the timing from Lost is too much to deal with. They're fast and they're furious. Knocked down already, but still have to worry about the rest of the team below because General knocked down. Diamond's still alive. Rigby should have no problem bringing General back into the game.
Yeah, recovery is there. A cheeky nade here from Diamond. Can he get one round one? It's all up to Rigby, and Rigby, an absolute solid player for MIB Outlaws in this lobby. 8 eliminations for him alone, and he was definitely cracking it as the Grenadier of the squad. But now trying to get off of that bridge is going to be a tad bit tough for Lost. SHUL Esports out as well, but placement points wise, they do manage to walk away with something decent here. MIB Outlaws out. Let's make sure the pressure from the circle just a tad bit too much, but Leon hanging on for their dear lives. A huge improvement from yesterday at Bermuda.
Yeah, Vitality still healthy right now. Knows where Games King is, and despite his best efforts, will be knocked down as well. A valiant effort by Leon, despite Games King being alone at 1v2 win, plus the multi-frags that he got before going out is insane.
This is what I talked about. This is what I said on the stage. Today, what we expect is the teams at the very bottom to make it into that final circle. Eliminations or not, I don't care, but this is what we want to see. Straw Hats and Miyakov showing us that they've got the fight in them. They take each other on, and Dash shuts down Miyakov, booking an appointment with Vitality.
Vitality wants to go for more. Who knocked out already? Nil as well. The jump shots are good. Koja on a rampage, and they are chasing for the final member of Straw Hats. And a booyah for Vitality to start off their day.
Vitality. At one point, they used to be known as the Falcon Hunters, and they were just purely disruptors of the lobby. No one expected them to dominate. We just expected that element of destruction out of them. But now, you can expect them to walk away from lobbies consistently. Yesterday, they showed us that consistency. But I want to take the attention away from Vitality and their booyah. They already got a lot of praises from the casters yesterday. Today, the ones that deserve the praises is Miyakov as well as Straw Hat. The absolute determination to stay alive, and Straw Hats actually walking away with 10 eliminations and surviving long enough to get into that final circle shows you that hunger. So SHUL, Ali, they better watch out because the two from the bottom are looking to rise up.
Yeah, both SH and Mia making it to that top 3 as well. Making it a lot of points as well coming into this one. So the race is on right now because again, it can be anyone's game. Everyone was thinking the bottom 2 might not be able to come back today, and they are showing us otherwise. Eliminations coming in from SH as well as the tenacity to survive by Mia is something to be praised. And even then, we're seeing so many teams even individually pop off. Leon Joker just now was going crazy. I believe also Games King was able to not only win a 1v2, but before going down to Vitality, he got 5 eliminations.
Absolutely. But of course, we got to bring the conversation back to Vitality at a certain point as well. Chris Joe, the main reason why these guys turned from disruptors into absolute monsters out here on the battlefield. He has certainly guided them well to the top. But can they stay at the top? Can they hold on to those top 4 spots and find the early qualifier into the grand finals is going to be a big question, because the move that Vitality pulled off in the final battle sequence was exactly what got them the booyah. They did not wait for Straw Hats to complete their battle first before taking advantage. They were already taking shots at them, whatever angles that they could find, trying to weaken the Straw Hats crew, and then with the proactive rush to take them out of the equation as well. This is a huge improvement from Vitality, and that is what the other teams need to fear. The fact that they've got a coach that is absolutely brilliant to tell them exactly what they need to fix. If you look at what Vitality did at Bermuda yesterday, just 4 placement points, 5 eliminations. They had a rough run in the first game of the day, but today they twist that around. But they have to make sure as well that they don't run out of gas, because they are stepping on that pedal a tad bit too much. Now, Dash and I are going to take a tad bit of a breather. We'll be back with you in a bit.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
How do we do yesterday?
How was your mental after yesterday?
Oh, so we are going to try to do our best today. So we have all the hopes and trust that we are going to make very good than yesterday, so we are positive today.
So obviously, new day, you're saying that you were able to reset a little bit and you feel like you'll have a much better performance today?
Yeah, we are going to do better than yesterday.
What has it been like working with your team here at EWC and competing on the stage?
I mean, we are going to be like try a lot of bad things together, and be here today is like a good feeling that we are all together and can be here competing with a lot of teams.
Well, I know that there's definitely a lot of people pulling for you guys as well. So obviously this is a quick chat, but thank you for taking the time to talk and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are right here in the heart of France. It's Paris, Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26. And we have a bit of a review for you for the first game of Group B. It's Husky and Lucifer, and things are only getting started. We see Straw Hats making the top 3, and that was something that we were hoping to see from yesterday, and they've done it.
I think this is what I was waiting for. Even in Group A, right? The teams at the bottom make a comeback. Titan Esports Club did it. I was about to bring that verticality where, hey, there's Bangladeshi team who've already made one through into the survival stage. Straw Hats started off, and they rightfully did from game number 1 itself.
Absolutely. I mean, from what we've seen from Group A earlier on, when TAG got 2 booyahs, I think that really set the stage. If a region like India, who has been trying to prove themselves for so long, can do it, why can't the other people do it, right? Why can't the other squads step up to the occasion? And I think the best part right now is that we have some of the super fans in the house, with Fluxo on one side, on my left, with RQ on the other side, and they are here in full force.
I think this is what we needed, especially Group B. We were with the vibe yesterday casting on the desk, but right now here, I can even feel it better. And I know this is going to be added on pressure for the players itself, especially a couple of early losses. RRQ, again, a similar stretch of what happened yesterday is being replicated today as well. I hope it changes for them.
Yeah, and when we look at the standings, you can kind of see the separation, right? The first thing that comes to mind, MRBL lost, still the front runners, still the head of the pack. It really feels like no one can overtake them. Even in games that they don't get the booyah, they are still the predator, the apex predator.
But I think you have to add it on to Team Vitality. They're picking up the pace. They understand, yes, it might be a loss of taking it away, but Team Vitality bringing it out, matching up with pace, toe-to-toe is what they're looking forward to, because they also be at the top 4, they make it to the final.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, Team Vitality, RQ, the Indonesians, they have plenty of fans here, even though we saw RQ super fans in droves, but I can assure you Team Vitality is also on the support list, right? Because again, we talk about second places, heartbreaks, the super fans of the teams that have known heartbreak the most are actually here, and through the highs and lows, they have been with them.
I think in this game, there's one more team that we have to talk about. It's going to be Twisted Minds.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, later in the games, they started to make a comeback, but right now, they did put up a good performance. Unfortunate that MIB, a loss, ended up taking a head-on fight right at the bridge. If it did change out, I think maybe Twisted Minds also had an opportunity for a booyah.
Yeah, I want to try something, right? Since we have the super fans here. RQ fans, you see me? Yes, RQ fans. Kita cuba ya. Kita chant RQ, okay? Viva! 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 Yeah, that's the spirit. You got the Fluxo people on your side.
Fluxo, do I even need to start, or is it going to be your drums? Can we hear it from Fluxo?
That's the spirit of Free Fire. We love it so much. And this will only continue to electrify the arena as long as the games are going. We know that there's a lot of expectations. Then we're going to see Fluxo, we're going to see RQ, either in the survival stage or in the grand finals. And this rivalry has extended beyond boundaries. Well, that's it from us on the stage. I'm pretty sure the casters are ready to bring us more Free Fire action.
Oh yeah, we're very, very ready. And the whole crowd, this arena is shaking right now from the noise, from the sounds, from the fans as well. Whether it be RQ, whether it be Fluxo, everyone is ready to see who makes it into the next stage.
Absolutely. Now, yesterday, I have to say, it was not the best run for Leon, right? But today, when they opened up Bermuda, I have to say this has been their best performance so far, hands down. 12 eliminations, 7 placement points, a total of 19 for them to match up to their performance at Nextera. And this is exactly what you need if you want to show that you are well prepped for the grand finals. Is it going to be enough for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4? If they keep up this performance, that's definitely going to be the case.
Yeah, now coming into this one as well, when you talk about, you know, just for Leon, just about so many of the teams, we talked just now a bit about what to see at the bottom of the brackets, right?
Yeah.
And now suddenly everything's shifted. What we thought we knew about all these teams yesterday has changed. Mia looks different day and night. Even Straw Hat starting off very, very strong.
Yeah.
If you had missed map 1, please go back and look at it because it's crazy.
Yeah, from being nowhere close to making a break away from that bottom 2 spots, they picked up 22 points. And I'm talking about Straw Hats. That is phenomenal. Yesterday, throughout the whole day, we saw Straw Hats pick up, I think, about 24 points in totality out of 6 games. So to pick up 22 from just one match shows you that they are a very different squad today. You cannot underestimate them. You cannot count them out of the race just yet. But Mia Corp, I have seen better from this squad within their own region. I'm still... I'm unfortunately going to be Asian parenting them at this point of time. I'm expecting more, although they got into that final circle earlier. More consistency for sure. As we hop on into game number 2, this is going to be that battle at Solara.
Yeah, Solara was very, very interesting yesterday as well. It was, I think one thing's for sure though, we saw a lot of not only just moments where people were like moving away and running away, but we are seeing on top of the rail fights, chases as well around the map, and it's going to be very exciting. Now we saw a bit of a glimpse of what we could see from SH as well as Mia. I am wondering to see whether this momentum will continue into this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Straw Hats down at the aquarium, but they have to be really careful. They've got a split drop, which means they do have a little bit of an insurance policy. But beside them, the other team that has got a split drop is the one and only Fluxo, who got taken out of the lobby a tad bit too early. I know they weren't too happy with their performance in Bermuda, which means they are the bleeding predators at this point of time. And a bleeding predator is a very dangerous predator. Miakop, on the other hand, Beyblades already sustaining a shot to his chest. But they do manage to quickly reposition off of those slide rails. Looking to find a little bit of extra loot here at Riders Club. MIB are lost up against Twisted Minds, though, in a very early encounter earlier. And Rick B taken out early, but of course the team's not really going to suffer bringing him back. That's just one. But IQ Total Gaming could just be taken down here by a good performing Leon. Games King down on the ground. Della for the instant pickup, and they want to put on that pressure. Shanky backing away, all alone now. Games King with the Mag 7 will take him out instantly.
And this is trouble time. IQ Total Gaming left with one final survivor, but Mafia buying an insurance policy back for the squad. That one revival is going to keep them in for a little while more.
I think it's super exciting to see this happening because we were talking about how Lion just now was having such a great game. They were very aggressive. Hold that thought, shot, instant kill, headshot, eliminating Abai so quickly. But now he is in trouble since all eyes are on him.
Yeah, Rand's looking for a little bit of revenge shot, but great defense there with a double glue wall. Medkit's going to come in handy at this point of time. We'll catch up with Straw Hats later as we spot out the players on the side of Vitality doing battle with Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations in hand already for Twisted Minds, and they're looking to take this out of the equation. The Indonesian player, Valiant Dash, breaks down his defenses, and the pass with a sliver of health cannot sustain as Joel from behind the glue wall hits him with the M82B.
Yeah, he's keeping his teammate alive as well, all eyes, and he's definitely noted jump as well. A lot of damage onto him, but cannot keep him alive and deny that point because Diamond is close by as well. He's going to try for more.
Diamond's going to go in for the rush here. Gets tagged up by Joel. He's got the car 98, so Diamond can't mess around. M82B will find the access behind the glue wall as well. Diamond in a lot of trouble here. Joel with the advantage, and Koja with the flag. The BSK puts the guy down. And Twisted Minds will understand that they're not messing around with a small squad here. Vitality, do you go for the wipe? But there's Yankee interfering in the battle, and that forces the reposition out of Vitality.
Yeah, they do not want to deal with this too early as well, but great work coming from them. They have so many high grounds and angles well to be able to trade off one another. But meanwhile, for AHL, all eyes on the Fluxo side. They want to take this fight, but Fluxo, and you know how they play. They don't want to take this fight too early, putting a bit of space between each other.
Let's see what will Al-Alhi do here up against one of the biggest monsters you can come across. The one and only Fluxo. Not powerful just because they've got a huge fan base behind them. They've got a huge fan base behind them because of what they can do out here in a lobby like this. Sifu tagged up, Butch is in, walking in, Valiant Dash breaks down the defenses, but could not go in for that instant shot. Sifu looking for that recovery and gets his own blue wall broken down here, but the backup from GU and the Cord will give him the advantage, and Butch is in, follows up with the M590 shot. Al-Ali now in a lot of trouble. As Remind quickly tries to back away, Car 98 in hand, but there's nowhere to run. Fluxo's on the hunt.
Yeah, and you know that while they are chasing, they are almost like a boa constrictor who does not want to let go of the prey. Shots to Remind, but he's managing to stay alive for the time being. But Bob's heavy on that pursuit.
Well, Bobs should be able to find his elimination here, Remind. Outside, Bobs with the Woodpecker. Not finding the shots on connection, and Remind actually manages to scurry away. The vehicle on fire though. Remind, what an escape from Fluxo. Looks like the breeding predators were not very efficient in that battle. Aztec's going to be backstabbed here by Extra. And what a play, still Straw Hats on another level, keeping the dream alive for Bangladesh once again.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell that they're riding off that high and momentum from map 1. We questioned it whether or not it will continue, and they definitely came into today with a game plan. Yeah. Now, a reminder for yesterday, when we were on Solara, Team Secret had a booyah with 31 points, but we haven't seen too much from them from map 1 and in this game as well yet, so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Titan Esports, they survived Group A, the group of death many people called it. But he's showing everyone that they are capable of getting into the grand finals. But of course, if you look at where they sat on the overall leaderboard, it's going to be quite a bit of struggle. So more is going to be needed out of them. But if they play anything like what Straw Hats is showing us out there on the lobby, they're going to see Bangladesh in the grand finals for sure. Leon, on the other hand, on the hunt. Al-Ahli, Hawk, but the Hawk's not up in the air. It's wounded, it's on the ground. It's running away. And birds should be flying. Unfortunately, Hawk can't do that all alone as he's hunted by a pack of lions.
Yeah, they're very hungry as well. They love to keep these fights. They don't want to let it go. There we go. That's the first shot onto Hawk. That's a lot of damage done. Joker juking away, trying to stay healthy. And you know this guy, once he lands his shot, is very nasty. And there we go. It's Games King that finds Hawk in the end. That's a double kill for him.
Yeah, beautiful play. Hawk at least tried his very best, had the Skylar on him, Riptide Rhythm, finding the connection. But of course, Joker just dodged that bullet perfectly, saw a little bit of natural cover with the compound and made good use of that. If you look at the most eliminations, man, MIBR lost, still on fire, even though we didn't see a massive game from them at Bermuda. They still walked away with the 14 eliminations, and Yago's just topping the charts with the damage as well.
Yeah, that circle hard shift to the right as well, with S8UL being so comfortable in that middle area. And this is where things get super interesting, how the fights are going to be happening, and how many teams will be eyeing that compound.
Absolutely. Now, the next circle will move towards S8UL as well as MIBR loss. Both of these teams will stay silent for the time being. But now, Team Secret up against Fluxo. The shot onto Dekui. He needs to recover. Wang Am on the other hand. M60 in hand already. Enhanced with the hammer. Looking for the reposition as well. Flanking towards the left. He does have the thrill of battle in hand, but he could just be the distraction here for Team Secret so that the rest of these players can get into position. RRQ looking for a straw hat, and they find who? That's not a question, that's a statement.
Abe waiting in the wings as well here. Knows that close by you also see Twisted Minds as well. Could overextend this. Move forward. It's here. Diamond takes quite a bit of damage from that corner here. Just is putting a lot of pressure onto him. Forced to move away, forced out into the open. His teammates managing to rotate across. Dude's close by here. A jump shot forward means Diamond cannot survive longer and will be able to secure that point.
As expected, Fluxo really not going all out just yet. The Boogeyman still choosing to fly under the radar. They've already gotten taken out. No placement points in this game. Barely any eliminations from their side. Twisted Minds on the other hand, still on the hunt. Ma'al, AWM in hand. Exposi does not know.
Oh, he didn't check him.
Ma'al, trigger discipline is there. He has the Morse. Both of them outside the circle. Exposi runs, still does not check his corners. Still does not see him. How in the world?
There is
Ma'al,
no
the ninja. Without the stealth bites, he's still stealthy.
Yeah, that's just one corner unseen, survives, and the ability to be able to prolong RRQ's run on this map.
When they said keep your head down, I never knew it would work like that.
No, for real though, it worked out so well in their favor. And now we're going to be looking here at Vitality that's already repositioned themselves quite in the middle of the map as well. Yeah. And these early rotators would have a bit of an advantage in terms of positioning.
Exposi needs to check his eyes, bro. Man. And Ma'al, that's the luckiest camp I've ever seen. He was hoping and praying he doesn't get spotted.
I was so sure he'd be seen just now, especially to that large, big area that he was crossing.
Yeah, Exposi was just too busy. He had a mission on his mind. He's like, we are out in the blue. We're tanking a tad bit of damage here. We need to look for the next circle because it's going to move yet again. And Ma'al just lucked out big time, and RRQ gets to have a little bit of fun there at Funfair, catching up with each other. But Abe, Twisted Minds just tied to RRQ fatally. IQ Total Gaming, on the other hand, unfortunately for them, they've been taken out of the equation a tad bit too early. It's definitely going to be a long journey for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4. But as long as they can keep themselves away from the bottom 2, I think India can rest easy.
Oh, yeah. Abe waiting here, Twisted Minds. Diamond already knocked out so early there. Abe now positions noted, still wants to go for that hunt. Jump will be seen, breaks that with a valiant dash, but able to put the glue wall down for that second time. The Bass knocked down, and now it's a 2v1. His teammate's already back in the game as well, so the crunch is here, and Abe, a quad instantly doing damage to so many members of Twisted Minds.
Come on, PLS1, show us what you got with that sniper. AWM time, baby. Exposi driving away, trying to juke. But the God lights the vehicle up in fire, and PLS1 with the AWM takes him out of the vehicle and the lobby. Unfortunate for Twisted Minds. RRQ did not show them the same courtesy Exposi showed Ma'al.
Oh yeah. Now CMOX is in trouble as the rest of the Lions look to go for the hunt. Finds him in the corner. The Valiant Dash breaks it in the end. He's so quick to take him out of the game.
Well, PLS1 stole that one away. Beautiful play! And Gabez King gets knocked down as well. The AWM from PLS1. Team Secret has got a nasty sniper on their side. And Jacquard's dealing with that instantly with the M82B. But, of course, the recovery should be easy for Team Secret. We move on over to Vitality up against SHUL. I think this is a little bit of a peace treaty between them. They're not going to find the engagement between each other just yet. Looking to play it safe for the next circle.
Yeah. Southern side here in control of the Lions. Well, meanwhile, close by, we also have Team Secret. I think they definitely had their eyes onto the members of RRQ here. Meanwhile, for the Straw Hats, well, surviving this long and still at the very top of the lobby, it is terrifying seeing this team activated on the second day.
Absolutely. Can we see yet another Bangladeshi squad survive the group stage? Unbelievable survival play from TEC. Titan Esports just showing everyone that the dream can be kept alive, and Straw Hats again, early game, 10 eliminations already. Yesterday, man, they were just down in the dumps, but today, Straw Hats just showing us they're awakening their conquerors hockey. This is knocking everyone out without even bumping into them. You just will have to find your way around the Straw Hats, because if you let them run away with this, I think they're going to be dominating the lobby eventually. Team Secret, 7 eliminations in hand. And PLS1 on fire earlier, but he slowed things down a tad bit here. They need to look for a way to get into the next circle, and RRQ stands in their way.
Yeah, they put a lot of damage and pressure toward this team as well. The fact that the Lost is not able to really do anything either says a lot about how much space as well as power RRQ has. And speaking of power right now, Team Secret on rampage, looking for this fight against the Lions. Not able to take up too much space. Kept out of the zone thanks to all of these blue walls.
What can they do? A little bit of a panic here because the circle's looking for them, getting the damage in. Team Secret is trying to gatekeep on. RRQ, Straw Hats on the way, Bangladesh looking to sneak away the points at the third party. Y'all better wrap up your act right now, Straw Hat says, because we will not have a choice. Whoa, RRQ! God, nade from the master Grenadier Dudes himself.
Beautifully done, and they had so many close calls in the beginning of the game, and they're looking to keep so many of these teams out here. Team Secret in trouble. The Lions taking in so much pressure from RRQ as well. Della knocked down and trying to be able to bring it brought back into the game, not able to do so.
At St. UL Esports taking out Vitality. Talk a little bit about the aggression from the Indian squads. Team Secret shut down as well. You can thank RRQ for that. Who would have expected them to step out of their own safe zone to take the fight up against two teams who were looking for their defensive spot? So a little bit of proactive action there from the Indonesian Titans. Leon's out of the equation already. We're left with 4 squads in here. RRQ, MIBR lost. Miakop and Straw Hats again getting towards that final circle. But Josh wearing a little bit of a boo-boo there, looking for the pickup from his buddies.
Yeah, time is dwindling and no space to move because Lost is here pressuring the Straw Hats. The shot goes huge. Neil knocked down. Shocked is waiting to be the next one to fall, but they're able to recover. Who as well taking a lot of damage here, but RRQ on a hunt, getting active.
Might be a loss. RRQ taking the fight straight up to them, which gives the big opportunity for the 2 underdogs down at the bottom to run away with the booyah. Straw Hats and Miakov, they just need to stay silent for the time being. RRQ takes the fight to them. Round 1, Yago taken down. Ma'al with a super snipe. Dunsto traded out. Shock taking advantage. This is Straw Hats hopping on in, trying to stab RRQ in the back.
Oh, the Straw Hats still survive, but RRQ is the team who's on fire right now, surviving healthy with the 4. Both these two teams, Mia and Straw Hats, started the day at the very bottom, and they're survived again at the top 3 here. Shots knocked down already so quickly because Mia has their eyes on this team. Going for more, Mia will get 2 more points.
Amito Maki Balubasi, Bangladesh. That's the kind of spirit we want to see here in EWC. But now the battle is the 2v4. The odds against Mia. And RRQ will use the odds to their favor to walk away with a booyah here. And they want to show they are alive and kicking, and they want to make it into the top 4 for the early qualifier to the grand finals.
Oh man, RRQ had so many close calls with one player left alive, whether it be Abe, whether it be Duds, and somehow still being able to bring the whole squad back into the game, recover, and get that booyah is insane work.
Yeah, after a bad run at Bermuda on this game 1 for day 2, RRQ shows that they definitely can step it up. And Solara, not necessarily their best map out there, but they have shown that they have got that veteran experience, and a little bit of the circle, a little bit of the action on the battlefield favored them in multiple of those situations. Ma'al could have gotten taken out a tad bit too early, and the recovery could have been delayed a little further for the side of RRQ. But thank goodness Exposi did not check his corner in that particular sequence. Gave us a few entertaining moments. But RRQ making it back, like you said, almost annihilated on that recovery, still met back with Twisted Minds, took them out of the equation, got to that final circle, and if they were not proactive, they would have gotten taken out a tad bit earlier already. But Dudes with the master grenade onto the Team Secret players, because Team Secret was in the best spot to shut down RRQ.
It was honestly crazy being able to see that, and I'm curious to see what exactly the comms were in that fight in particular, because it must have been huge knowing where the day happened and just go all the way to the end.
Straw Hats එකයි මිය කෝප් එකයි බං ඉන්නනේ බං ටොප් එක ගල්ලා.
Man, Dudes is just a monster with those grenades. The accuracy, the timing, he cooks it up so well like a chef, and when he serves it, the dish is absolutely deadly.
Yeah, honestly, there were just so many hero plays coming in for RQ, and it's also a testament to not only their teamwork, but also their individual prowess from every single one of these players. And it's always really fun to be able to see these things happen as well, because for RQ, they always come so close toward the very end. And I think, you know, after the interview, they said that this year is the year that they think that they had learned so much from the previous years, and this year is the year that they want to be able to get that trophy.
Straw Hats showing the will of D is alive. You cannot take them out of the equation. You cannot count them out just yet. On the first page, they sit right here. Yesterday, just about 24 points from 6 games. Today, back-to-back, they've scored more than 20 points, or at least 20 points in the second game. Earlier, it was 22. 44 in just 2 matches. Straw Hats is just showing us a very different version of themselves. I hope they can keep this up. This is going to show the rest of the world of Free Fire that the dream can always stay alive as long as you make those plays. But of course, on the second page, your team might have getting knocked out a tad bit too early alongside MIBR loss as well as Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think that in this situation, there's a possibility that you're not expecting some of these things to really go activated or made of it too. Vitality did try to survive, but they got overwhelmed from so many different teams as well. We saw Dix getting knocked out so quickly, so many times, and separated from the rest of his teammates. I think this in this situation, Vitality to find a way to not only survive as a team, but how they approach fights. And I think awareness might be something they want to pick up as well.
Unfortunately, they have to make sure that they don't hold on to such angles in the future, because their feet exposed, no glue walls to protect themselves. Many teams found that to be that weak point of the squad, and 2 players got taken out of the equation a tad bit too early. If Straw Hats had 4 survivors down in that final circle to play for the booyah, on the other hand, I think that would have been a much better chance for them. But of course, these small little mistakes is exactly what they need to fix. But of course, we've got an interview on the stage. Let's catch up with you guys in a bit.
All right, all right. We are back on the stage with Miko and Cheetah. And of course, we have Joel from Team Fatality. And we're also joined by the pretty Yunsul. All right, let's have a bit of a chit-chat, shall we? Because I am so amazed by the way that you have been performing today. So yeah, the first question is, Joel, we all know that this is your very first international event since joining Team Fatality. How is the pressure difference? How are you handling it? Jadi Joel, ini kan kita tahu ya, pertama kali nih event internasional, ya kan? Sebelumnya pertama kali ke luar negeri kan waktu itu World Series. Sekarang akhirnya ngerasain international event. Pressure-nya seperti apa perbedaannya, dan gimana juga cara kamu menghandle tekanan itu?
Kalau buat tekanannya ya biasa aja sih. Kalau soal pressure juga kita udah biasa turnamen-turnamen internasional juga, jadi ya aman aja.
That is such a nice answer. So basically what he said is that, what pressure? I'm not feeling pressured at all. I'm just being myself, calm and collected, because this is something that we're not new to. This is something that I've trained myself to, and I'm just ready for anything, basically, because I don't see any pressure coming from any of the other team. So yeah, that answer actually shocks me too.
He has grown up a lot. I've been following his, how do I say, his path since 2024 until now, and wow, he changed a lot. All right, up to our second questions. You start off a day with the very first booyah and build up more a gap in the finals qualification. How much of a benefit will it be to not have to play in tomorrow's survival stage?
Nah, ini pertanyaan menarik banget nih. Kalian kan tadi membuka hari di grup B dengan sebuah booyah, yang artinya kalian juga nambahin jarak poin dari tim-tim lain yang harus ngejar tim fatality. Sepenting apa sih sebenarnya buat kalian sendiri menghindari survival stage?
Seru apa?
Apa pentingnya kalian menghindari babak survival? Karena kan kalau yang kita lihat di top atas itu bisa langsung melangkah ke babak selanjutnya. Sepenting apa untuk langsung catapulting diri kalian ke babak berikutnya dibanding harus lewatin survival stage?
Kalau untuk ngelewatin survival itu menurut saya terlalu jauh lah. Ya kita pengen buru-buru lolos aja.
Well, a very short answer and a very confident answer. Well, we don't want to waste our time. We just want to make it quick. We just want to make it to the next stage and not go through the survival stage, because again, it is a waste of our time.
Oh, show
us more. We would love to see more from you guys.
Yeah, I hope he can back up this answer seriously. Okay, so last question. We've seen a lot of teams start slowly this event. How important it is for you to show your best game in the group stage and build confidence heading deeper into the competition. Ini kan kita lihat beberapa tim tuh memulai perjalanan mereka agak sedikit slow nih, apalagi kalau kita bicara di grup B gitu kan. Sementara kalian agak sedikit berbeda. Sebenarnya seberapa penting sih buat kalian tampil agresif dan tampil langsung meledak gitu di group stage dibandingkan dengan tampil konsisten memasuki babak-babak berikutnya di kompetisi yang sebenarnya bisa dibilang ini kan jatuhnya kayak maraton ya, bukan lomba lari cepat.
Situasional aja sih, kalau emang kita lagi pengen agresif kita agresif, cuman kalau kita pengen defense. Nggak ada penting-pentingnya juga, biasa aja.
So of course, what he's saying is that, well, the teammates are also complaining behind you because of his answers. But basically what he said is that, well, it is important to play great, to perform well. But then again, when it comes to being aggressive, when it comes to getting as much points as possible, it is very strategic. It's something that they will adjust according to the gameplay. So yeah, right now they're just trying to give up their best and showing the best performance that they could.
Awesome. At least we can see all of the Indonesian teams are on fire right now. They're keeping the track, getting more booyahs on today at Group B. Well, thank you, Conchita, for the translating. And of course, congratulate you as well for the first game, getting the booyah, Joel. And also, I hope that everyone will keep this fire and spirit and play the best in the next game. Thank you for your listening and stay tuned, get hydrated, and wait more from us.
Hey, Seven, what do you got there?
I got me a golf club. We're here at Quirilla City and we accept your challenge. Glitter and lace. You guys ended up getting very close there to first place, if not first place, but I think we got what it takes to beat it. So why don't we get started?
Yeah, you start off. I'm going to start this. And let's see what you got.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit nervous here.
Well, there's no need to be nervous because we got 7 woods. There goes for a swing. Is it in the green?
Ooh, 89.4. You know what? I'll take it. It says too far, but I'll take it now. It's time for your turn, Mr. Neptune Happy Gilmore. Let's see what you got. Let's see if you got what it takes to beat 89.4 or maybe make it even better. As we'll get started here, we're playing golf. We'll press the start right here. Okay. All right, you got this. You got family watching back at home. Anything you want to tell them really quick? I got this. He's got this. Let's see that swing too. The prep is going to be up. That was a practice. Practice. Yeah, just a practice. He's got this. He's got this. Oh my goodness. Oh my. No. Don't break that just yet. Oh, 82.1. You know what? If you are in Paris, if you are at EWC 26, you can actually come check this out at Kiria City. But for this one right now, I mean, I think it's actually time we challenge somebody.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do this. So you know what, Husky, Lucifer, let's see if you got what it takes to beat our score.
Hello everyone, it's Carol Bombshell again. I'm happy to be back here on stage close to Fluxo's crowd, Fluxo's fan. And I'm also happy to be here with the two influencers for Fluxo. I got Haja and Alemeze here with me. They have been done such a great job with the Fluxo's crowd. And I want to know, Raja, what's the feeling to be back here at the EWC with your team now?
I'm really happy to be here today. I love EWC. It's just the best tournament ever, and it's really good to see my team playing, and they are doing really well, and we're about to win this tomorrow.
Oh wow, such a great confidence. I like that, girl. Okay, Alemeze. It's special to have you here for the first time watching your team, and I want to know, do you think they will qualify direct to the grand finals? É muito especial ter você aqui juntinho com a gente, torcendo pro seu time. Quero saber se você acha que eles vão se classificar diretamente pra final.
Com certeza, vai dar tudo certo, se Deus quiser. Hoje a gente vai sair com essa classificação. E é isso, gente, vai dar certo sim. Segue o fluxo que os meninos estão preparados. E a torcida aqui tá preparada demais para essa festa.
Of course, they will make it to the grand finals today, okay? So we are very happy to be here. We are very glad to support our team. And we're gonna see each one of you cheering for Fluxo in the grand finals. And follow the flow. Thank you.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
Neptune's swing was a little bit off, but don't worry about it because hopefully Fluxo will be able to come back. But actually, Fluxo hasn't been performing that well. Sorry, Carol, don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about that. By the way, Carol, Bombshell, Neptune, and Lace with us. But to recap the first two games of Group B, Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Vitality has been great from yesterday. Now they are dominating. And it's not only them. I mean, even RQ did manage to get that booyah. So there's just a lot of hopes right now that's coming from the team. And the climb for the top four is just getting easier and easier. Even for the interview coming from Joel, I think like he's just too confident that they will be getting there quite soon.
Well, let's talk about that actually, because that confidence, it's good to see, Lace, but sometimes we've been seeing maybe too much confidence come back and bite you in the you-know-what.
Well, all I know is that we beat you in golf, so I'm just going to hold that in my heart. But look, obviously I've been following the storyline of, you know, Team Secret as my underdogs, okay? So in that position, you know, they were in that southeastern corner there with Bayside, and it looked like that they were going to, you know, have a nice little easy rotation in. And I think this is probably why we've brought Carol up here, but they managed to get a team wipe on Fluxo down in that corner of Bayside. But it was a bit of a treacherous kind of like, I guess, rotation to that zone because they got held out by the likes of like RRQ and also, what was it? I think it was like Team Lion as well. So it was a very tough trek for them. Obviously, we're talking about the pace and slow and steady, you know, that sort of a situation, but they are not getting enough of those elims and placement to be able to beat these sorts of teams. Now, I want to bring into the conversation Lion.
Yep.
Okay. And, you know, Conchita obviously had a conversation about them too, but this is exceptional from them. They've have absolutely dominated and moved up there. They are in the conversation. They are up in those top teams and battling it out in those final zones.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, there's a lot of history right now coming from Lion, especially Gamesking. He was left in there alone, but even solo, Gamesking can still get all those eliminations in. Like the fighting spirit coming from him and the team. I'm really loving it. They might be able to break through and bring down Twisted Minds.
We're gonna look at number 6 because Fluxo, this is a squad that everybody expects them to go directly to the grand finals, but right now that's not the case. They're 17 points away from top 4, Carol.
I don't understand why you guys invite me such in this moment that Fluxo is not doing so well. What's the point?
They still did fantastic yesterday and are definitely in contention. So one bad game doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they started really good yesterday. They had such a good confidence, but at this point, they should not going like that because last year reminds me of last year when they were not doing so well and then they lost completely their confidence. So if they keep doing the same performance, probably their worst nightmare will come for them.
All right. Hopefully that worst nightmare is not going to happen. Now, you have a lot of experience with Free Fire in Brazil, and I know you know a lot of these players. They do have a superstar when it comes to Fluxo, right? MT7, the MVP out of that region as well. Do you think this is going to affect him in any way, shape, or form? Because they do need to make... Do you feel like they need to make it in the top 4 instead of going to survival?
Of course, definitely they need to make the top 4, but yeah, answer your question, definitely that can keeps getting in MT7 mind, but you know what, this regular season in Brazil, MT7 was the MVP with 330 kills, 330 eliminations, so he knows what he needs to do to step it up and be on top and also help his team to step it up. Maybe MT7 is the fire that the team needs right now.
Yeah, we saw some stats there too from Vitality and Loss. Remember, Loss was able to do amazing things yesterday with those 3 booyahs. Today, we're seeing some stuff here and there from them, but Vitality, I mean, if we talk about what we saw yesterday out of Group B in comparison to Group A, we saw a bit more of a chance for some of the other squads to kind of come up, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now in Day 2 when these squads are trying to make sure they push for that top 4 with 4 games left.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing right now is in comparison as well as a cut-off line for getting the top 4. It's much lower right now in Group B because of how close it is against everyone else. So that's one thing that they can take advantage of because it's easier enough for them to climb up like 1-2 spots, especially for those teams who are very, very close to the top 4. But there's still a lot in contention right now. After 2 games, we still have 4 matches. But as Carol did mention, like if you lose confidence, then even with it being easy, you might still lose it.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at that, like the cutoff, you know, isn't like so coherent like you said just before, but basically Team Secret is probably that line there at 90 points at the moment. Then we move over to Fluxo, which is 92. So this is an incredibly close leaderboard for these mid-range teams to sort of intercept there. So like you're saying, there's still a chance. Carol, don't you worry, girl. Like they have every opportunity in these next couple of matches to bring it home for them, but it is incredibly close. So let's hope that, you know, we can get the Fluxo spirit here a little bit higher and they can, you know, definitely rile them up and get them some more eliminations.
You know what, girl? I really hope Fluxo makes to the grand finals, but right now we already got loud, so we already have Brazil in the grand finals, and that's good. And talk a little bit more about Los. Los, it's good to see them. I mean, of course, yesterday they were the best team for Group B, but it's good to see them still keeping their regularity here. So I think maybe this is one of their secret. They are really good to keep their game regular.
I know the fans want Fluxo to step it up and just start getting those booyahs because they have yet to win one. Let's see if that's going to happen with the 4 games left of Group B. AJ, Tash, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. At this point of time, I just want Team Secret to get a booyah just so that Lace can smile a little bit more.
Yes, I agree. Lace, this one's for you, maybe. Hopefully, we are praying for it as we go into our next map.
The girl almost gave up. She's like, okay, I just want Fluxo to win. I mean, you guys are doing bad too.
Do you believe in jinxes?
I do. I believe in blessings.
Do you believe in blessings?
Yeah.
Okay, bet. So
depends on who's the one.
In this particular one, as we go into this next one. After all, this map is not going to be easy after all, since a lot of teams are starting to really amp up. We see consistency across 3 maps. I mean, 2 maps, excuse me.
I just see consistency from the 2 teams down at the bottom who are fighting for their dear lives. And it looks like Straw Hats will not stay at the bottom all throughout, because little by little, they are making that climb. I mean, what a brilliant play so far, getting more than 40 points just off of 2 games. A very different version of Straw Hats we get today, and they're moving all the way out, potentially for a double compound drop here at Foundation as well as Old Hampton. This is going to give them ample loot to play their game well once again.
I am very excited to see how aggressive some of these teams are going to go. I think during the break, we also talked a little bit about Mia, right? About how today it's more, how they've been able to be consistently on that top 3, being able to survive a little bit more longer compared to yesterday. And wow, trouble's already brewing.
IQ Total Gaming can do Mia, Corp, as well as Straw Hats a big favor here. If they take out Al-Ali, it's gotta be trouble brewing. But IQ Total Gaming might just be in trouble as well. So by hook or by crook, they need to win this out. Perhaps the winner of this battle will stay alive in the competition. Looking at how Mia Corp and Straw Hats have woken up once again. Beautiful time turner off of Shanky. And the charge buster in his hands actually pops off. Zibok's taken down. Shanky gets the win. 3 eliminations already. And Al-Ali, I think this is the end for them. Lions on the way in. And the Joker will not be messing around. Shock knockdown. MIPR lost. Will find the Straw Hats on another part of the map. And that's about it for Al-Ali. They're about to be pushed down to the bottom 2.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. We talked about not clearing corners, but for the rest of the team here, they do check and find him in the end. Now, TG close by alongside the Lions, excuse me, and they're looking to see whether or not they can continue on this fight. Joker coming close. He had a really good game previously, especially with the long-range weapons. Puts a bit of chip damage onto Shanky, and they want to try and crunch them from 2 different angles.
Joker just does not have his weapon of choice at this point of time, having to make work with the Woodpecker as best as possible. Shanky with the SKS also has got the time turner once again for the pop on his side, saving his life. Volta down on the ground though. The recovery needs to be strong here for IQ Total Gaming. Games King looking for circle around with the SKS in hand, looks at Mafia. With the M82B, Mafia is going to be deadly, even though Leon does have those blue walls on the other side. Games King will get shut down by Mafia up close and personal. 4 eliminations in hand, and India's looking hot.
Yeah, TG looking really good, and I love to say that they are very active and want to take this fight head on. Aztec takes a lot of damage here.
Backstab.
Rushing forward.
The backup. What a play by Mafia. Keeping his body in. And Lions, you may be the predators out there in the savannah, but not in this lobby, says IQ Total Gaming.
Crazy work coming from them as well. This proactivity and aggression is just something else. That isolated 1v1 somehow working so well in their favor.
Jew up on top. Looking deadly. SKS. And dude manages to pull off a quick finger. Beautiful on the revive. Brings Troll back in before getting knocked down to the ground. Man had barely any HP on him. And he was timing that perfectly, and he executed that revival perfect. And SHUL will be able to thank him a tad bit more later on by reviving him. Obviously, the boys are going to be taking him out of the equation in a tad bit here. Mia Corp, Kappa. It's the ice grenade to weaken him a tad bit here. 2v1, but Kappa will stand no chance. And Mia Corp out early this time round.
That's unfortunate for Mia, who are currently just running to just be able to stay alive in this game. Now moving over to Lace's favorite team here, TS at the bottom side, but Twisted Minds have a mind of their own to eliminate this team. And Shan keeping a bit of space between him and the rest of Twisted, decides to play a little bit more further back instead. Being able to get support from his teammates is the priority here.
Time for Lace to smile. This is Twisted Minds. They've got the high ground. Both teams calling out for the lightning zone, and it's Twisted Minds' lightning zone that was called out a tad bit later, which means Team Secret cannot get too cheeky out in the open just yet. That allows a perfect rotation from Diamond. The Bass F590, Wong Am, wrong gun. The sniper will get stabbed in the back. The Bass gets lucky with that ambush. Taking Wong Am out of the equation is just the first step. 9-7 now, up close and personal. The Bass once again with the M590 will conquer. The Mag 7 just not enough. Tikui, can you pull one back? PLS1 has the VSK, trying to turn the situation around. Jump taken down as well. And is this an interference from another squad? PLS1 trying his very best. Tikui down on the ground, explosive with the car 98. Just trying his best to keep them contained. But it looks like Team Secret is about to win this out thanks to PLS1.
Yeah, Wong Am still very much healthy here. Trying to find a way to find the final shot onto Exposi. Finally, in the end, cross and crunch from multiple angles. And Twisted Minds will be the one knocked out here somehow. Team Secret survived a little longer. Great recovery from this team.
Kingdom of RRQ a tad bit sad. Some claps there for their squad. It got eliminated a tad bit too early. And like I told you, that it was definitely a blessing from Lace. Team Secret working off of that Lace energy at this point of time. But I think you well though. Troll, wrong place, wrong time. MT7 spots him out, and MT7 has got the gun of preference. The AWM, Aiku Total Gaming on the other hand, early exit in here. Straw Hat still alive and kicking down at the bottom, looking to climb up. SHUL, what more do you have? But he shot from afar. Ju will punish with the Thompson dude taken out of the equation. SHUL might not make it out of this compound if they don't do something different.
The rush forward is here. Fluxo going a bit more aggressive. Bunny getting hunted.
That's it.
Rushing away from his life. Jack is barely alive. Repositions, but out in the open, there's no way for him to run. Fluxo already 8 elims.
They already got a revive, which means the squad will stay alive and kicking and Troll with the stealth bites. It's the heck out of there, catching up in Nur. And Fluxo will overtake this compound. Bayfront belongs to them for the time being, but they'll have to move in a little bit as the blue zone catches up with them. But if you look at Fluxo's performance so far, this has been the best within the day. In the 2 past games, they only walked away with 2 points in each of those lobbies. Obviously not looking like the usual Fluxo. But like I anticipated, I just wasn't expecting them to go crazy here on day 2. I think they definitely want to play the survival game. You saw what Raja said yesterday. Our team will dominate tomorrow.
Yeah, and definitely did. They're showing us the signs of life. Not only signs of life, they're starting to just go crazy. Now, speaking of that as well, in terms of positioning, we're looking at Lost very, very active, getting Refinery super, super early. And I think they're just trying to just move around, scout around, try and find some information about where everyone's going to be. TS, Lace's team, also trying to move around the area. They're fairly healthy. They have 4 eliminations already. And in this situation, we're starting to see a slowdown from so many of these teams as they try to figure out not only where to position themselves in the circle, but also where to go next.
Yeah, Leon needs to be careful a bit here. Thanks to the fact that Twisted Minds have been having a rough day out here today. They've been able to catch up and now overtake them on the leaderboard, but not through points just yet. They need 1 more point to equalize. But of course, if they can find the final circle for themselves, overtaking Twisted Minds will be a no-brainer, and I think that'll be a huge success for the organization. Can you imagine seeing Leon make it into the grand finals a tad bit earlier than expected?
There we go. The reposition coming in from SAUL as well.
Team Secret. Well, it looks like they're not going to be getting far enough. SHUL, though, no elimination so far there.
Yeah, in this situation, again, the slowdown is here. Foundation very, very open for SAUL, just really hunker down, bide their time. close by to Team Vitality though. If they do decide they want to go take this fight, but have to be wary of Fluxo as well. We've seen how much damage they can do with those long-range weapons, and it's scary.
The drums of liberation courtesy of Fluxo. But I think it's charging up Joy Boy on the side of the Straw Hats. Let's see exactly who it will be that unleashes their Gear 5 on the competition in a tad bit. 2 games back-to-back. Straw Hats have been phenomenal. But can they keep this streak up for themselves? Spending a tad bit of time outside the circle. 5 boosts activated off of those team boosters. Need a tad bit more coins before they can purchase the 6th one. Vitality keeping an eye on the rotation of Team Secret. MIBR loss making their way in, as well as Fluxo and squad sits pretty, waiting for the next contenders. This next circle is definitely going to be bringing a tad bit of chaos in here, because we are running out of space to play, and Fluxo will have to make that run out of their defensive space.
I have to say, Made in Brazil lost really good with the reposition. They were hanging around Refinery and decided to move off that area. And now they're prime zone in the middle of the area. And they should go head-to-head up against Team Secret, I feel. I mean, Team Secret does have a bit of that high ground to play with. But in terms of firepower, I would say Lost still a bit better in terms of speed and positioning.
RRQ out super early from this lobby. Did not expect that. The Booyaka still hunting down these teams. Regardless of the stage, regardless of the level of competition, you can improve. But running away from the Booyakas, on the other hand, is just something that's just totally up to luck. And RRQ just did not have that luck on their side this time.
No, I was quite surprised as well to see them getting knocked out super early. But again, we are seeing the teams that had a great start to the day start to slow down a little bit now. Who took a little bit extra damage there from those long-range shots have to be careful in terms of these rotations. A bit later to the area means that you don't have a lot of space to work with. And most areas are being, I would say, held by players like MT7, like Carol says. Really scary seeing this guy being able to just really work with his weapon.
Absolutely. The AWMY in hand. And MT7, one of the deadly snipers out there. But can he outperform Yago, who was on fire yesterday? Today they've slowed things down, and MT7, speaking of whom, will punish 2 players from the side of Straw Hats. Spots out Extra as well. Needs to break down those glue walls. 1 more needed. Riptide Rhythm sent out. Extra got out. MT7, the monster. And now looking for who as well. Can he get the ace on the whole squad of Straw Hats? He sure as hell is trying and has got the right gun to do it.
Not gonna be easy, because Who isn't really showing his hand either, and so is been, I'm not gonna lie, MT7, the sound of the gun he's doing, just keeping every single player around the area's head down. No one is daring show their heads in case that the bullet goes up into their dome. But if anything right now, Vitality have a chance to take this fight up against SEUL, keep them away from this area, and this hardship should be able to guarantee that fight.
Big advantage here for Fluxo. Not a lot of rotations needed. They can still hold on to that high ground advantage here for MT7. All he needs to do is just inch a little bit closer to the circle, but the risk that he will have is playing those glue walls a little too much too early. Team Secret just keeping close to the very edge of this hill, making sure they stay out of the crosshairs of MIBR Lost. And since they will not be spotted out for the time being, survivability is there. They can sneak under the squad of MIBR and play survival. Yago has not hit those wild shots today just yet. PLS1 spots him, dropping down to the lower ground, but they will still stay hidden. SHUL, the Indian squad slowly rotating around. Perhaps this is where Team Secret falls. And on that replay, you see how MT7 with his high ground advantage was just making perfect work. Just dwindling down the chances of Straw Hats finding the final circle 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and Who hasn't moved at all since then here as SEUL, making a lot of noise as
there
well.
You go.
Trying to rush forward and take this fight, but Team Secret trying their best, inching their way forward, has to take this fight up against the Lions. Lost waiting. Made in Brazil, prime angle, just really pressure this team out of the zone. And I'm saying that Team Secret right now, just a terrible position to be in, but SEUL is here, perhaps giving a bit of space and respite for them.
Yago versus PLS1, and SEUL moves on in. And MIBR Lost says, you can have it, baby. I do not want this platform. They quickly retreat, trying to look for that reposition. Is that a good move or a bad one? Straw Hats finally taken out of the equation already. Fluxo sending the shots to the spot of Vitality. Joel knocked down as well. SHUL aiming for the players on the side of Team Secret as Vitality finally bites the dust. Unfortunate run for the squad. 2 games back to back. They have not been able to find that final circle after hitting that booyah on Bermuda.
Versus maybe a real, not too sure about that, but a team that's being blessed right now, maybe Team Secret. We'll see how it goes because they are currently being pressured. They don't have a lot of space to work with, forced to rotate forward, and Joker keeps a close eye on both these players. Barely alive, jumps forward, somehow surviving in terms of rotating here, but have to deal with SHUL.
You gotta hit it when the window messes with your aim. PLS1 now trying to get away. Can he? Yes, he can. Beautiful jump pad reposition by PLS1. And the sniper of the squad gets caught out by Della. AC80 perfection from Leon once again. Waking up in the competition to stay in contention for the early access into the grand finals. This is perfect from them. But Fluxo still alive and kicking, and they are catching up. Look at the monstrous run. 14 eliminations strong for Fluxo.
Tikui in trouble alone. Somehow managed to get 2 players knocked down, but not able to secure those points. Bob somehow from far away also gone down to Tikui here. Trying to find that final member left. A 2v1 in this corner, but the damage is too much to deal with. He heals up, and he's just waiting and biding for time. SHUL forced to reposition. He does break one and goes for more. Tikui, how are you doing this? Finally going down to Fluxo.
Tikui, you monster! Capped that valiant dash for the final moment and backstabbed them as they would try to run away, but MD7 is the biggest winner of that equation. And Fluxo looking to dominate. 2 Brazilian squads here. And it looks like Leon's going to be hopping on into play as well. What can they do? The LATAM squad up against 2 big Brazilian giants looking for the booyah. Jacon gets knocked down to the ground. Riptide Rhythm takes away his opportunity to be picked up. And MIBR Lost will shut down the opportunity for Leon to run away with this game. Fluxo on the other hand, alive and kicking up there with the high ground advantage. Joker versus MD7. This is going to be a good fight.
Yeah, trying to rush forward here. Joker has to be careful not to get eliminated. He is, after all, alone, but not able to find the angle.
Nice
Jumps forward.
That's the kind of patience play. Supremacy with the reposition. Now Leon staying alive for LATAM, but pushes in with the M590. Might be able to take him out of the equation a tad bit too early here. He jumps away from that high ground advantage now. Tagged up by the circle. This is just not the best situation for him. Barricades himself in. MIBR Lost spots his glue walls and looks for the annihilation. Grenade toss behind the glue walls, and General taken out. Round 1 as well, and Fluxo cleans up house and makes it come back with a solid booyah.
The boogeyman is back, baby, and is looking really good right now. Looks really clean. MT7 was the guy in the spotlight, keeping so many teams away, and every single team kept their head down when they heard the sounds of his shots.
The very first booyah here for Fluxo in the group stage. As I anticipated, the team flying under the radar. But if they make it into the top 4 whilst flying under the radar, you have to acknowledge they are a massive threat. I don't think Fluxo's trying. I think Fluxo's just chilling, and they're still doing so well.
Yeah, just really taking their time, and it just felt so effortless seeing them play that map. But for the rest of the teams, though, everyone had a labored map. Everyone that was consistently on that top 3 earlier, now knocked down super early. You know, as the Straw Hats weren't very comfortable. Mia wasn't very comfortable. RRQ got knocked out early as well. And it is impressive to see this shift from so many of these teams as we go into this 3rd map already.
Absolutely. And the teams that need to step it up, definitely your eyes are going to be on the teams who are looking for the early access into the grand finals. Twisted Minds, 3 games in a row, have gotten themselves twisted into a little bit of a confusion because they can't seem to find the big points. But one team that found big points, 33 the one and only Fluxo.
Yeah, they are so hyped, just so you can really hear them really bring in that energy for their games today. We talked about them not trying, but they are definitely excited to just really bring this up the ante and the heat.
I mean, even without trying, Fluxo currently is in the top 4. How about that? How insane is that? And then you've got Leon on the other side who are struggling, who are trying their very best not just to survive, but to find these elimination points, but they're still one step behind Brazil. This has always been the issue for the LATAM squads. Can they break that curse this time round at EWC 26? As Fluxo rises to the top again after struggling in the past 2 games. Bermuda and Solara gave them a total of 4 points in totality, but they obviously have made up for those weak showing with this third map at Kalahari.
Yeah, it's looking really good, and I think this is where, you know, not only are you going to be worried for the bottom teams, but also for the possibility of maintaining that top 2. Yesterday, it felt like Made in Brazil loss was just so comfortable, so far ahead of the teams, right? Currently now they're at, what, 168 points? Vitality and the rest of the squad have like, what, a 20-point deficit compared to the rest of them. But if this continues, we might see a shift in toward the finals.
This time, Straw Hats only managing to sneak away 4 points from this lobby. Mierkorp, on the other hand, way too early of an exit. I'm sure they wanted more, but eventually the momentum that they started the day off with dwindles down. Can they work that back up? That's going to be a big question. But MT7, you know, I asked a question, is he going to be able to show that he is a better sniper than Yago? And the number of eliminations that he pulled away in this game, I think answers that question. But I still haven't seen a clean 1v1 between these two phenomenal snipers. Yeah, Yago pulled away nothing as MT7 was cleaning up the lobby this time around.
Yeah, after all, I think one thing's for sure that when you see this, you know, we talked about riding the height in the beginning of the game for Straw Hats, for Mia. Yeah, it was the thing for map 1 and number 2, but now Kalahari comes through, Fluxo is online, and my worry is that they're going to start dominating, they're going to start farming these eliminations. We saw that happen on day number 1, it was a change in pace from the usual style play, and now it's currently still going on all the way till now, and I think for many of these teams that want to be in this top 2, well, I think their hopes and dreams might just be dashed.
Well, at the end of the day, you're aiming for the top 4, and it's obviously not going to be an easy run. This is a slightly easier lobby compared to Group A, mainly because you've got many teams very capable of pulling away big numbers through eliminations there. Here, on the other hand, it's all about who can play the game of survival. We've seen Leon already 3 games in a row. You got to respect the kind of hustle that they have on their side. After yesterday, it was a decent run today. It's so much better, so much more consistent coming through from the team, right? And now they have to battle against the one and only Fluxo. Twisted Minds, unfortunately for them, after running 3 games in without many points, they've been kicked out of the top 4.
Yeah, and I think that this shift is just, I think, something that everyone has been expecting as well. We talked a little bit, I think I talked to Lucifer earlier as well about what to expect from today. And they did say that we can expect anything. And after all, we also are expecting a bit of an area for us. So after this, we'll be back soon for more games.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Games 3 ended, and this is our stage hit. I'm Yusul, and right next to me is Conchita. And of course, hey, let's talk about my team today. I am so proud of them. Did you guys see Kui in that moment with his gun M9590? And then after that, even he's alone, but he still got his 2 eliminations.
Of course, we're gonna talk about your team. I mean, Yunsu, let's not forget who gets the booyah. Hello, it's Fluxo's first ever booyah. I know it is a little bit unexpected to see them only getting the booyah on the second day. But then again, hey, it's Fluxo. They're in no rush, no desperation. They have that level of calm that finally show us what Fluxo really is made of. And MT7, I mean, that shot from high up, that was so amazing, and it shows the power that they truly have and why they are one of the strongest, biggest team from Brazil.
I agree, MT7 is one of the best sniper that Brazil has ever born. And of course, let's talk about our games. Only 3 games left too, and the last top 4 will go straight to the finals. Currently, we have Lost, Team Fatality, RRQ, and now Fluxo.
Yes, Fluxo has successfully taken over the 4th spot from Leon from the booyah that they just secured. And what is even more amazing is the fact that they collected 21 elimination points in just 1 game. Now this is what I want to see, because this is what was missing yesterday. Going against Lost, I do feel like there is some brotherly rivalry going on between these two. But boy, oh boy, I am so proud to see Fluxo claiming the throne and claiming the booyah finally today.
Well, finally today we can see Fluxo got the booyah, and I'm hoping for more, because you can see the crowd. It's so crazy. I really love them, the energy here and the heat. It just keep making hot even though here is really cold, you know? And let's talk about our top 11 and top 12. What do you think about them?
I do think that seeing how the group is doing right now, I do agree that Group B somehow has it a little, just a little though, a little easier compared to the Group of Death, aka Group A. But hey, anything can still happen. We still have a couple of games left. And seeing how Fluxo is bouncing back, I don't think the top 4 that we have right now is truly secure. Don't you think?
I do, but not yet. Because we only have like 3 games and 3 games left to go. So I think this Group 4 still got some change to it. But I'm not sure, because Lion is so crazy. You know, come on, Games King, he is on fire. Like a youth, a very young youth, a really young energy, come to the stage and destroy everything that is like cover his way up. Man, I'm totally his fan.
Yeah, actually we talked about this at the desk earlier, because we do believe that Leon actually has some more power, something that they haven't really got the chance to show on this stage yet. And yes, speaking of Games King, we know how passionate he is and how great he is. But then again, I do remember one of his posts on social media. He was apologizing to the fans because he wasn't really giving his all, even though we know how hard it could be at the EWC, right?
Yes.
Again, it is the World Cup, so the tension, the pressure, it is obviously higher, and it's so difficult for them. So yeah, I'm just waiting actually for Leon to making a comeback. I mean, if Fluxo can do it, I'm pretty sure that Leon can do it as well.
Well, we only have the left top 4, because in the Group A, we already have top 4, and this will be another top 4, and then 8 teams will go straight to the finals. Don't let yourself step into the survival mode tomorrow, because they're only gonna pick 4 teams out of 12.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just gonna be harder for the team because, hello, it's called survival stage for a reason. They're gonna have to survive, and it is not an easy task. But I'm still quite happy, because call me biased all you want, I am so glad that we have 2 Indonesian teams right now at the top 4. Can we talk about that for a second? We have Team Fatality. Sorry, I gotta say that one more time. Team Fatality, as Neptune would say, and RRQ. I mean, they are doing good. They are consistent, and yeah, I just can't wait to see the rest of the games today and who are advancing to the next stage.
Well, I'm happy for you. Guess I have to wait for my team. So, Conchita?
Yes, I think it is it from now, but let's go back to the caster and see what do they have to talk about. Take it away, casters.
Okay, things are heating up right now.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, we are talking about the teams that are, I think, supported by both Conchita. We are also talking about teams that are supported by Yunsul as well as Lace as well. But the team that is currently on top, after all, is Fluxo. They are heating up. They're looking very aggressive. MT7 is starting to come online, and it is looking very terrifying.
Well, not on top just yet, but definitely getting there if MIBR does not wake up in a monstrous way, right? We did see them get to that final circle this time around, walk away with the second spot, but just 4 eliminations to their name. Obviously, that's not going to be enough to protect your throne, but they've already put a phenomenal distance between themselves and the rest of the squads yesterday, so they do get a little bit of lag time here. But like I said at the start of our Group B, regardless of what MIBR loss does, I don't think they're going to get kicked out of the top 4, and that is something that truly deserves our respect, because they pretty much earned their spot at the early access into the grand finals just off of one day's phenomenal run with the 3 booyahs to their name. But of course, I am expecting some other teams to wake up.
Right.
We have been talking about Straw Hats, we have been talking about Meerkorp, and I have to say the amount of hustle that we have seen Straw Hats do in that first and second game, I think they definitely deserve to survive. But it's not up to us. It's up to them, and it's up to the other teams who want to survive or not, right? Al Ahly, they knew that they were in a pressured situation. They needed to wake up in that third game, but Kalahari brought them absolutely nothing. And yet, the team of Straw Hats could not take advantage of that. They got kicked out a tad bit too early with barely any eliminations.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, you could start to see what they were trying to go for. They wanted to try and go for eliminations. They want to move around the map and go for these fights. But somehow, sometimes, when you play in this situation, you have to be ready to be dealing with these high-risk situations.
Yeah.
And for them, that high-risk situation did not give them any rewards. But we still have another few maps to go, and it's still another 3 more chances for them to play catch-up. Between the bottom 3 teams right now, Meerkorp, Al Ahly Esports, Straw Hats, only what, 2 points, 4 points between another. And in this situation, only between them 3, 2 will have to go home.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it's savage to have your totem crushed out here within the group stage in itself, but that's exactly how lethal things are at the Esports World Cup. We are savage, baby. You gotta be good enough to step into not just our grand finals, but good enough to step into our survival stage. And the teams who do not step it up, they will be crushed. Not just their totems, but their dreams as well. At least they get a little bit of a longer holiday in Paris.
Yeah, for sure. And I think in this situation, right, I mean, for those that are not going on holiday, you know, you play another extra day, you have to go, you know, you have this stress to try and survive today, you have to survive again tomorrow to be able to go to that grand finals.
Oh,
regardless, the next map is now here. I am curious to see how things are going to go today. Are teams going to just change up things? Are they going to be able to just go very aggressive, just start to farm up those eliminations? Or are we going to be seeing a more passive approach for some of these teams as well? Because after all today, I mean, the interview just now we had Joel, they said that they are playing very dynamically based on how exactly the rotations and the circles go, and they don't want to just go aggressive the whole way.
I say wow because you have more words than what Joel gave in that interview. I mean, the guy was barely giving us any answers, but you gotta love the fact that he was cool, calm, collected, he was confident. He was like, yeah, we're just doing what we always do. We're going out there, we're kicking some good butt. But this time, they'll have to watch out though, because if they don't start stepping it up, they might have their spot ripped away. Leon is way too close. Although they do have about a 20-point gap up at the top in that second spot, Vitality cannot let their guard down. We have got 3 more maps to go, and anything can happen in these 3 games. Leon's going to be dropping straight up into Brasilia, and this is going to be very close to the Indian squad. iQOO Total Gaming, they have to find a way to make sure they don't get caught up in terms of survival only, right? Because let's say in the final 3 games, Meerkorp, Al Ahly, Straw Hats, they wake up, iQOO Total Gaming is going to be on the chopping block.
Oh yeah, for real as well. Now coming into this, I like the fact that, you know, you saw Koja get that first pick already, and he's going for a nice separated, I would say, play compared to the rest of his team here. Could just keep SAUL busy for the time being. And now Koja getting his 1 pick off already means that he's going to be able to just rendezvous with his teammate, or he could go to Brasilia, get a bit of a vantage point, an idea what's going on, wait out the initial fights, and then, I don't know, third party.
Oh, the drums have started. The drums of liberation that woke up Fluxo in that game number 3.
Nice shot.
But Total Gaming, Riptide Rhythm, perfect combo for Mafia. The VSK will not find elimination, but Water follows it up with a P90. The knock from afar, Mafia taken down. Hax has got the VSS with the rate of fire and the damage to keep the numbers equal here. And it looks like the odds not going to be stepping away from that battle. But Della with a tiny mistake there with the ice grenade puts himself out of the equation. Aztec gets knocked out by Joker. Joker holding the squad of Leon together. And he has to find some way to get out of this sticky situation alongside Hax.
Yeah, Hax should be able to get out of there, I think, fairly safely. TG doesn't look like they're going to be putting in that chase as we go toward Twisted Minds here. They have an idea toward where Mia is going to be. Dry Tech takes a lot of damage quickly and so far away before even the Bass was able to just really fully push forward there. That's one more point in the bag. But for the rest of the team here, they've already vacated the area. They want nothing to do this early fight.
Well, Twisted Minds want their top 4 spots back. But what's the odds that we get 3 Southeast Asian teams qualifying from Group B as well? I think that's too much. 2 is a lot already.
It is a lot. I agree with you. I mean, this is the Esports World Cup. We want to see some diversity and representation from so many different countries if we can. And Shanky already knocked down Ahali Esports here, showing a bit more aggression and a little bit more, I would say, proactivity, because Wota is going to be shot out of the sky. Takes a bit of chip damage, but able to get away with his life.
Al-Ahli stepping it up as well. They understand exactly what's at stake here. The totems and their hopes being crushed. Total Gaming out of the pan into the fire potentially. Wota making sure he lets go off the zip line. It just hit that U-turn a tad bit here, because moving on forth was just not going to have any bit of advantage for him whatsoever. Would have got it taken out of the equation there early. Mafia crawling around looking for more coins. Rigby will find RRQ's dudes. And the battle between MIBR Lost and RRQ breaking off right now. Vitality is going to find themselves a victim as well in Miacorp. And Miacorp getting crushed. Not just their players, but their hopes as well. They need to step it up. They need to pull those revives back in.
You really want to be able to do that as well. Vitality want to make up for their early exit in that previous map. And as we move over here, Noor out in the open, in trouble. There's only so much time before that glue wall goes down here. The Bass will be pressured, but it doesn't stop him from trying to reposition himself away. But he is, after all, the one being pressured and gate kept away from that zone. Jump rushes forward here to Who. Somehow the other end gets knocked down.
Straw Hats getting involved in this battle, but it's supposed to be between Twisted Minds and SHUL. We don't even spot out the players on the side of Straw Hats, but they're trading blows with Twisted Minds, and that pulls the attention of the Thai squad a tad bit too long. And SHUL, they take advantage of that situation. Jump's gonna get overwhelmed here. Twisted Minds might not see the early access into the grand finals if this continues to happen, but Diamond's just keeping the team alive. In fact, going in here with the revive one after the other. Twisted Minds right back in here as a full squad, but scrambled on the battlefield.
Yeah, we're starting to see like a slowdown, at least for some of these fights. They come through, they go away, they go and revive the whole team once again here. The Lions have been hanging out in this area for quite some time. I mean, yeah, we see those little skirmishes that they go and ahead and have, but never really full commits onto fights, and they definitely do not want to go and overextend and chase a bit too early either. The lack of information about crossfires and where other teams might be is just, the question marks is just a bit too much for them to deal with.
Straw Hats, 3 eliminations already. They are off to a fantastic start, but Al-Ahli keeping themselves alive and kicking, making sure they don't get kicked out of the competition too early. The focus, for me personally, is definitely on the lower side of this leaderboard. Who gets their totems crushed today? We've got 3 more games to go for them to save themselves from annihilation. And Miacorp's just one of those 3 who are desperately trying to stay alive. Those revives have been solid for the time being. SHUL, on the other hand, 90 points on the leaderboard. But 3 games can really change the state of this Indian squad. Total Gaming, a little bit of a civil war between the Indian teams. And SHUL will be allowed to survive a little bit longer by the looks of it.
I am very excited to see how it's going on toward this southern side of the map there. RQ and Made in Brazil Lost has been kind of hanging around there for quite some time, but never a full commit quite yet. Maybe you see pickoffs, but never really a situation where they want to go on a full 4v4. And we see some pressure coming in from Team Vitality as well.
Team Secret taking the bridge, crossing over. One into play. A little bit of interference between the battle of two titans, MIBR lost as well as RRQ. You better wrap this up quick because Team Secret wants to party. Abe with the Max 7 gets the knock, but PLS1! The shots from afar takes the sniper of MIBR out of the equation first. Yadaral as well as round 1-7. Desperately trying to look for survival. Ma'al, can he find the angle as General scurries towards the compound to find the vending machine. 700 coins in his pocket, he can afford one revive. But can he get there? Wangam says, hell no! This MIBR loses their third player, and Team Secret the biggest winner of the battle at Central.
They had such good timing getting into the area as well. Finding General, adding another 1 point to the board for them as well. Full control of the side. Now Fluxo is coming close into the area, and this is interesting.
1-7, he's going out surfing. Boy's got his priorities right. He's trying to find the rotation outside the circle. Battle between SHUL and Twisted Minds. Not looking too good for the Indian squad. But they still do have some viability here. No, stabbed in the back by Diamond, but he pulls off a double revive before being annihilated with that VSK up close and personal, which keeps the hopes and dreams of SHUL pulling more points in this lobby alive.
Here we go. Definitely heard the sounds of the rotations coming in here. Fluxo close by, but over on this side, the Lions are starting to just find the members of the Al Ahly squad. Moves away into a corner, but cannot break into the compound quite yet here. Hacks is close, jumps forward, decides to move away.
Oh. Can they get away? Al Ahly will allow them to back away. Just too afraid to go all out in that battle because they understand the 3 past games where they have tried, they have been snuffed out, and they just chose the safer route this time round. Team Secret up against Fluxo on the other hand. Who's going to be the mighty one? PLS1 up against Yago.
Here comes the weight as well, trying to find a perfect angle and opportunity to strike.
MT7, apologies. Yago's going to be pissed. I left the team a long time ago. I'm not going back there, Mustachio. Wangam backing away. PLS1 understands that the lightning zone is not one that you mess around with. That forces them back into a little bit of hiding, opening up a little bit of space for Fluxo to rotate away, looking for the circle a little bit earlier than Team Secret at the very least.
And this is a great situation because they are closer. They can also pressure Team Secret since they do have to find a different way to get into the zone. And they do just that. Instead of going for a full-on fight up against Fluxo, they're going to rotate toward that southern side there. That bridge is, I think, right from the cross either as well, excuse me. As we look at the rest of Team Secret here, have a bit of a top-up as well for their supplies, but Fluxo already close to the zone, and it's curiously enough, this fight against Vitality is about to get really hot after this.
I'm sure they definitely have a launch pad here, so they're not too worried about the position outside the safe zone at this point of time. Probably going to be laying it out at the beach and taking a quick jump in. Those binoculars need to be used first. Yago brings back 2 of his buddies on the side of MIBR loss. And the hope is not lost just yet for them to hold on to the #1 spot by the time we bring Group B to an end. Purgatory is a huge map, and that's why you've seen a lot of these touch-and-go eliminations coming on through. And we're almost back to a full lobby as we approach the 12-minute mark.
Can't believe that everyone is still all so healthy as we come into this stage of the game. Usually it's so hectic. A full-on fights happening, and Fluxo catching the members of TG, rotating into the area. TG nothing to do with this, decides to just really move away, not really paying attention to Fluxo, focusing more on the repositions.
This is a rough one. Time turner pulled out perfectly for SHUL, but they're going up against the Titans of Indonesia. And RRQ just runs through SHUL, reaping away their souls one after the other. And the chances of survival for Troll is really low here. Outside the circle, has got those glue walls to protect him, and he lucks out. RRQ does not commit. They back away from the opportunity as they focus on Team Secret instead.
Yeah, and this is huge because Team Secret is currently not only only outside the zone, but also pressured. Vehicle option taken out as well. The rotation is going to be annoying. And Troll, despite being able to stay alive for quite some time, not able to do so for time being because Fluxo now is in trouble. Vitality is just really pressuring them. Bunzin knocked down. Koja wants to rush forward here. Kept alive by the glue walls for the time being here. But Bobs once more rushes forward. Koja, huge by Bunzin. Take them out of the way. Koja will be traded out quickly. And Joel as well from Ali Esports somewhere in the fray.
Wow, beautiful play by Diggs there. He made sure Butchizin does not get picked up. And now as these two teams are a tad bit busy with each other, MIBR Lost looking to take advantage of the situation. Team Secret in the area as well. Lost focusing to take their players out. Secret can't jump into a full-on battle just yet. Now 7 picks right back up as SAUL Esports finally bows out of the lobby. GU making sure Wang Arm's not going to get picked up in that situation. But it is Team Secret that has the advantage with the zone here. They're looking to gatekeep Fluxo.
And it's interesting because Team Secret was the one kept out here. But because of the commotion, they were able to find that space to get here. And now Fluxo will try to just really buy some time and survive. But over on this side here, the Lions are rushing forward. Twisted Minds wants in on this as well. To be able to steal away a pickup in the middle of the fight could be huge for them.
Tikui pissed off. He's trying to punish Fluxo as they drive away, but it's not going to find those perfect connections. And Team Secret damaged severely, not just their players, but their chances of a booyah and a phenomenal comeback here as well on this game 4. Secret hasn't had the best of run today. The best has been 12 points from a lobby, and that was at Solara. But now the battle, RRQ versus MIBR Lost. Look at Abego, Max 7 in hand, has the Valiant dash, but gets locked down by the thrill of battle. And that's what the A124 gives you. But Yago, the only survivor, as Dudes pops them with the M590. And the sniper can't do much but to disengage and look for a vehicle, to look for a vending machine. But Team Secret bows out before MIBR Lost gets taken out.
Crazy work, RRQ able to come back into the game as well. Yago needs to be able to survive longer.
That's it.
But the pressure coming in from the rest of the RRQ squad is just too much to deal with. And they're eliminated.
Remind sneaking that point away for the squad. Every single sneaky point is going to make a big difference for Al Ali. Not just to survive, but to make sure they keep their hopes alive within themselves. Who knocked down to the ground. MD7 sharp shot straight to the head. Riptide Rhythm is going to be breaking down the defenses, opening up the house here for Fluxo as well. But they refuse to step on in. Miyakov right behind the squad, so Straw Hats can't go anywhere. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Mia can take advantage, but it is the Straw Hats that turns things around. Bobs catches out a player from the side of Mia as well. And it is Miyakov that gets annihilated instead of the Straw Hats.
Clearly, you cannot cage a cornered animal because Straw Hat now decides to move forward here. Truckstop already knocked down here as Fluxo tries to find a way into the zone. They're gate capped. They don't have any space either, but they can buy their time. Hoping to see who exactly will be crossing paths here. Twisted Minds should be able to have backstep onto TG. But at the same time here, Fluxo goes head-to-head against Al Ali Esports.
Man, Al Ali, Remind is going to be the playmaker here. Put up another grenade, baby. The M79 making magic work for Al Ali. 3 Fluxo members taken down, make that 4. And reminding everyone that Al Ali's no easy picking.
As TJ rushes forward here, that's not a space to work with. But the ones to go down here is not going to be them because Twisted Minds completely annihilate this team. Lions cannot survive, hunted by the Twisted Minds. A lot of space to work with, and now SH waiting in the wings, who almost got knocked out but survives a little bit longer as Sek is just waiting and biting for time. But who falls?
The efforts were from Twisted Minds, but the winners of that battle were the Straw Hats who sneaked away those points from them. But that's all they're going to be able to eat off of the efforts of Twisted Minds as they personally take the Straw Hats out of the equation. But a valiant effort for the Bangladeshi squad to find the final circle. Al Ali, on the other hand, with the survival gameplay, will no longer be able to pull away points as they get tortured in the hands of Twisted Minds looking for their comeback match. And this is it. One more player to shut down, to walk away with a massive booyah for Thailand.
Waiting in the wings here. There we go. And always, it's going to be them. Incredible work coming in from Twisted Minds, just completely collapsing. Looking good. A lot of respect given as well to really cinch up that game.
Damn, what a play. What a comeback. Twisted Minds in the past 2 games, they had an accumulated 10-pointer. 7 from Solara, 3 from Kalahari. But they definitely broke away from their unlucky streak here at Purgatory, making sure to farm on anyone they spotted out there. Straw Hats did eat off of their plate quite a little bit, and that does not result in a super monstrous round for Twisted Minds, but they didn't need it. They already had a ton of eliminations on their side, and it looks like the hopes of making the early qualifier for Twisted Minds might not be over just yet. But it is exciting. It is absolutely exciting because they flunked out in the first 3 games. The rest of the teams have managed to catch up. Fluxo has caught up, Leon has caught up, and they are all now so close to each other at the top of the leaderboard. But from down the bottom, Straw Hats as well as Al Ahly making a great run this time in this Purgatory map.
Yeah, we're starting to see them really come online. Aggressive as heck as well. We saw a lot of movement coming in from both these teams. Yeah. And I have to say, Mia was just so interesting as now. They were in a situation that they should have won that fight, but somehow Straw Hats being able to turn around the game. Regardless, Fluxo currently waiting on the stage. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage here and I'm happy to be here with my colleague, Barney. Thanks so much for joining us on this interview, MT7. And actually, I want to hear Fluxo's crowd! Such great support for you, MT7, definitely. That's super fans. Okay, so yesterday you guys had such a great, amazing debut here. Was so nice to watch you guys, even though you guys didn't get a booyah. But today you had a slow start. What went wrong those first couple of games? Ontem vocês conseguiram fazer uma estreia muito boa, mesmo que vocês não tenham conseguido um booyah. Porém, hoje vocês começaram um pouco mais devagar. O que aconteceu nos primeiros jogos que acabou dando algumas coisas erradas?
Bom, a gente teve alguns erros coletivos nossos. Então, acho que foi por isso que a gente começou jogando mal. Depois a gente saiu para conversar. E conversamos legal, apontamos erros para consertar e acabamos consertando para a terceira queda e consegui meu booyah.
Okay, so actually it was some mistakes that each one of us did, like the whole group, the whole team. After that, we team up again, we talked with the coach, and we decided to fix some little mistakes that we were doing, and that's why we got a booyah, because we could finally step it up.
I mean, making those micro adjustments is exactly what you need to do, especially in a team of your caliber. Now, MT7, we've got to talk about Game 3. You absolutely popped off. There's a reason why your nickname is the Baby Goat. And not only that, but also you're like the MVP of your season in the Brazil region, okay? So let's talk a little bit about when you get into that flow state, when you're hugely popping off on the main stage, you're playing incredibly well. How do your teammates complement you with their play styles that then allows you to go and play the way that you did?
Obviamente que no jogo 3 a gente pôde ver muito mais do MT7, a gente viu que você conseguiu de fato ter uma performance muito melhor e é por isso também que você é conhecido no Brasil como Baby Goat, você foi o MVP da fase regular do Free Fire e a gente gostaria de saber como é que o time consegue também acompanhar você em todas as eliminações, como é que o time consegue ajudar o MT7 a sobressair no jogo.
Eu acho que é muito entrosamento da nossa parte, é muito treino, a gente já tem mais de anos treinando juntos, jogando as mesmas partidas, fazendo coisas diferentes, porém com o mesmo objetivo. Então acho que isso acaba influenciando bastante e acaba que a gente meio que tem um entrosamento muito forte por causa disso. A gente passa horas jogando junto, até quando acaba os treinos a gente joga junto.
Okay, so one thing you guys should know about us is that we consider ourselves not only teammates, but as a family. We practice every day, all the time. Even we don't have to practice anymore, we still keep it practice all the time. And that's why we have such a great chemistry. We go out together, we go have dinner together, we do everything together, and that's why explains the good chemistry that we have. Not only me, but each one of these guys sitting by my side, they are the best of the world, and I'm gonna prove this here at EWC. First, to finish our interview, there is a really special question here, and I want you to be honest on that, okay? So you were the MVP of Free Fire World Series Brazil, despite not winning the title. Do you think you can win MVP again here at EWC, or is this challenge even harder, even bigger for you? Você foi o MVP, né? Finalizou ali a fase, a FFWS Brasil, com mais de 300 eliminações. Você acha que você consegue ser o MVP aqui no EWC, ou esse é um desafio maior para você?
É um objetivo que eu sempre quis, que é ser MVP e campeão. Acho que por mais que tem os caras tá muito aqui na frente, mas mesmo assim eu vou ir atrás, porque é o meu sonho ser campeão e ser MVP. Então, por mais que possa estar difícil, eu ainda acredito nisso.
It looks hard, definitely. Is this a big challenge for me? But that's my goal, that's my dream. I don't want only win this. Of course, this is the most important thing for me and my team. But also, I want to be the MVP. I want to be the winner of EWC 26 and wear the crown of the MVP of EWC 26. So that's my dream and that's my goal, and I'm going to do everything to reach that.
That dream could definitely come true. MT7, thank you for joining us in this interview. We really appreciate it. 2 more games left to go until we close out the group stage, and they're going to pop off. We can, of course, imagine, and it's going to happen right here on the main stage. But for now, we're going to head back to the studio right after this.
Montanha, mano. Torre Eiffel. Escada. Viver. Escada. Torre Eiffel. Buia. Buia. Eu acertei primeiro. Vai puxando o VAR. Põe pra frente não, cara. Eu não posso. Procurando. Macaco. Que isso? Mas esse aqui tá muito difícil, essa. Hoje, cara. Quantas letras? Uma palavra. Uma letra. Uma letra. Comer. Um hambúrguer. Não, velho. Um croissant. Uma maçã. Banana. Banana, cara. Hambúrguer. Eu amo hambúrguer. Hambúrguer. Pão. Um pão. Complicou, olha. Pão. Um pão. Pão de queijo. Pão de queijo. Um pão. É um pão. Você correu. Você corre. Correu. Qual pão? Você correu. Você correu o pão. Você correu. Ah, vai. Você correu. Você correu para pegar o pão. O pão. Correu. Isso aqui que é? Isso aqui, isso não. Ah, tá. O pão. Aham. Correu. Você correu o pão? Eu matei o pão. Não, o pão. Tá. Correu. Correu. Ele roubou teu pão. O pão correu de você. Correu. Correu. O pão correu dele? Pão. De você? O pão. Pão. E você? E você foi atrás dele? Atrás dele. Aham. Do pão? Sim. Você. Pão. Correu atrás dele. Você correu atrás de mim com o pão. Correu atrás dele. Isso, cara!
Okay, it might be our loss. It might take you a little bit longer to figure out your miming skills, And today's taking a little bit longer to get a booyah too, because this squad has not been able to get one. If we actually rewind it, though, we're going to talk about the Brazilian squad that was able to get a booyah, and that's none other than Flux. So don't worry, we'll be able to break down a little bit more of the game that just happened. But I want to go back to Flux, though, because this is the one thing that they were missing out on, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to look at that like final zone and that split hold that they had, I thought that it was going to be like a little bit of a difficult feat after how many eliminations they had under their belt going into that match as well. But of course, they needed this. This is the booyah that they needed, because on day one, they were sitting at like a 9.2 average elims and what was it, 5.9 placement. And before that booyah, they were actually on 0 and 1,
Yikes.
which is after match 3. That's not a great time, but that booyah brought them to about an 8.3 in elims and a 4 average in their positioning points. And I mean, if you just look at the this fight that they had between, I think it was them and Team Secret, just Central, and they literally decimated them. I want to sort of bring like Team Secret into the conversation with Fluxo, and the reason being is that Team Secret are getting eliminations on the edge of zone, but they are not moving from that. You could see the fight that was happening between these two teams sort of in that south, southwest corner, and Fluxo made the decision to rotate early. They're like, okay, nothing's happening from this fight. We're not winning it. No exchanges are happening. They're like, we're going to rotate. And they did. And then you saw, if you like, Team Secret try to follow suit, but they were decimated at that end of zone. So these decisions from the likes of Team Fluxo, and, you know, we heard it from MT7 as well, saying that they saw that first match. Yep. They didn't want a bar of that anymore. So they made a decision to do that. And that's exactly what is showcased.
Yeah, for Fluxo, this is something that they needed. Not only the booyah, but we need to start seeing them being a little bit more consistent, because at one point, and I mean, when we end up seeing that overall, you'll see how tight everything is within this group. It's not decided just quite yet. A team that was able to get just a booyah, none other than Twisted Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind, aggressive?
At last.
Finally. I mean, Twisted Mind, I mean, they are aggressive way when the first time we saw them is now showing up once again. I mean, there's one thing that we expect out of Twisted Mind, and this Thailand team has been one of the threat that doesn't really care about the booyah. So I don't even know why they got the booyah. I guess they're only getting up on the elimination, just getting on the board right now. That's the aggression of Twisted Mind. Just different from what we've seen in other teams from Thailand. But now they're going strategical. They're not going aggressive right now. Half, if not like 3/4 of the game, they were just hanging tight, just waiting for the opportunity and getting all those eliminations.
I know why they got the booyah. I was following them yesterday, Neptune, okay? It was after such a, you know, they started at those first 3 matches, throwaways. It was not great for Twisted Minds, but then they started their rotation and getting those placement points. And what did I say? The kills come to them. So it was only a matter of time. I thought the booyah was going to happen yesterday for them, like I was really hoping, but they got it today because they're following the same formula that they were doing in those final 3 matches of groups yesterday.
A team that's putting themselves there. Yeah, I was about to say, you just threw them back.
Bro.
There goes all your notes over there on the floor.
Don't litter,
I will pick it up after production, I promise.
Now, Conchita, actually going to some of the Indonesian teams as we'll see the overall ranking here.
Yeah.
You can see Team RRQ right now in 4th place, but they're being followed by Fluxo.
Yes, it is not safe at all. I mean, just by looking at what Twisted Minds just did in the game that we have just finished, they sneakily crept up to the 2nd position, and that was supposed to be the safe zone for Team Fatality. I mean, by the way that they're playing today, the consistency that they've been showing, apparently it is still not enough. And if we're talking about RRQ, like I said before, this is the true test that they need to face. Are they ready to really be clutch about this couple of last games? Because if we're talking about them, again, this is where they usually shakes, and I would really hate to see that happening again.
Gotta be looking at the teams that are currently in contention to just make it to survival or end up going home, because this race is actually tight as well. You got Al Ali there with 92 points. Straw Hats trying to chase them down with 85, and it's a bit of a toss-up, Neptune, on who's gonna be going home and who's gonna be going to survival. Even Mia, if they ended up having a good game here with 2 games left, they could put themselves in contention for that last game to make it to survival.
And what's making it difficult for me, Corp, as well as Straw Hats, to really move up is they're going against each other. I mean, they're going passive approach to just buying their time, making sure that they go into final circle, and then that's when they meet up. They're not even getting that a lot of elimination, so that would be difficult for them. And we also saw on that last match in Purgatory, we're in Al Ali. They
was practicing that backstage, by the way, guys.
Al Ali.
It's the same boys making a comeback. The Neptune special.
Oh, yeah. I mean, M79 coming from Remind. That grenade launcher was just deadly. And he timed it well. Everyone's in a compound. Everyone is one space. And he just wrecked them with that M79 grenade launcher.
Yeah, we just wish that we could have seen this sooner. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
This is something that we need them to show from yesterday, day one. This type of, hunger that they are finally wanting to fight for their place. I mean, the next game, Nextera, this should be interesting.
It should be interesting. And looking at Nextera, looking at Purgatory too, I'm going to go with you, Neptune, for this one. Which team do you think will be stepping it up here in Game 5?
Well, I have 2 teams that managed to get a booyah already. We have MIBR Loss as well as RRQ. But in terms of numbers, especially in terms of placement point, MIBR Loss has been consistent in this map. There's also Lion who might be able to catch up, because in terms of when it comes to elimination, it's quite even across the 3.
It is very even across those 3. With Loss, I mean, if they do end up getting points, this squad is just going to keep propelling themselves even higher to first place, because nobody's going to be catching them unless we see something crazy. Well, did I just curse them? Hopefully that's not the case. But for some of the other squads, right, RRQ, we're talking about Vitali as well. They need to make sure they come in clutch, as you've been saying. This is the time for those Indonesian teams. I swear, we're not biased here, especially when
We're not. Well,
they need to be clutch.
They need to be clutch, and this is something that Fatality has actually proven that they can be. But again, if we're talking about RRQ, this is where the true testament really comes, because I really do want them to exceed. I really want them to finally overcome whatever it is, whatever curse or whatever jinx that they have right now. But that is not what I've been seeing on the last couple of matches, because again, I feel like they are slightly declining, and that is not good. So this better be a wake-up call. I mean, the way Al Ahly came out of nowhere and really performed well on that last game, that should be something that could wake, RRQ from the deep slumber that they're in right now.
Now, we'll see though. I mean, RQ, when it comes to the map, Nextera is their second best. Only 2-point difference when it comes to Solara as well as Nextera. Their averages is also high in there. So I have confidence. I'm with you here, Conchita, about RQ getting this, but I just don't want any surprises come from the other teams.
And the thing that happens when we end up going to the final 2 games is that we usually end up getting surprises. And I'm excited to see which team will be surprising us here in Game 5 and later on in Game 6, because this is Group B and these are the last matches. We'll be finding out who's going to be going to the Global Finals Survival and the last 2 going home. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. And I think Al Ahly's definitely feeling the pressure, right? And although they did make a phenomenal comeback here at Purgatory with a total of 20 points, they are still going to be in trouble if they don't continue this kind of a point hunt, because the only thing still keeping them alive, keeping them away from the final 2 spots down at the bottom, is the fact that they performed decently yesterday. 61 points for both Miacorp as well as Straw Hats from the first 4 games played. They're both hustling big time today, and Al Ahly has only pulled away 31. So you can already see who's more hungry, who's more consistent.
Yeah, we start to see the urgency come online as well for so many of these different teams. Again, we talk a lot about Al Ahly being at 92 right now, a bit uncomfortable, but at the same time, SAUL as well with 94, also in with the possibility of getting knocked out of contention if, say, both Straw Hats and Miacorp decide to get a little bit more active this game. Straw Hats has showed us the capability of them to go a bit aggressive, to farm up those eliminations, to move around the map and take take these fights head on. And as for Mia, survivability has been key for them surviving into these very, very deep runs.
It honestly would be insane to see 3 teams from Southeast Asia make it out of Group B as well, right? We saw that phenomenal run from SEA in Group A, and to see it here in Group B as well will definitely be stunning. But obviously, Fluxo, Lion, these 2 teams have got a good chance to ruin the party here for one of the 3 Southeast Asian teams. And Twisted Minds, after that phenomenal victory that they just showed us in the previous matchup for their comeback game, they've jumped into that 2nd spot. And right behind them is Team Vitality as well as RRQ. Indonesia needs to step it up a tad bit as well.
Yeah, and no one is even comfortable at all in this lobby because anything can happen, either be at the top or at the very bottom, as Dix takes a bit of damage from that bottom side of the terrain. But no full fights quite yet, as Diamond does keep his eyes onto Koja. They want to go for this fight. Nah, Diamond said, I will just put in the shots, but not really go for this full-on fight.
See what they can pull away from this battle here. Vitality. Fair fight 2v2, but Diamond's gonna get caught out. As his partner was just a tad bit too far, the Bears catching up finally, and Expo with the punisher of their M24. They lose 1, but they pull away 2. Math-wise, let's check it out for Team Twisted Minds.
Very patient on that as well, allowing Diamond to go down and leave them into this false sense of security. Regardless, Vitality easily being able to bring the 2 back into the game. But the fights are happening all around the map. If you see that kill feed, a lot of things are going on right now, as Mia does go for 1, but trades out Wota, brings back Mia, his teammate, back into the game. So right now, Mia looking really good, starting off with 2 points, and should be a big step to just really climb that mountain.
Ico Total Gaming's not at risk of being relegated here based on how they've performed so far. But they can't let their guard down. Anything can happen in Nextera and Purgatory. If they literally pull away nothing from these games, then perhaps that relegation might just be a possibility. Obviously, they don't want that for themselves. They just need to put up an average performance, and that should be good enough to get them into our survival stage.
A lot of rotations coming in for so many of these teams here. Mia just now holding on the area, also being able to be chucked down there by the Twisted Minds player. But for now, for the rest of Twisted Minds here, very, very healthy and happy in Frontopia. Meanwhile, for Team Secret here, want to take this fight against Mia. They weren't able to get a few eliminations earlier onto this team, but the rest of Mia hunkering down, taking their time as well, hoping they don't get discovered by the rest of the team. As Nyx puts in a bit more pressure to Anshan 7, none of the damage actually clipping onto him, allowing him to be still in position for not so long. Huang Am tries to do something and even trades out his teammate, looking really good, which Biblix tries to come forward and try to do something to make it happen, not happening.
The crossfire from Team Secret looking solid, but PLS1 now knocked down. Twisted Minds might just drop by to say hello. Mierkop bumping into Straw Hats at the wrong time, wrong spot. Kappa all alone. Straw Hats looking for the hunt. The vending machine camped at by Shock. And Kappa's not going to be able to get there. Oh, a sliver of El Kappa! Allowed to bring in the revive, and Mierkop will survive a little longer.
Right in the nick of time, as Nyx finally back into that game. Just need to survive. As for SAUL, TG had been hunting them for quite some time. Wota waiting for his teammates to be able to just move in together with him, so that he's not able to give him this isolated 1v1s. Don't even need it.
මේකයි තව එක කුට්ටිය නා. මේකයි තව එකක් තියෙනවා. ලාස් මැච් එක නෙමෙයි. තව එකක් තියෙනවා. මේකයි තව එක මැච් එක.
Feeling a bit
යන්නේ
thirsty
11
now.
12
Ay. Out way too early here, not looking good for the team that qualified through the Free Fire World Series USA. Team Secret versus Twisted Minds this time round. Will the Vietnamese squad be able to wake up and shake down Twisted Minds after their phenomenal game earlier on? Valiant Dash missed by Bass, but it still fights Not 7, who could not get away in time. And the backstab is perfect. Twisted Minds dismantling Team Secret. And PLS1 left all alone. No stealth bites this time around off of that Morse. It's got the Skylar, but the Skylar's not going to be useful for survival. But he is going to luck out. Twisted Minds not close enough to take him out of the equation just yet. Ico Total Gaming, on the other hand, bumping into MIBR loss. And this could just be a huge loss for the Indian squad. If they don't manage to wiggle out of this water, beautiful valiant dash to stay alive for a little bit, but round 7 with the Winchester clips him. Shanky's now going to be spotted out as well, and he's going to hold the fort as the distraction for IQ Total Gaming as Mafia scurries away to revive the rest of the team members.
Yep. Should be so quick, so I think hard for him to be able to find that last final elimination. Perfectly done. Now, Made in Brazil already with 5 eliminations so quickly into the game. So we just see them get active on the map here as the Straw Hats now shocked, now knocked down by the Lions. But still 2 more members to stay alive for the time being, but not for long as Hacks quick to find Nil. Barely alive right now. Tries to keep the wall up for him to have a bit more space to work with.
Oh, man.
But not too much. The pressure just too much to deal with. There's a double kill elimination already.
Yeah, got Miss King just finding that angle towards the right. Taking out the player from the side of Straw Hats. And they are absolutely broke on their revival run here, so it's going to be a rough one for the Bangladeshi squad. They'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. The binoculars used here by the Lions as they are trying to snuff out the squad that they were just engaging with, the one and only Straw Hats. Binoculars finds nothing, but if they continue on this pathway, they are going to bump into them eventually, and the Straw Hats are scrambled on the battlefield at this point of time. And this is the quick revive, the Bass with the valiant dash. Not really breaking down those glue walls to find the advantage, but Nan7 just got caught out. Wrong place, wrong time, could not get away. And Twisted Minds did a number on their Vitality. On the other hand, is going to get caught out here by Al Ali.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, but Ali also well being able to take the Hawk back into the game. Numbers advantage because RRQ decides to join in on this fight. Ran steals away 1 member of Vitality here. Seabox as well taken, despite the valiant efforts of this team, and RRQ is the one that is reaping the benefits.
Absolutely. Say full max 7! And Diggs just ran straight into that one. But how much can you walk away with Al Ali? With RRQ here as well. Survival is going to be close to impossible. They find Sifu. They put him down 6 feet under. And Al Ali is out super early.
Seeing a lot of these teams getting knocked out super quick and super fast. In RRQ, this time around, timing is just so good, so aggressive as well. Not allowing any of these teams to recover from any of these fights. SAUL as well will be joining in on that lobby. Things are getting really hectic as the pressure mounts. We are running out of maps after all as we hit the end of the day.
5 eliminations strong for RRQ, who wants to make sure they find the access into the grand finals as early as possible. Allowing the rest of the regions to fight against each other. Southeast Asia is looking to take a break tomorrow. I wonder what they'll do with the extra free day, as they can just sit back and watch those rotations, do a lot of homework, see those drop spots, and cherry pick who they want to punish with a couple of hot drops on the grand finals day. It's a big advantage if you can skip over the survival stage.
MT7 still very happy and healthy there, being able to just go for these long-range pickoffs. And as for the rest of the team here, Straw Hats, who able to just really survive for the time being, but this 3-way crunch from 3 different angles, I'm not too sure how long he can survive this. Maybe hopefully steal away a pickoff, not happening. Quick to just take down the glue wall and just finally going down to General.
It's not the right strategy here for Straw Hats as they just scrambled on the battlefield, but I understand as well, right? Because both the players just looking for those coin machines, trying their best to revive their downed members. But that has kept them scrambled continuously. Without the support of each other, the rest of the squads are going to have a field day running across them, picking up easy points one after the other. Luck is still keeping them in the race. Those Straw Hats have got one final survivor tasked with reviving the rest of his team members. Let's see if or not Nil will be able to pull that off for the squad.
Looking over toward the southern side here, Twisted Minds and Lost as well is about to get super hectic there as the rotations are happening. RQ looking very comfortable just over toward the Deca Square. They have compounds in their control. But as for the rest of the Straw Hats, survivability is going to be a problem. So does General, gets knocked down here. The Bass leading the charge early in this fight. and it's looking very, very terrible for this team. The bat knocked down, stolen away, 11 eliminations already for Twisted Minds here, as Lost tries their best to keep themselves in this game. Barely alive, knocked down there. Rahone tries to find a different angle to work with, not able to do so. Finally find one in the end. No, it's Diamond with the long range pickup to really just knock them out of this map.
Absolutely dominant battle from the Thai squad. Twisted Minds twisting MIBR Lost inside out on that fight, and Team Secret using the high ground vantage point to take down a player from the side of IQ Total Gaming. The pickup is instantaneous. No doubt at all, they definitely have a Tiba on their side, and they will drive out of the confines, and Team Secret will not be able to continuously punish the squad. Great rotation by the Indian squad to disengage.
Fluxo looking to just really wrestle away this compound from RQ. But kept at bay for the time being thanks to these blue walls. Just has to find a different way into the area instead. What nothing to do with it, but Twisted Minds are here as well.
Neil just got shot out of the equation here. The reason why Straw Hats are still alive and kicking in this lobby is because of him. A phenomenal triple revival, and Straw Hats stand a chance to overtake Al Ahly as well as SHUL in this game in itself if they can get to that final circle and pull away some solid eliminations. They've got 3 survivors to complete that run. IQ Total Gaming losing Mafia. Vitality spotting him out. The Lions saving themselves as Team Secret send that Riptide Rhythm their way. PLS1 deadly with that shot, but the active skill will not give them the elimination points as the Lions quickly reposition.
Yeah, and Team Secret is running quickly out of space as well. Like you're gonna have to go down this terrain and take this fight. But it's had to be a bit more patient, hoping that the Lions just move away. After all, the circle is to the southern side here. A bit of space to work with for them, so the rotation should come through. But have to be careful because over on the other side of TG and Vitality just hogging on to that area.
Whose Dinoculus was that? Either way, IQ Total Gaming and Vitality looking at each other out. Vitality spotting out Straw Hats as well. They don't care who they shoot at as long as they can pull away some extra points before getting into the thick of the action, thinning down the numbers of your opponents regardless of who they are. That's the game plan here for Team Vitality. RRQ versus Twisted Minds. Great rotation by the Thai squad. Those glue walls used perfectly, and Straw Hats being dismantled by Team Secret. One final survivor, the game where they could overtake Al Ahly as well as SHUL. Both those squads can thank Team Secret for giving them a huge advantage now. And it looks like it might be over with extra. What a phenomenal play, but that would not continue. 2 knockdowns. But he's eliminated from the lobby before he can find the confirmation. And IQ Total Gaming faces the same fate as well.
Yeah, MT7 online as well, all eyes and so aware of the rotations coming in from the different parts of that map. Anyone crosses the peripheral vision immediately has the dome of their head popped here. But Team Secret finally into the circle and into the waiting arms of another Apex Sprinter. RRQ putting in a damage and stealing away these eliminations before they even hit the ground.
Yeah, too good. Unfortunately, Team Secret did not pick the right spot to jump away to. But shot out of the air and annihilated by 2 squads through those shots. Twisted Minds looking to make a back-to-back super bomber of games. Stitched together Purgatory and Nextera. Can they go for the back-to-back Booyah after avoiding the Booyah like a plague, focusing just purely on eliminations on the first 8 games they played through 2 days? Southeast Asia looking for the dominance, but Brazil and LATAM still having some representation here. The Lions as well as Fluxo both have got great defensive spots. But the Lions are going to be pressured here with the movement of this circle.
Waiting in the wings, buying some time. You can hear a lot of pressure coming through from both these teams with MT7 opening it up onto the Lions. Della knocked down as well. Twisted Minds decided to just chunk down all other members of the Lions as well. They are pressured and they are crunched. Where can you go, Joker? As your HP slowly gets depleted, it's Jump that steals away the final point. Lions are now out of the game.
Great great time turner, but when you have got 3 squads shooting at your time turner at the same time, it's gonna melt that dome down. And RRQ now, like the birds of prey, staring down at everyone with this vantage point. And a smart play executed by Twisted Minds. They quickly run below them to take away the angles from RRQ. So that vantage point is not going to give them a very big advantage. But if Twisted Minds continues to make this very early rotation, maybe they can take advantage. And then Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. And a crucial glue wall flurry from Twisted Minds to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, somehow despite all that pressure, they're still unmoved, undeterred, and just repositions themselves onto the other side. And they rally back. A bit of damage onto Maal, barely alive, even a nade to come through. Make it 2! Tosses it up here, but RQ manages to just walk away. A bit of damage is enough, but after this, there's just safe and sound inside of the compound. But Abe goes huge with a knockoff onto Expo Z.
M249 response by Abe, just pushing away Twisted Minds. And Fluxo's just sitting back watching this. You Southeast Asians, get it done, man. We'll just clean up the lobby later on. MT7 high ground, huge advantage for the super sniper. But both Twisted Minds as well as RRQ have got a defensive compound here to work around for themselves. And they will avoid MT7's crosshairs perfectly.
Look at the space that Fluxo has, the high ground, also the lower side completely in their control. So many terrains, angles, and crossfire set. And Twisted Minds wants to wrestle the space away from them.
Beautiful jump pad use here by Twisted Minds, just keeping the angle low to not give MT7 a very big advantage there. Not taking too much of airtime gives them that survivability. But now MT7, now you gotta break an ankle when you try to get off this roof. That's gonna be a big question here. But the AWM might just be able to give the Brazilian squad some extra advantage. Dudes now spotted out, and a beautiful connection, ran stacked up, and the Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses. But MT7 can't put anyone down just yet, and RRQ makes a perfect rotation right behind the wall.
And as that's happening, Twisted Minds rush forward as well to steal away that space. But Dude's head is out there in the open. He's knocked down, but the glue wall keeps him alive for quite some time. RRQ hunkered down, waits off all of this pressure. They're not gone quite yet. Twisted Minds, though, decide just wait this out. Fluxo forced out in the open, and this time just really pressure out the members of RRQ. So they have no more space to work with. A lot of damage done. Maal knocked down. Abe barely alive.
Survival play, you see everybody drop their coins. I think it was Maal that picked it up, but you got to respect what RRQ did in that sequence. Although they were getting pummeled by all of those shots, they quickly patched each other right back up. But Bobs is going to be deadly. He's got the Winchester level 2, but more importantly, the M79. The grenade launcher should be able to dismantle RRQ, but he's keeping that for the very final moment. And MT7 making great work off of this vantage point. Switching between the AWM as well as the M82B. With a great big advantage, Maal's going to get taken out of the equation as well. As Twisted Minds now books a fast fight up against Fluxo with one final survivor on the side of RRQ.
Do more than that here. Just really cleaning up the house. The team wipeout. And even Fluxo will be able to get this. Booyah finally, again, aggressive and sharp. A lot of space control as well. This team is looking to dominate and kill some dreams.
MT7 vantage point on a double sniper setup with the Skylar. The Riptide Rhythm definitely caused RRQ a lot of problems, but you see the veteran survival skills out of the Indonesian squad. You can knock them down, but you can't keep them down. They had the time turner, they had those glue walls, but more importantly, they had the teamwork, the communication, and the speed. But towards the end of that battle sequence, it was the circle that pressured the Indonesian squad a tad bit too late. And Abe just showing up strong as the final survivor, but overwhelmed by the players on the side of Twisted Minds and Fluxo.
Honestly, incredible seeing so many of these teams just pull off what they're doing today. Fluxo back-to-back once again. The boogeyman, as Carol mentioned, now back, showing us in this very last day what Brazil is able to deliver. Regardless, as we look at the rest of the team here, the bottom three is the one that intrigues me the most after all, because some of them did get knocked out a bit too early. They ran a bit too quickly as we only have one more map to go.
And of course, the superhero in the final battle was Butchizin, the M590 in this monster's hands. He was unstoppable. The mechanical supremacy of Butchizin up close and personal is going to be the threat for the other squads. Whether or not they get the early access into the grand finals, you can bet you're going to see them there if they keep this up.
Riding the high, and the fans definitely love it. Throughout the entirety of this game, they were loud. The energy definitely felt by this team. But as for the rest of the teams, we talk about the top, where right now the Thai team, Twisted Minds, looking very comfortable. I think about 13 points ahead of Fluxo right now. Should definitely be able to catch up if they do have another standout map, especially since we do have one more coming soon.
This battle sequence definitely should push Vitality out of the top 4, but we will see exactly where they stand as we catch up with you guys in a minute.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, my God, if that didn't get you pumped, then I don't know what will. It's Lace and Neptune here to bring you that match recap. And my God, Fluxo, holy moly, I consider me impressed there. Not only did they have that height position, Neptune, but they managed to get so many eliminations within that final zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's just difficult to get away from that. We've seen Twisted Mind, we've seen RRQ try to get close to them, but the elevation, especially with MT7, it's just difficult to tag him. And with the zones pushing them in, forcing them in, they couldn't even get an angle to snipe him down.
I mean, and when you have like Twisted Minds and their rotation that they had to go through, it kind of looked like they might have been the next one out. But Fluxo, you know, having that eyes on top of RRQ is something that, you know, Twisted Minds are probably like, thank you, because they were able to position themselves into that. But obviously we want to talk about those sorts of teams in that mid-range there and who might be going to have to work a little bit harder in this next game. And of course, Lion, you know, we want to sit in that top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher for Lion right now because earlier, before that game, like there's 3 teams above them. And now that they got eliminated a little bit early, those fights or those teams are still alive. They managed to get a few more points, but there's a little bit switcheroo in terms of the order. And we might be seeing something being forced down once we see the overall.
I mean, this leaderboard is very close. And of course, you know, we talk about that last game in RRQ and how they were sort of sitting in a nice position early on in that stage. But obviously having Fluxo on that height in contention, it didn't really pan out for them to be able to push them way in. And the fact that, you know, they need to be making these proper calls and making these rotations early because they need it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fluxo right now, especially with
how they got their booyah, the consistency they have, the elimination that they had as well, I think it will work for them. And it will work for their favor. They might have pushed Team Vitality away from the top 4. But what's difficult at this point in the last game is they're still very close. I mean, they can smell the teams that's following them.
Yeah, and you know, we got to look at these sort of top 4 bubbles, but I do want to draw your attention maybe down to the bottom of the leaderboard with Straw Hats, because I mean, a couple of the teams that were going out, I think it was AHL, we're looking at the SAULs being knocked out early in those matches, may have paved the way for Straw Hats to sort of move up and get out of those bottom 2 eliminations, but was it enough, Neptune?
I don't think it's enough. I mean, it's very, very close, especially with performance at Al Ali. They had managed to pull off the match before that. So that's already a huge run that Straw Hats need to do. And who did eliminate them? It's Team Fluxo. So it's getting tougher and tougher for those at the bottom too. It's just unfortunate as well that even MediaCorp couldn't get a point or a few more than points, and that's enough to catch up to Straw Hats. And it's just unfortunate that they keep beating up against each other. Wherein they should have been splitting away from the rest of the squad, trying to keep it safe, final circle. But if that's the same intention for everyone, then eventually you end up meeting.
Yeah, and I mean, if we have a look at like MIA, missing in action or what is happening there, obviously they are sort of going in that bottom spot, but I don't believe that they're going to have enough run in this last game to push them out of that bottom two. I mean, unless they pull off some sort of crazy action like Fluxo with these eliminations, but it looks like, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to be able to just get out of those elimination spots so deeply down. But of course, you know, I'm always an optimistic Neptune. I'm always like, yeah, you know, someone could do something crazy here. Might not happen for MIA, but for Straw Hats, it could be something where they can bop them out of that bottom two. And I mean, we're rearing and ready to go for match number 6. Let's find out exactly where these teams are going to hit. Casters, take it away.
Wow, you can see how loud the RQ fans are down there, AJ.
It's dangerously close. Dash up at the top, down at the bottom. You can count these points up at the top with just one hand down at the bottom, but it's still under double digits. We can still make it, but they need to have a breakout round this time around, and they need to hope and pray that either Al Ahly or SHUL does not get any points from this lobby whatsoever. Straw Hats as well have that exact same opportunity. We saw an explosive start from them today, but in the first 5 games, it was mainly recovery from their inability to pick up those massive points yesterday, and they've done well. Recovery has been perfect, and now it's all equal down at the bottom. 4 teams fighting to not end up down at the very bottom. You're talking about SHUL from India, you're talking about Al Ahly, you're talking about Straw Hats, you're talking about Mircorp, and up at the top, it's still a question whether or not we're gonna get 3 Southeast Asian teams find the early qualifier out of Group B, because MIBR lost. Obviously, they've guaranteed a spot here for Brazil, but Fluxo slowly but surely bringing out the beast mode within them. 98 eliminations so far in their group stage run, and I don't think they're done just yet.
No, they are definitely a team that really wants to ride off that high as well. But I have to say, looking at Twisted Minds and how they've been able to really activate throughout the second half of the day is just really, really scary. I mean, these are teams that just not only super aggressive early, but also active, moving around the map, and it's always intentional how they're rotating, how they want to take these fights, and most importantly, the timing on when they enter these fights as well. There's so many fights that between these two teams are happening, any two teams are happening, that somehow a third party comes in and just completely dominate as well, and they get so much of the rewards from the weakened teams.
Absolutely. Can see all of the comments coming on through. Everybody setting their wishes to the teams out there. And let's check this out. Group B is more diverse. I mean, Lucky is even here on the EWC stage being highlighted. This guy is a super fan for sure in the world of Free Fire Esports. But of course, Mircorp, they showed us a lot out of FFWS USA, but here they just haven't shown us what we have been looking out for their side. They have always been very proficient at finding that final circle, but this time, somehow their rotations just keep getting cut off.
It's really hard to really pinpoint where exactly the rotations are happening. Everyone is just so proactive and moving around the map as well. And I think in this situation, I'm thinking just now, Lace talked a little bit about the middle side of the brackets, right? I mean, we talked a little bit about the Lions that I think had a great start to the day, but start to struggle toward the end. Vitality start off really, really hot, and they just weren't able to really secure some fights as well to really be able to secure, their positioning on the top side of that ladder. And as things get super interesting here, top 2, maybe we might have an answer as well, but at the same time, it's getting more and more aggressive, more and more competitive between many of these teams. If anything as well, we had a bit, we heard Des talk a little bit about Team Secret, but they weren't able to have the most stable of fights, even recoveries as well, despite their best efforts.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Team Secret is not going to find the early access to the Grand Finals. They're going to have to play survival. And I just pity the rest of the teams, because Team Secret is savage when you really push them to the edge. where they've got their backs to the wall. They don't have any other way out of it. They'll fight you for it, and they most probably will walk away with a victory as well, knowing them. Let's not forget, they became the kings of Southeast Asia recently with 4 magnificent back-to-back booyahs. Nobody saw that coming. Everybody was shocked. But for them, they were cool, calm, collected. They saw that all the way. They knew exactly what they could do. But for me, it's not about what's happening around the mid part of the bracket. It's all about who gets the early access into our grand finals and who survives the crushing blow. Down at the bottom 2 spots will get taken out of the equation. Is it going to be MIRCORP, Straw Hats, or will Al Ahly as well as SHUL Esports get pushed down to the bottom? This one game, the final match of Group B, will tell us exactly what their fates are going to be like.
Here comes the drop, and things are getting interesting. The crowd definitely has their breath baited right now to see who makes it all the way to the grand finals and who will be going home right now. We start to see an early drop coming in from Fluxo. And as for the rest of the teams here just dropping through, TG as well as Lions dropping side by side. These early fights are going to be super excited to see who makes it out alive.
Man, this is not the kind of hot drop you want if you are IQ Total Gaming. But then again, how much of risk do they run here? Even if they do get eliminated early, I feel like they have started off the day fairly fine. They've done enough to stay in the competition to make sure relegation is not a danger. They'll have to see. But the super hot drop between the 2 teams down at the bottom, it's not going to be helping their cases at all. I cannot take a pick. I love them both equally. MIRCORP, Straw Hats, who survives this deadly encounter? It's MIRCORP with the big advantage here off of that vending machine.
Yeah, SH with who knocked down as well. They do not have numbers advantage, and Shock really hoping to equalize. The sprays are there, but only chip damage is around as the rest of Mia looks to collapse. Not able to get close enough quite yet here as Shock still tries to buy some time. But as for the rest of the team, not happening. Shock will be the next one to fall. His teammate tries to follow through. Nil able to find one in exchange, but not able to secure that point. And it's looking very, very terrifying for SH.
SHUL hearing the gunshots. They want a piece of this. Can they rip away the lives of the side of MIRCORP? That was a valiant effort there from the players on the side of Straw Hats, because they kept one guy in there, 2 people in there, to just hold MIRCORP back, distract them. There's one final survivor left the compound to play those revivals. And MIRCORP, they look for those points on Straw Hats, but it looks like Karma is going to catch up fairly quick here as SHUL dawns upon them. And India's definitely good with the Karma game as they rip away the points. MIRCORP, the sacrificial lamb in that sequence. And Troll, can he stop Kappa? Kappa, does he have coins? Kappa does not have coins, but he doesn't need to. He's already gotten the deed done off of that vending machine. Those revivals will keep MIRCORP in the run.
Spots Noor out here, but not able to really take this 1v1. Forced to move away, isolate these fights there. Noor barely alive, but it's Kappa that falls. Another point in the back for SHUL. That's 4 eliminations so quickly in this early game.
SHUL, Straw Hats, MIRCORP, we just highlighted them before we stepped into this match. They're down in the bottom 4. Any way those points go, they're going to be crucial points to dash shoot that horse, I tell you, Vitality. There you go. Good job. They quickly disengage. Shocked is going to get run over here.
No.
A tad bit shocked that he was run at, but Dix will be able to lay him out with the Trogon, and they continue their journey.
Yeah, Vitality really taking this step by step in this situation, but Remind also getting one more pick-off while everything is going on here. The rotation from Vitality will cross paths against SH, who is back into the game, steals away one more to his aim. Dix falls, immediately brought to the game, and even taking out Chiyong. This guy, you do not mess with him. So proficient is going to be one and one more to the bed. As Biflix also will join in onto his elimination count.
Their backs up against the wall, but Straw Hats not giving up just yet. Who pulls a triple? to survive those encounters, and two titans on the side of Vitality snuffed out with the Max 7. Catches up with Nil, showing us a little bit of a drift as well. But Straw Hats are split up on the battlefield. They need to regroup. Al Ahly, on the other hand, spotting out the Lions out. And it looks like they want to hunt themselves some predators.
Mind waiting here, being pressured somewhat, but very undeterred, being able to just really get a rendezvous once again with his teammates. As the rest of Lions weren't able to get any pickups from there, they too decided to move away from the area, perhaps looking for a better area to just really hold on to as the circle shifts.
MIBR Lost just pulled in a triple revival. I wonder what happened to them. Who bumped into the monstrous Brazilians who are currently topping the leaderboard of Group B to bring them down to such state? But either way, they survived. They're right back in it. On those revivals, Straw Hats now, high ground advantage. Eagle has to be abandoned. No sniper in the hands of Nil. They miss an opportunity of getting an extra elimination off of the squad. Now 4 on their side. Straw Hats definitely looking confident this time round. With 90 points on the leaderboard, 4 points behind Al Ahly. They'll need to stay alive. They'll need to pull away a lot more if they want to make sure their totems and dreams don't get crushed.
We need to see them really go and start getting a bit more hungry like we saw them in the beginning of the game. Unfortunately for them, a bit slowed down toward these last few maps regardless. But as for the rest of the team here, barely alive and also barely surviving as a team, could be able to just really come in and rendezvous with the rest of their teammates here. We've seen their power, their teamwork as well when they move as a unit together, being able to overwhelm, what, 1 to 2 teams in the beginning of the day.
Who would have thought that it would be Straw Hats to potentially ruin the chances of Southeast Asia getting 3 teams in the grand finals early out of Group B, bumping into Vitality early, snuffing them out. And because of that, Vitality is at a massive disadvantage up against Twisted Minds now, who have been cool, calm, collected, picking up all of that loot. And now they bump into them. There is a vending machine at Ski Lodge, but it is not camped upon by the Vitality player. As I say that, they do manage to snuff out the aggressor from the side of Twisted Minds, and you see Twisted Minds quickly retreating from the compound. Straw Hats, on the other hand, a full squad recovery as they spend their time outside the zone. They've all gathered right back up.
There we go.
More importantly, this is that play where we saw Who shine earlier.
Yeah, really good coming in from Who as well. And I feel like in so many of these, I would say, rounds as well, I mean, Who has been such a big standout for Straw Hats, just really kind of rally the team and just get them super aggressive into today. Multiple, I think, multi-frags he was able to pick off.
Team Secret, do you pop off in this game, or do you just chill and not show up strong at all and keep whatever you can show for the survival stage? Regardless of how you slice it, Team Secret is not going to find that early access, and they're not going to get relegated too far away from the bottom, too far away from the top. Team Secret in limbo right now, but I think that is intentional from the Vietnamese squad.
They really just take their time. Nice shot coming in, runs in there. A lot of damage onto Rahone. But for the rest of the team here, they're just really being super cautious. They don't want to go into this full fight quite yet. Made in Brazil Lost decides to just really find a different angle, a different area into the zone.
Yeah, on the hunt though. Total Gaming with a survivor outside the circle, trying to see if they can survive the whole Brazilian squad from annihilating him and causing the squad a little bit more points, more coins. Shanky brings Aztec back in. The play's looking solid, but S8UL cannot rest on their laurels just yet. As you can see, if Straw Hats catch up, if Al Ahly gets to that final circle with decent eliminations, S8UL, they'll be on the chopping block.
Oh yeah. This circle shift toward the southern side doesn't make it easier for many of these northern side teams either. TG still very far out there in the wild. A lot of late rotations coming in. There's a lot of caution. But at the same time, when you are coming into the zone this late, you just have to be so wary when you're rotating. We saw so many long-range snipes from teams that are already so comfortable having these areas, these zones, these high grounds fully in their control.
MT7 with some wild snipes, and this is definitely one of the slower games of the day, and it's courtesy of Purgatory. You've got a lot of compounds to rotate around, to focus on the loot, avoid engagements. Those vehicles are littered all around for you to quickly reposition. And that has resulted in many of these teams still surviving, but if you have too many survive to the next circle, all of chaos will break loose. As regardless of whoever you focus on, you can sure as hell bet either your knocks are going to get stolen away or somebody else is going to end up shooting at you. Because as we approach the 11-minute mark, we have a full stacked lobby.
Starting to feel very reminiscent of that previous map as well, right? With the only team, 5, where only one player had been knocked out here. Now these rotations come through as well, as Twisted Minds should be able to come through, and this full 4-on-4 is happening. The Lions taking a lot of damage. Mia on the side that was winning for a second there, but will turn the tides around. Game King knocked out Hacks as well.
Oh no! Al-Ali spoiling the party here for Mircorp from afar. But the Lions, one final survivor. Joker has to abandon mission. He will not continue to pressure Mircorp. But Al-Ali with the sneaky shots from across, calling out the lightning zone as well on Mircorp. And Mia almost got annihilated there.
Barely alive right now, but still able to prolong their run. Lions are just running for their lives, and once again, it's Joker all alone. Hasn't been spotted quite yet, but still taking some chip damage from so many different angles. Vitality out here on the hunt. And finally taken away by the Twisted Minds players.
Joker wasn't laughing in that situation, but he'll definitely go down smiling. Valiant effort by the Lions. They will not get the early access into our grand finals, and we will see them play that survival stage. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, geared up to rest tomorrow after hustling all throughout the day. But out of the 11 games played so far, Twisted Minds have only gotten one booyah. Do they want to end their run with a 2-0 on their side, or will they just drop the efforts right here, right now? They're going to take the fight straight up to Vitality. Vitality, if they can get a massive game off of this, perhaps they stand a chance to make the early access. But Twisted Mind says, not for you. And one Southeast Asian squad makes sure another does not get that early access, which means 2 Brazilian teams will stand a big chance to do so.
And the crowd goes wild right now as we all look at Fluxo taking this fight up against their other teammates. But Yago will be knocked down here as well as MT7 doing the most. Movement is just so good and so proficient with the weapon. But RQ is here to stop the party as Brudzin should be going down next to Abe. And MT7 stolen away by Huang Am. Team Secret somewhere close here as well.
It's always a party when Southeast Asia gets involved in a battle. And RRQ the biggest winner then, Mircorp. Out way too early. They were down at the very bottom. And I think we can confirm that Totem is not gonna survive that crusher. Pops for the desperate revival. RRQ on fire. Oh, knocked down by the circle. Al-Ali! Burning off RRQ. Going to get snuffed out of the air. But that's the warning shot that will keep the rest of the RRQ players using the jump pad.
Yeah, a bit too aggressive and a little bit too overzealous there. Punished so quickly, but at the very least, you do still have 2 more members, at Duts and Rans, still alive and in the game, but forced to go for a bigger rotation into the zone.
Oh, Straw Hats, are you actually doing it? They're punishing Twisted Minds. But their pickup was instantaneous. The best though, a sliver of health left on him. Take it out of the equation, but Al-Ali farming Twisted Mind from the opposite end. Straw Hats just pushed the point straight towards Al-Ali. And these two squads are fighting for survival down at the bottom. Both one diamond for themselves.
And they cannot move at all. He peeks out immediately. He will be knocked down here. But the zone is not in their favor at all. But this high ground should give them a bit of advantage. But aware that SAUL is close by. And now Al-Ali Esports just decides to wait in the wings. No space, no HP.
Will India help out their buddies this time round? IQ Total Gaming Mafia doing a number on the Al-Ali players. C-Mox can only depend on his medkits at this point of time. RRQ, not much of a chance to walk away with a booyah. And Dudes shut down by Mafia. But Al-Ali, C-Mox goes down right here, right now. The potential of Straw Hats surviving the Crusher. This potential of Bangladesh having two teams play in the survival stage tomorrow is gonna stay alive. And now, it's gonna be the battle between IQ Total Gaming as well as SAUL, who have that advantage with that high ground. But they're not taking aggressive moves just yet. C-Mox is gonna get taken out. Aztec claims that life. And Straw Hats will have the advantage with the circle.
Ali Esports also now down and out as SH to the high ground here, looking real good right now. Putting in the damage and the pain to the players of SAUL. But they decide to chase up against TG instead. Their backs out there in the open. But Shanky puts a bit of save space toward them as well. Nil top side and their crunch. TG, where are you gonna go here? SH awaits and so does SAUL. Bunny steals away their first knockdown, and so does the rest. Waterfalls, so does Aztec. And eliminated already here is TG.
They desperately need this. Can they do it?
Booyah guys, no head guy.
They get it done! Ami Tomaki Paramasi, Bangladesh! Y'all can rejoice! Both the teams have successfully survived the group stage.
From the bottom all the way to the very top. Night and day, yesterday and today, this team show us what it looks like to climb from the bottom. The upward hill is not too high. Nothing is too high for them to climb.
But damn, it was difficult to take Pickens down at the bottom. Al-Ali, they tried, they struggled, and you saw the fight in them in this final game. They gave their all just like the Straw Hats. But sometimes luck comes into play. And Al-Ali just was not lucky enough with their positioning in that final circle. The zone started moving with a massive advantage for Bangladesh. But I also have to say they took their own proactive moves to focus their pressure on the Indian squad to make sure Al-Ali as well does not get away too far. But this final run was just so beautiful. Unfortunate though for Al-Ali, they will not be making it through to our survival stage.
And honestly, we started off the day with an idea of what the bottom of the bracket is. But today the switch up happens, a new mindset and mentality came in. Many of the teams stepped up, a different style of play, a different idea, whatever weaknesses that they needed to fix on day one, completely done. We saw the struggles coming from Miyako Al-Ali Esports. And most importantly as well, the Bangladeshi team, Straw Hats, not only did they manage to claw their way up, but also be able to push themselves up onto the ladder, further up than just the bottom three.
You gotta name yourself well. And if you take the name of the Straw Hats, you know, you're not gonna stay down for long. They can be beaten, they can be pushed down, but they rise up. When they most definitely needed those points, they served it up hot. But Al-Ali gave their best, and they were so close. Like I said, the difference in points, you could count them on one hand between Al Ahly as well as the Straw Hats. Let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard. Twisted Minds at the top as Southeast Asia sneaks it away from Brazil. But of course, MIBR loss is not going to be too tickled by that at all. They were not trying today. They were just sleeping, snoozing their way through, and they sailed on through after showing what kind of a monster they were yesterday. But down at the bottom, Straw Hats jumping over SAUL Esports to show that the dream is real. But unfortunately for Mircorp and Al Ahly, the same ends right here after this game 6.
You could tell how much this meant to them as well. They were hungry. They looked very dejected despite their best efforts. I mean, who would have thought that day 2 would bring in this fire from the bottom side of the bracket?
I thought you thought, everybody thought.
Right.
It's day 2, man. It's the day of survivals, day of early access. Everybody giving their all. Everybody said that it was Group A, that was the group of death, but this was the exciting grouping.
No, actually.
It was so difficult, it was so close, both at the top and the bottom dash.
Yeah, the struggle happened everywhere. It was anyone's game. And for now, we are going to be going to Barney, who will be looking at the teams that will be, I would say, destroying, crushing the keys.
Thank you so much. Twisted Minds just edging out that Group B leaderboard, placing top. And congratulations to you boys. Obviously, the journey is only partly way done. So I just want to ask you at this moment in time, how does it feel to close out Group B and the top spot?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีกับ Twisted Mind ด้วยนะฮะที่ชนะมาได้จนถึงจุดนี้นะครับก็ตอนนี้เหมือนเราก้าวขาเข้าไปครึ่งก้าวแล้วกับการที่เราจะเป็นแชมป์นะฮะอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะในตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแต่วันนี้ก็มีปัญหานิดหน่อยครับเลยอารมณ์ไม่ค่อยดีนิดนึง
Well, to be honest, we are very happy and excited. Like we didn't know like we're gonna come this far. And to be honest, like our mood is not that good today. So in the end,
the mood's
like,
not good. You closed it out in first place. Now you closed down a really impressive lead that was taken into day 2 by MIBR loss, and you managed to catch them up, finish in first place. Now, obviously you had a really good day today, but is there anything that you believe you guys need to work on either tomorrow or just before the grand finals on Saturday?
ก็เมื่อวานนะฮะเราเหมือนกับว่าเราจะโดน MIBR loss เนี่ยฮะแบบว่านำขึ้นไปใช่ไหมฮะแต่วันนี้เนี่ยเราก็คัมแบ็กกลับมาได้เนี่ยฮะตอนนี้เนี่ยเราคิดว่าเราจะทำอะไรต่อไปบ้างฮะหรือว่าเราจะเตรียมตัวยังไงกันบ้างกับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับ
ครับก็เดี๋ยวจะกลับไปทำแผนครับแล้วก็ปั่นจักรยานไปหอไอเฟลครับ
So after this one, we're gonna go back and revise all the plan again, and after that, we're gonna ride a bike to the Eiffel Tower.
Nice, a bit of culture. I like that. Okay, gentlemen, follow me. Let's go this way because as you place first in your group, you get to crush the 2 keys from your group. Okay, so let's do this the right way. Okay, firstly, can one of you press the button and open up the crusher?
ขอpress the button ขออาสาสมัคร1คนครับกด
No one wants to do it. Just press the button.
แค่กดปุ่มก่อนเลยเบาๆกดเลย
Here we go. The crusher is now activated. The teeth are spinning, ready to crush these keys. Is there anything that you would like to say to the teams before you crush their keys?
ก่อนที่เราจะได้ดึงคันโยกออกมาเพื่อส่งคีย์ลงไปนะฮะมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอก2ทีมนี้แล้วก็ทีมอื่นๆไหมฮะ
Pahain na lang dahay na kang Group B again pahain na lang dahay na kang Selangor.
Yeah, to the team who qualified to the finals, see you soon. We will have our revenge.
Okay, I like that. Okay, very gently, if you could please pull on the lever and send the 2 keys home. Okay, there we go. Congratulations, placing first, destroying the keys, and making it through to the grand finals on Saturday. Now, of course, we are not done here. The survival stage begins tomorrow, and we've got plenty more action coming your way. But for now, let's head back to the studio to round out the group stage.
That's right, Barney. I mean, there's plenty of action for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26. And what a heartbreak. To be completely honest, for Mircorp,
for everything that they have gone through. Honestly, congratulations to the squad for even making it here, for even being on this stage, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, they've gone through a lot already, and now, despite of all the efforts that they have, it was just going down for them. And again, one reason why it is happening is the battle at the bottom really didn't stop even towards that final game, and it was difficult for me, of course, to really catch up because even those at the top are trying to beat them down. So it's just unbelievable that they couldn't make it, but it is what it is.
And a huge surprise to see Twisted Minds in the first place of this group. We thought it was going to be lost. They had such an insane lead, but they were able to just knock it down little by little. They climbed to that top spot, and you heard them. Even though they didn't have a good day, it was still a great performance out of that squad. Esports. Oh my gosh. What? They were just trying to make you sweat. They were trying to make it a control. By the way, welcome back to 7WG. None other than, sir, please introduce yourself to the crowd. Yeah, that's right. Neptune and Lucifer. Lucifer, SAUL Esports. It was sketchy.
I mean, I was scared of that teeth when the button was pressed. It almost looked like there was an opportunity that that key could have been crushed. It got so close, especially because of Straw Hats. Imagine, yesterday they were sitting at the bottom, 24 points in total, nothing in their way. And today, 90 points and a booyah is what they've gotten, and they almost shook even Total Gaming.
And it came down to that last game, too. But you can see the overall ranking, the top 4 teams going directly to the finals. You got Twisted Minds. Honestly, we kind of already knew that loss was going to be going because they just had such a healthy lead. Team RQ, Conchita, I know you're happy. I can hear you from over here. And Fluxo, finally getting those booyahs that we wanted to see.
2 booyahs out of the 6 games. I personally came into this thinking that Team Vitality, they're going to join RQ in the grand finals because they both had a great start, but similar to MIBR, they also tapered off in the second half of the day. And the only reason why Vitality was still there was because they were able to overcome some of the mid-game crises by taking down teams like Leon and the Lion, and at the same time the bottom feeders were also fighting amongst themselves.
Oh, you did mention about Vitality. They were crushed. The angle that they took on that launch pad, I think that is something that they would regret up until tomorrow. If that was not the case, they could have made it. They could have made it work, catch up, and probably make it get that ticket into grand finals. But again, you make some bad decisions. The only difference is this was risking a lot.
It was risking a lot. One team that was willing to risk it all in the final match. As you can see, the Fluxo fans being happy, not only because their team gets to go directly to the finals, because they also get a day to rest. They've been non-stop dancing, jumping, playing drums.
I 100% agree. I think more than the players themselves, these fans need a day's rest. We had around 3 to 4 hours of broadcast for Group B itself. These guys were continuously on the drums, cheering their fans, and it looked so brilliant. We in the backstage couldn't stop jumping to the beats.
Yeah, we were surviving purely on the vibes.
Yes, exactly.
Feeding us.
Well, one thing I would say though, I mean, it is true. The energy that is being brought in from Brazil to EWC 26 right now is just phenomenal. And the fans is the winner at this point. Not just Fluxo, but the fans out there. It is true, the storyline that we have back home, if you have that energy, they are winning the fights. And it is evident right now.
They needed players to show up. NT7 ended up showing up. I mean, we heard the interview from them too. Vitality, we heard it backfired. It ended up happening what I thought was going to happen. It came back around, that full confidence, and bit him in the, you know what I'm talking about. Before that squad, they still get a chance to go to survival. We will have a bunch of teams, but don't forget, tomorrow, only the top 4 will get a chance to go to the grand final. So all those teams that are going to be looking to fight for those top 4, they're going to be looking to make sure they start off hot, because we don't want to see what happened in Group A, and it's just a sponge going towards the top.
I mean, 10 games tomorrow, right? 10 more gruesome games, and a lot of the teams, they're used to playing 6 games because sometimes they don't make it to the grand finals, you don't make it to the champion rush. tomorrow is 10 games, and if they make it to grand finals, it's unlimited. Unlimited with a 90-point threshold. So at this point of time, it has become a battle of endurance. It's a marathon.
Yeah, Husky, you said it perfectly too. Those 10 games, something that we gotta keep into account too, that some of these teams don't end up experiencing is fatigue. And that's something that cannot happen in these situations, Neptune, because once you get to that 6th game, they're used to saying, okay, we're done. We get a chance to go back to our hotel room and relax. That's not going to be the case tomorrow because they're going to have 4 more, 10 in total.
And that's one thing now. I mean, it's real difficult right now because not only disappointment of not making the top 4, they have to work even longer for tomorrow. So hopefully they rest up, but keep in mind that they also have a little bit of homework to do. They still have a lot of study that needs to be done. So it's a balance of both. Balancing everything similar to what we've seen in game, like balancing placement point elimination, same works.
There's one team or a couple teams that tomorrow in survival, you're going to be keeping an eye on how they start. I remember what you told me about tag. Trust me, we've been talking about it the whole time, baby. Day 1, it was going to be slow. Day 2, completely different. But tomorrow, survival is just one day, 10 games.
One day, 10 games. As he mentioned, it is a battle of endurance tomorrow. And I think keeping up to that is going to be very difficult, and a team that I am looking forward to is Ganda Nasty. Towards the end of the day, they managed to pick it up, and I hope tomorrow they manage to do as well to start off well. Benel's in form. And when we talk about the players in Sniper, I think there's been a lot of big names who have not yet fired as well as we wanted. MT7 did it. On the other end, I think one more team to look out for is going to be Lion. They pumped today. We saw them alive, and that is the team I'm looking for action tomorrow.
For all the teams that I'm going to be looking at as I was being draped here with all this swag from Fluxo, it's going to be those teams that are going to be going to the finals. They get a chance to relax. They get a chance to VOD review, see some of the other squads, what they're going to be doing, maybe how they can adjust. We saw it from the beginning in Group A with some of the squads that were actually towards the top. They were being able to try something different. I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow in survival stage. Make sure you stay tuned. Free Fire at EWC 26. The action doesn't stop just yet. We still got 2 more days. A special shout out to everybody working this show, not only the casters, the analysts, and everybody at the production. Make sure you stay tuned. Tomorrow, survival stage.
Boots on the floor, we arrive, red on the screen. Feel alive, mouse keys, heart in line. One more round, it's go time. We don't blink, we don't fold. Young blood running, hiding bold. Every fight, every lane, we came here to take the game. Hear the crowd, it's rising now. Hold your ground, don't back down. One shot, one chance, one flame. Say my name, say my name. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. Win it for the city, win it for the team. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. Hands up, keep it moving, we will live that dream. Dropping fast, take a zone, no fear when the pressure's on. Clutch, hard, clean head, we hit first, they get left. Gold chain shine on the wrist, victory sits in the fist. When the final circle calls, we stand tall, we want it all. Hear the crowd, it's rising now. Hold your ground, don't back down. One shot, one chance, one flame. Say my name, say my name. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. Win it for the city, win it for the team. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. Hands up, keep it moving, we will live that dream. Now the lights go low, but the fire won't fall. Every heart in the room, gotta drum like a storm. One more push, one more mile, face up, never bow. When the whistle cuts through, we're the ones they remember now. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. Win it for the city, win it for the team. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. Hands up, keep it moving, we live that dream. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. One world, one trophy, we take the crown. Burn the lobby, burn the lobby. Hands up, keep it moving, we live that dream. more push, one more mile, face up, never bow. When the whistle cuts through, we're the ones they remember.